Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is the Shadowverse Open 2023 Southeast Asia Oceania February Cup. I am so happy to be back casting another great year of competitive Shadowverse. With me, as usual, the usual suspects is East. What's up, East? Welcome to the new year. And from the West, we stole him right from under their noses. It's Chris. Different fights. So happy to have you on the desk with us today, man.
Thank you. It's great to be here. You know, I moved to Japan last year, and now I've officially moved in terms of SVO terms as well. So it's pretty good. Feels great to be with you guys. Always a pleasure. So looking forward to our first SVO of the year as well.
Damn right. And we got a lot of registrations for this one, y'all. Thank y'all for turning out. I think it was over 270 registrations for this first SVO. Everybody's feeling the competitive spirit at the beginning of the year. Love to see it. This year also marks the return of monthly Shadowverse Open Cups. So make sure to check out SVO.gg to see the schedule for the year. And if you're watching this today and you think, hey, I could play better than those goofballs, well, then show us. It's all open for the rest of the year. So every month, come out and turn up. Anyway, we got an amazing day of competition for you today. As usual in Shadowverse Open, it's a 2-day format. I wonder if we got the format running here. As you can see, day one was a 7 Swiss round day, which ends in a top 16 or 32 playoffs to get to the top 8 single elimination, which is today. The rotation is, of course, the rotation. The format is, of course, rotation, 3 decks, 1 ban, best of 3 conquest. You bring 3 decks, you ban 1 deck from each side, and then you play until you win with the 2 decks remaining. Fantastic format as usual, and we got some regular returning names from previous years, as well as a lot of new faces too, which I love to see.
Yeah. You gotta wonder what these guys are playing for, man. So what are the prizes for this year going forward? I know we come back to monthly cups, but the pricing, $1,000 cold hard cash that first place, and then 600, 400, 200 for the places below that. Keep in mind, folks, keep those webcams on for the $100 extra to your prize bonus there.
That's not a small chunk of change there, it is.
That's very good. On top of that, we actually don't have it on the slide, but everyone that makes top 8 also gets a SVO original expansion playmat. Now, last year when we had SVOs just for each different expansion, this was cool. It's like commemorating every expansion, but now you get multiple shots at this every month. So that's also pretty exciting, especially with I don't know if you guys saw, but Shadowverse Evolve got that English release announced. So you might want to get that playmat. I'm just saying.
I know I got mine ready, man. But also, considering the prizing for folks just who join up and sign up, there's free packs every round that you participate, as well as things like flares and card sleeves. And guys, I don't know if you guys have seen these or not, but the card sleeves for this year are absolutely cracked. Like before we were complaining to production, like, can we get those please?
Legit.
So yeah, definitely sign up.
Like, production, if you don't get me these sleeves, I'm gonna call up Psy Games on my phone.
He's doing it as we speak.
Jonathan B. Psy Games on speed dial.
Jonathan Psy, absolutely. And not to mention, people who win in day 1 and day 2 earn all-star points as well, which go towards the end of year event, the Contenders Cup, where they can play for even more prizes. So there's no reason not to join every single month. SVO.gg to check out the schedule. Free to enter, and guess what? Shadowverse tournament mode, you don't even have to own the cards, baby. You get all the cards for competing.
It's very good. It's very good. And I think, speaking of cards, we've got a pretty nice meta going into the first SVO of the year. This is actually technically our first SVO of this latest expansion, which I'm pretty excited about. There's definitely a very solidified top 3 decks. But I think the kind of meta we have is a bit different from past years. It's a lot more board-based, a lot more... I think just in general, a lot of these decks are very skill-intensive in terms of executing and adapting to matchups. So I think we're in for a pretty good show, in for a lot of skilled gameplay. And I heard that there was a lot of new players yesterday as well. So for the production side, they had to, walk all the players through, like, here's how Battlefy works, here's how you check in, here's how you play your cards.
Shout out to production.
Lord out there.
100%. But I'm happy, dude. New players like battling out against like the old blood. You know, it's always a great sign. It's always a great sign that like the competitive esports scene of Shadowverse keeps growing. And you know, this is just the first SVO of the year. We got West coming up later this month as well. So that's also going to be pretty hyped to see, you know, how the players even out over there, you know, how much of the old guard we have versus a lot of the new players coming in. So I'm excited, man.
Speaking of the players, let's just take a look at the players who qualified for this SEAO's SVO. And look at that bracket. Ooh, Ryzen versus S5's Burn, gonna be the first match, and then second match day is gonna be DB Pabs versus Team Revelation's Abe. Now Abe, I heard some pretty spicy stuff, so I'm really looking forward to that match.
And at the bottom half of the bracket here, we have Chiayong Chi, another familiar name, up against
Shallow. Help me out with the deepest name, yeah?
We're gonna call him Shallow today.
Yes, Shallow. And then the last semi is Life versus Ein Reese from Team ENT. A lot of familiar names here, but also a couple of new faces. So obviously we've seen Burn, we've seen Pabs, we've seen Abe, Chiayong Chi, Life, and Ein Reese as well. But Shallow and Ryzen I am not familiar with, and Ryzen made it through Swiss with a convincing 7-0 record. So I'm really glad to see they're just diving right in here with the new faces.
Yup, and they're the only person to go 7-0 yesterday as well. So let's see if they can keep that streak going. I mean, at this point, if you win 3 more rounds, you take the whole thing. I mean, just 3 more games. You're just 3 more rounds.
Just win 3
You
games.
already did it 7
You already
times.
won 7 sets. How hard could it be?
Players have
playing
better
against the
GP
best players
records
in
than
the
3 and 3 and 2, so it's fine.
All right, shall we jump into our first matchup, lads?
I think we should, man. Let's take a look at those deck lists.
Absolutely. Ryzen versus Sonar 5 Burn coming up right now. So what is in their lineup? Ryzen is, of course, running Sephi Runecraft, otherwise known as Test Subject Rune. If you guys are just tuning in or are unfamiliar with the meta here, the point of this deck is to get out volunteer test subjects into play. You can see that 2-cost card right there. You have the card itself, as well as other cards that generate it. Once you play 5, Sephi gives them Storm, and they become 5/5s. So you can set up OTK turns where you have a board full of 5/5 Storms that go face. You can also augment that OTK using Bav Katha's token spell, the Meridian's Gospel. Otherwise, you just, flood the board, try and win through tempo, and it even has a secondary game plan of if that doesn't work out, you can control with Olivia, Giant Happy Pig, and then finish the game with the Yukishima. So a very well-rounded deck with multiple outs, multiple win conditions, and a very popular pick in this tournament and in the meta in general.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so many support cards for the volunteer test subject, things like the devoted researcher there, as well as the scholar, the obsessive scholar, being able to generate more volunteer test subjects, and then on evolve, give them kind of special abilities like Drain or Bane, just to really help out and make the deck a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, the deck is honestly really strong and very well represented today as well. I think we have the grand majority of the players bringing it into today's event as well. So it's going to be pretty exciting to see because, of course, it is one of the, let's say, 3 decks that everyone has their eyes on. And I think if we go down the rest of Ryzen's lineup, we'll get to see some of these other decks that are part of that big 3. So let's take a look at another list from Ryzen here.
Wait, what is this?
Oh,
This isn't one of the big 3. Hold
up.
How much did you pay him?
Ryzen is running Armed Dragon Craft, which saw a lot of success a little earlier in this set. Of course, Levitine Dragon from Celestial Dragon Blade, kind of a stinker when he first came out, but then they just kept adding text to the guy. First, he got the defense mode, and now he has the blast form, which is an insane power-up that deals essentially 7 damage to the enemy face and recovers play points for you and gives you a 7/7 rush guy, so you can deal massive amounts of damage in a very early in the mid-game turns.
If you don't have him, I mean, Forte, Darkwing Rule is always a nice backup. Just have that extra damage on board, can't be attacked. She gets a bunch of effects off of gaining defense or attack, and those armed dragon followers happen to help pretty well with that. So
yeah.
Right, because they generate the draconic weapon token, which buffs stuff that comes into play by 1 health, right? And you also have the draconic breeder to help with that. You can either buff Forte or you can buff Levity, and it's also good as draw and overflow turns, right? And the Dragon Bane Blader is fantastic too. I've seen some people cut this, but I think it is really important for the draw. You play this alongside a draconic weapon, and you just draw a card straight up. And on overflow, you draw another card, and it gains rush too. So it's good in the early, mid, and late game here.
Yeah, and like especially early game, I feel like this deck has really nice, like good opening curve, and you get to like already stabilize a bit of a board as well. So definitely a cool deck that we've seen a couple players bring today, I think, as well. We have a couple Armed Dragons. Some of them lean a bit more into the discard, but it's gonna be cool to see it. Ryzen, you know, went undefeated and perform with it. But of course, we still have another list from Ryzen, which again is not part of, you know, the current big three as we'd so describe it, but definitely will be familiar for those of you that have been keeping up with SVO throughout last year, which of course is everyone's beloved Puppet Portal.
Wait, hold up, Chris. You're telling me Ryzen went 7-0, running Sephi, okay, expected, Arm, a little less expected, and Puppet Portal, and he's the only Portal player in the top 8, and he went 7-0?
I'm liking his chances, man. I don't know. Maybe this is what we need to shake up the meta. Maybe the big three gets dethroned day one.
Is this the secret sauce? After this, I'm going to be seeing a lot of Puppet Portal on ladder, depending on how this next set goes. And it's going to be an interesting time.
Yeah, I think like this deck is it's pretty straightforward, right? You've got things like Orcus, she and Lloyd, who Lloyd is the probably makes me the angriest being able to freeze followers. But yeah, every turn getting puppets down, getting the Orcus fused up with puppets as well. She allows you to basically gain Storm, and then you have a big fat warded follower alongside her when she's played on 6. And a lot of decks really can't break through that. They have a lot of trouble trying to break through that. So Orcus is a great finisher for the deck, as well as cards like the Lashina there, being able to give you the new destruction of the new prayer. Really flexible cards whenever followers are destroyed. You can reduce the cost of those guys, and then once you play the actual amulets themselves, you can either do damage to your opponent every single turn, or you can heal every single turn.
Yep.
Can I just say also, with the new expansion, you got that 2 of Kirzael Enforcer at the top there, the 7 cost. Just yet another powerful finisher for this deck. So now not only do you have Orcus, Lashana as your win condition, you also have Kirzael for additional not only board control, but storm damage and draw, right? And of course, like you said, the Lashana gives you the new prayer and new destruction when you run a bunch of puppets in as well. And also there's am I looking at this right? A 1 of Cutthroat Discord Convict? Now what's that for?
I mean, that's just basically like, I kind of want to see it kind of the same as like Yukishima in Sephiroth, where it's like, in case everything else fails, you just play it down on 9 and just deal 10 damage, right? It's like, in case your plan fails, your opponent has to basically finish the game before you hit turn 9, because this 1 of will potentially just end the game right then and there.
Right, and you just have so much chip between the Orcus, the Kirzael, the Lashana, and of course El Diablo himself, Kasim, who's still in.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
You got
Not
a lot
El Diablo.
You got a lot of chips. So, and you know what? I have to say, it's a tournament environment, and the format is single a limb. You know that the opponent's going to be sweating about these 1-ups. Does he have the jetpack gunner? Does he have the cutthroat? Am I going to lose right here because of these one-off techs? These are the kind of mind games you can play in a high-stakes competition like this. We've seen it before in the past years, and we're seeing it again right here in the first month of competition in 2023.
I think we've seen Ryzen's deck list here, but on the other side, he is going to be facing Team Sonar 5's Burn. I want to see what Burn is bringing to fight up against this lineup.
So here is one of the aforementioned big 3. Loot Sword. So this has been an absolute menace on the ladder. I'm sure you know if you've been playing the game at all in the past little while. The new expansion has given Swordcraft a lot of generators of loot, which come back in a big way here in the fact that a lot of these loot followers are not only super board based and can just flood the board and overwhelm you with sheer tempo, but once you play or fuse 7 loot cards, it gives you Dread Pirate's Flag, a 1-cost token spell that deals 3 damage to an enemy follower and the enemy leader. So now not only do they overwhelm you with board with stuff like General Maximus and just all these guys who generate more guys like the new First Mate, but you also have the end game of just dealing massive burn damage no matter what boards that your opponent has, even if they manage to recover from the sheer tempo you put on the board.
Yeah, and honestly, like I want to just talk about this deck a little bit because we're going to be seeing a lot of it today, and it's kind of a departure from the typical sword playstyle. Like other sword builds, even in this meta, like the commander build, is a lot more like the typical, you know, play good cards on curve, and then just kind of, you know, you have your big win con by the end of it. Whereas Loot Sword is sort of this interesting deck where you have cards that are good on tempo into certain matchups, whereas in other ones you just kind of play a bit slower and you use that first mate to like build up both your rally count as well as, you know, building up that loot count to 7. And then once you've completed the quest, you basically get all the treasures, right? Because then you have multiple ways to close out lethal. You know, we have the Barbaros, who is sort of the key card of the deck, I'd say, or one of the two, together with Octress, where you basically get big storm damage together with removal, and she also generates a token too. Octress, of course, you know, used to use her token spell in order to just kind of like board clear and, you know, just get value out of it. But now you can basically use her token to just cycle cards every turn, while also just basically holding on to 2 play point 8 damage to face spell, which combos really well with the flags. So you basically have so many different ways to approach lethal, also like double title gunner combos as well. So I'm excited to see Loot Sword played. It's a deck with a lot of a higher skill cap than previous iterations of Sword, so I'm curious to see how Burn is going to perform with it in today's tournament.
Yes, of course, Loot Sword here going to be very well represented alongside some other decks. Let's take a look at what other decks S5 Burn is going to be running though for this next matchup.
Spell Boost Rune, interesting stuff. So we see a lot of Sethi Runecraft in this top 8, but do not forget, Runecraft is spoiled for choice. They have not one,
Yes, they are.
not 2, but they have 3 viable competitive decks, and Spell Boost Rune is one of them. Now, this deck did get nerfed earlier on in the expansion, but did that stop it? Absolutely not. We still have the Simiel, who is a Spell Boost Storm Bane ward. I don't have to tell you how good that is. You can get a 4/6 Storm Bane ward for essentially 0 play points. You partner that up with its Raining Blades, Crushing Rain, and all them other ops, and you're just dealing massive damage to the enemy face. Not to mention, since the nerf, this deck has started running one of Yukishima and one of Orchestral Mage, and we see that right here. Yukishima can not only evolve on the evolve turn to buff your Simiel and your Orchestral Mage or whatever, but more commonly, it can also be used on turn 9 to deal massive amounts of finishing damage, like Chris foreshadowed when we were talking about Puppet Portal earlier. Now, you draw so much in this deck anyway, right? Given the Stay in Paradise, the Story of a Lifetime, the Angel's Blessing, because a lot of the good draw cards are also cheap spells. So you're spell boosting anyway, you're getting your huge storm guys out, and then suddenly you deal so much chip with Simiel, Raining Blades, and Crushing Rain, you got to deal that last bit of damage. Yukishima is there to save the day.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. Again, Spell Boost Rune, probably not the top pick for Rune today, but absolutely a contender with some great cards, and the addition of cards like Yukishima and the Orchestral Mage. But I want to know what Burn's last deck list is. What is he going to be running alongside Loot Sword and Spell Boost Rune? It's going to be, there it is, the big 3 Last Word
Completed
Shadow.
at last.
Completed at last. Last Word Shadow, let me just check the stats real quick here, is by far the most played deck in this tournament. Not only that, 7 out of, is this true? 7 out of 8 of the players brought Last Word Shadow into this top 8. So that just goes to show you how performant this archetype is. So it centers around the new card Istendet, Soul Convict. Once you get 10 Last Words guys destroyed, he destroys everything, which means you can use that to proc your Abyssal Kernel Crystallizes, which then summon 6/6 Ward Storms. Last Words, restore 3 defense to your leader, destroy random enemy follower.
No big deal.
Yeah, don't worry about
Just
it.
a guy, just a guy.
Just some guys. Yeah. Not only that, but Kerberos also gets benefits depending on how many Last Words you have destroyed. One of the benefits is Storm. And yeah, so does Mino, and yeah, all in all, just a lot of damage you can assemble here in hand to go for a huge swing with Istendet, or chip them down mid to early with Cerberus and the Ghost from Corral Souls and stuff like that. Not to mention, a lot of shadow decks right now are running a one of Deathly Tyrant's Feast. It is super easy to generate that amount of shadows nowadays because you don't have a lot of mid shadow eaters like we used to, like with Luna, which consumed 6, or Spirit Invasion, which consumed 6. No. Now you can save your shadows, use them on Deathly Tyrant's Feast, and sometimes you have boards so sticky that you can't get rid of everything, or you can just give it to a ghost, like with Corral Souls, and that just does like a good 11 damage to face, and that just wins you the game a lot of the time, right?
Absolutely. Again, Deathly Tyrant's Feast, a fantastic pickup here. There's so many good combos between this, between the Istandet, the Kernels, as well as the Cerberus. So yeah, I mean, there's so many ways you can die from this deck, and every turn that you delay it almost becomes more and more inevitable. They can just kill you with one hit.
Yeah, it's like you just be playing and suddenly you're eating 14 damage. It's like, all right, well, I guess it was a turn too late to set up my OTK and just get the rug pulled under you.
Can I just bring up a card in here that I am surprised
I know what it
by?
is. Go ahead.
The two of Wandering Plague Bearer.
Yep.
That's not normal, is it? That's new.
Not quite. But that being said, I was actually just playing a ladder game before this, and they were running it too. So maybe there's something cooking on like the rage side, and they've like influenced our SEO boys over here.
Potentially. I mean, look, on paper, it's fantastic. Not only do you get to proc your own last words, like the Loyal Ghost Pup to get a ghost out or whatever, and increase your count towards your Istandet, but this is last words itself and destroys the board, clearing the board for a Abyssal Kernel Istandet like setup to be clear, or just like controlling it until you get the pieces in hand. I mean, it makes sense on paper. I don't know why we weren't seeing it before, to be honest with you, now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah,
What a lot of people are doing is that they're like, you know what? I can't count on my opponent to kill me, so I'll kill me. You know, if nobody got my back, Wandering Plague Bearer and Krampus got my back. Yeah.
I guess that is true. I have had games on ladder where they use their Krampuses early, and they get stuck on like 9 last words, and they can't like proc their condition. Now you can do it yourself. Pretty cool stuff. It just means that there's a bit less counterplay to the quest of this deck.
Well, that is going to be it for the deck of the two players. So I think we represented the meta pretty well in just the lineups of these two players, honestly, which is pretty rare. Sometimes you just get like mirror match, but we've got a very diverse lineup here between Ryzen and Burn, and I'm excited to see how it's going to go down.
Absolutely. Ryzen, again, 7-0, undefeated against Burn. Let's get into this. Ryzen, a new name. Burn, a relatively established name as well. And we do have the bans now. Looks like Ryzen's Sephi Rune is banned, and Burn's last word Shadow is banned. So we're going to be seeing Armed Dragon, Puppet Portal, so glad those two are in, versus Loot Sword, Spell Boost Rune.
This is going to be an interesting one. I wonder what the leads are coming out of from both of these guys.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because it feels like on both sides, the most popular / believed to be strongest pick has been banned out, especially for Ryzen. By banning out the rune, you're kind of facing off against these, as the community would label it, tier 2 picks technically, compared to the quote unquote big 3. Whereas on Burn side, it's going to be interesting because you kind of have Spell Boost that sort of is just going to try to accomplish its quest and just run it down on its own, whereas Loot Sword definitely has to adapt a lot more to the matchup. So I wonder if you lead with that, and then because of how flexible Loot Sword is, you might have an easier time later down the line just kind of like playing with what Spell Boost wants to do. It looks like that's gonna be the case.
Game here, yes. Again, first match of the Shadowverse Open 2023 February Cup. Ryzen versus Team Sonar 5's Burn's going to be Dragon versus Sword here.
The first SVO of the year. It's good to be here.
Opening hands here.
Opening hands. Ryzen, Adherent, Draconier, Swiftblade. I think... Okay, so Ryzen's going first. I cannot believe he full kept. I would absolutely dig for the Iron Scale Drake here, because that card is incredible going first,
especially in this matchup.
Yeah.
The early game, if you can't take him out, it becomes more and more of a problem every single turn, and you just keep eating 3 damage.
I mean, all he has to do is top deck it, right? How hard could it be?
Oh yeah, it's you know, we've done it before. It's fine. He's a champ.
I absolutely dig for Serpent Drake there, I think, personally.
Nah, I feel that. Now we're generating a bit more.
It is the Draco near here.
Now we got
Ooh.
the Maximus in hand. That's always a good sign. I think you absolutely just slam down Arsene Lupin if you're burned
Yep.
and pass.
What I like about the ambush followers in this deck is that in a lot of cases, other decks, like other classes, can't really take out ambush followers, so you kind of let them just sit for a while you collect the loot pieces from them, and then when turn 6, 7 rolls around, you want to get your Barbaros out, they add to the damage that you can put out by 2 or 4.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, we got a couple of ambushes too, right? We got Arsene Lupin as well as Illustrious Thief. Serpent Drake is picked up.
Ooh, we're going pretty tall here as well, which I quite like. Like Arsene Lupin, we haven't really talked about him too much, but he's a very good card for this specific meta because he removes, like, if you evo him and commit to it, you're basically slowing down last words. I'm pretty sure he's also slowing down, like, armed, specifically this matchup, because you're removing all the effects too, so it is
No, but you don't remove the
trait,
trait, right? So
Yeah, you don't
Does
remove the
it?
trait,
You
but
know?
still.
Okay.
It's a very strong pick for this specific meta. And Metatron's gonna be played out for tempo, which I really like this because you're facing off against someone that's going a bit tall instead of
Yeah.
going wide. And especially with the Gilded Necklace here, it's gonna be pretty annoying to clear without evo points.
Does he put this on? Yeah, he puts this on Arsene. I'm assuming he's going to be attacking into this Draconeer.
I don't know about this
No,
play. because
really?
Doesn't Serpent Drake just full clear?
Don't say that. Come on. Don't be like that.
And then you go face her 5.
That's a good
I
point,
don't know.
yeah.
I might have saved the Metatron to ramp. I guess their turn 5 is just going to be Maximus no matter what, so it doesn't super matter.
Yeah. And I'm
I'm a
assuming
little surprised though.
turn 4 we see the first mate here, but yeah, the board here on Dragon side is becoming kind of problematic.
Follow the righteous
You think he might be saving the Serpent Drake to answer a Maximus?
That's a really good point.
That is true.
Because
Sure.
with Draconeer plus Evolve plus Serpent Drake, you could probably full clear a Maximus board. But yeah, that's very reactionary. If I was going first and I was Ryzen, maybe it's the lizard brain in me, but I would just go face, bro. I would just go ham.
Is this a first mate turn here?
This feels like a first mate. I think if you play the Metatron last turn, I feel like here you want to develop the board with the first mate. It's not going to be the... I mean, it's relatively strong. But look like he's going to commit to the Arsene Lupin instead, holding the first mate for a bit later. That's also pretty nice here. You can actually commit the Adherent and then trade, get the Evo. So you have to check. He is playing the
Ooh,
one
the
of
blade is
Kage.
good.
So of
Blade's a
course
nice
that's going to be
pickup.
good too.
If he blades the Adherent, he takes 2 damage though, and then you
Yeah.
trade the 2/2 in. Ooh, kind of messy.
Be careful.
Yeah.
There
Careful,
it is. And you
SpongeBob.
can trade this in.
Taste of your own medicine.
Yeah, this is relatively clean.
You trade this? Really?
Yeah, you just trade the other Arsene Lupin. You can't let this live. You don't
Yeah,
go
that's-
face here.
I don't think
no
he's gonna
way.
do it. Yeah, he's not gonna do it.
Whoa,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
saving.
I told you, like, they want to keep these ambush followers around so that when Barbaros drops, like, you can have an extra, like, 2 to 3 damage on the board.
Oh, you know what? I think he doesn't want to clear armed followers because he doesn't want to activate Levitine this turn.
Yeah, that's
point,
another
yeah.
point. I think currently we're 2 so far.
I believe you're right. Yeah.
An Evo for the damage.
This is a setup for a turn 6 Forte though. And if he doesn't make use of this Arsene, that Forte is going to kill it.
Yup.
That is true. Oh, and we get the card draw here from the Blader. Very nice.
Nice. Got to see the
That
extra
picks
combo
up.
work out here.
Ooh.
Draconic Breeder is great.
All right, Burn. What's the play here? Are we first mating or are we general Maximusing here?
Oh, it's got to be Maximus.
Yeah, I think Maximus on 5 on curve is usually the answer, especially if an Octress gets picked up from that. That feels really good because now you have like more cycling to actually pick up things like the Barbaros for later down the line. Because right now, like the lethal play from the current hand is like double Title Gunner later down the line, but you don't have the quest anywhere near completed.
Yeah.
Satisfaction.
Ooh,
He does pick up the Octress.
Wow.
Love to see it.
That's good. Can Octor steal any effects here? I don't think.
No, it's only when
that's
she's
that's
playing.
fanfare. Fanfare is
Oh,
on.
that's right. Good eye, good eye.
I wonder what the evil's gonna be here because yeah, I do agree with that.
Steal it.
Yeah, he wants all these ambush followers.
Back where it belongs.
Interesting. So if he's playing all these ambush followers to try and set up a kind of title gunner Barbaros lethal, is the play from Ryzen?
Oh, he's actually gonna attack in here. Hold up.
This is gonna sound crazy. Is the play from Ryzen attack mode?
Ooh,
attack
maybe
mode.
actually. Attack mode that would wipe the board clean.
It wipes the board clean.
Yeah, I mean, he can do it this turn and just ruin Burns' entire game plan.
He can even attack mode and then
You are strong.
wait. I don't. Is he at 4?
Onward to new treasure.
Is he at
He's
4?
still
Was
not
that the
at
fourth
4?
one?
Arm?
Heaven and earth will tremble at our roars.
Yeah, I
Hold
think
on
he was at 2 earlier, so I don't think he
Oh,
actually
God.
got there.
Wow.
Weak wolf will conquer.
It does hit the ambush.
Nice
Oh,
shot.
that's big.
That's big.
Jesus.
All you got
Turn
now is
here.
a little 2-4 guy. General Maximus, general of what? All your troops are gone, my guy.
General
Can't be a
Minimus.
general with no army.
General Laximus.
The scout being burned there also really hurts because that's like your best generator for the flags as well. So overall, Ryzen showing us why he was 7-0 in day 1. That's all I'm saying.
Ultimate Hollow
this-
here, not enough damage. He could use the Gilnelys here to heal up a little bit. It's going to be his last Evo point, though. He would need an
that
Opulent
clear?
Strategist to get another Evo point back.
Yeah, Ultimate Hollow doesn't even have like the
Four
full
plays.
heal either. Like you haven't.
He doesn't have the
gotten any, like,
destroy for
four-
Forte. That's the big deal, right?
Yeah, he can't. He can reduce here.
Get my thanks for the other day.
And then, yeah, buff up the Gilnelys, run in here for 6 and heal to 12, but he'll only like 4 out of range. Oh, hold on
wait,
here. You can
he
necklace.
can necklace the Gilnelys to make
Yup.
it heal more.
That is good.
Necklace up, cowards.
You have multiple necklaces.
Why is your chain green? All right, now we just gotta run this Gilnelys into the Dragon
Keep
Breeder.
it going.
Yeah, back to 14 though. This is actually pretty good.
No fighting.
And now Ultimate Hollow is proc,
Too
right?
slow.
But you still can't kill this Forte.
Yeah.
Now,
Just
now
goblet,
is it
just goblet, just goblet. You gotta just
What?
sustain.
Forte plus Levitine is just lethal, isn't it?
It is.
Or
And
Forte
another
plus
Forte to
Forte,
boot.
you
Oh
can
my
do that
God.
if you want.
Well, hold on.
Ryzen.
He does get
No,
Evo
wait,
points back,
Levitine's
though.
on active, right?
Yeah.
We're still missing arm follow. I think we're 1 off.
How did this happen?
Bro. Yeah, Draconic Weapon here, and then
Heaven and
Second
earth
Forte,
will
yeah.
tremble at
Gonna
our
just Forte once
roars.
more.
We'll
you have to destroy.
Not lethal.
Hold on
Yeah,
a second.
right. the guy.
Oh, okay.
tremble in
Burn will have another chance at life here.
Is there an out? Is there an out? Nope. All right,
I don't think it's
GG.
Metatron,
We go
yeah.
next.
Not quite
I was
it.
Title
gonna
Gunner
say
could
if that
help
was
out. Hold on.
Barbaros, maybe, but
Title Gunner, Ultimate. He would have to hope for. Yeah, this is possible, right? Title Gunner, Ultimate Hollow. He's gonna get. Oh, he's not
he
gonna
doesn't have
evolve
flags yet,
though.
right?
He does not have flags yet. We're still
Ultimate
a few
Hollow
off.
procs at 5 loot. You need 7.
Yeah.
I want to say, like, when the Octors got pulled out of deck as well, like, choosing not to Evo there might have been pretty big because that's like continuous cycle, continuous fusion you have every turn. It's just, you see one more extra card that helps you dig.
Yeah.
And Ultimate Hollow here is going to be big for trying to survive, but
Ultimate
We
Hollow
played
will
out.
get them to 6 loot. They still need 1 more to even start generating the guys. Right?
He'll get one from the
Generating
Title
flags.
Gunner if he plays it, but
Let evil burn in the
wow, Metatron
for
here.
another heal.
He's prioritizing
Okay.
the heal again.
Ryzen gotta be at 4.
Oh, how I miss the tides.
Okay,
How
let's
does
get
this
you a
happen?
goblet.
Goblet's good.
Too
Yikes.
slow.
A taste of your own
I think this is your only out, but now we've completed the quest for Armed.
Oh yeah, we've completed the quest. Yeah. We've completed the quest.
3 heal.
And that's
Oh
one
my
heck of a top
God,
deck too.
really? That's crazy.
We retain.
He do be blasting though.
Let's see that blast mode. The nice
Pretty
little
crazy
hat.
that this guy was just a regular dragon. Then they made him a robot cowboy. He became really good. What happened there?
Shout out to
That's what
Ryzen.
it's all about.
Oh, he's just flexing now. What is this?
Oh, come
See
on.
my hand. Respect my hand.
He's playing the mental game. Check this out. I had lethal 20 times over. You trash. That's what he's saying.
Well, for Ryzen, that's a big dub to start things off. You know, you're undefeated going into day 2, and you get that first dub of the day. You win one more, you're chilling into top 4, right? You already got your winnings secured, and you're playing against, you know, not exactly an unknown name either, right? Burns been around. Burns,
I mean, it
solidified
says
his
right
name in
there,
the scene.
champion July 2021. You're a new face on the scene.
Yeah.
Round 1 of streamed finals. You take out a previous champion on your first day. Good start to the year, man.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, keep in mind, I mean, we've also seen Burn even like sooner than that. Like he was here at the Celestial Dragonblade Cup last year. He got the top 8.
Yeah, man. Burns the legit real deal. I think this just goes to show that SEAO talent rising up every day, man, especially in the 2023. Now that there's more monthly cups, people are like, all right, let me get in on some of that. And they're showing up in droves. You love to see it.
I was really happy to take a look at the actual the chat for back in Discord, and people were like, "Okay, look, when's the next SVO? I'm fired up. I'm ready. When's the next one happening?"
you love
Even
to
if they
see it.
didn't win, they're actually absolutely fired up to take home some prizes
dude.
this year.
Heck yeah.
Shout outs to a lot of the community too. I mean, Igni, you're one of the people that definitely, I think, was a big instrument in riling up people to get involved in SVO. Just getting to find out about SVO as well. I know Jif posted up a nice video too. It's good. I mean, the community is the one that makes all of this possible, right? So shout outs to the community. And the effects are definitely felt with how many players we got today too.
Nah, Jif and I were just spreading the word, man. Sign up, SVO. It's open, it's free, it's got practically zero barrier to entry. You can win money, and you get to compete in a fun game. It's good stuff.
It's like, even if you go 07, that's 7 more packs you got that people that don't play in SVO don't have.
I mean, listen, I'll tell you right now, if I wasn't on the casting desk, I would be up there. I'd be playing.
Yeah, word? What'd you be playing?
I probably wouldn't be top cut, but I'd be playing.
How they can
Word.
have 3 dragon dragon decks?
Nah, I'd be playing like Genomuel Blood,
Jesus Christ.
Lock, Ambush, Forest, and
He's trying to redefine the meta right here.
Ariel, OTK, Control Haven. No, that's my lineup. I'd go 07. I would refuse to drop. You just have to deal with me.
You get the award for the most creativity, the most creative lineup.
Only game.
Creativity.
pack.
I just net deck sue you every day.
Right.
All right, we're going into this Spell Boost rune. Burn is mixing it up, going into the Puppet Portal matchup here. Ryzen, though, has drawn double Metatron going second, meaning if he draws an Orcus, he can ramp into it right away, which is a huge tempo swing. And as you know, Spell Boost counter doesn't get going until near the end game once they complete their Spell Boost quest. So I don't know if Ryzen can seize the tempo here. It might be in his favor yet again.
Crash's Pride was also a fantastic pickup on turn 1. And yeah, we're going to see the Metatron come out immediately. Why not,
Yeah,
right?
because he's got the other one in the back.
What I also really like about Metatron in Puppet Portal specifically is that, like, that one extra ramp you get goes so much further, in my opinion, than most other decks. Because it's like, you speed up your Orcus by a turn, you speed up Kirzael by a turn, which I think it should not be underestimated.
Yup. 100%.
It's pretty damn strong.
Absolutely.
Well, Yukishima's a nice pickup here on Burn side, though. Ooh, 2-5 Metatron. Yikes. Burb?
Yeah, what do you think about Magic Missile into the Metatron Bird?
Oh,
I think
yeah.
that's the only play.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not
The
too
next-
worried about it because I have Meltina and Chakram in the back, so I can sack the bird here. No
The
worries.
legend will rise
Yeah.
again.
Well, he actually
like-
expertly handled this big fat 2-5 Metatron. I think a lot of other decks would have had a lot of trouble getting over that.
It's a good little Lashana right there.
Was that
Ryzen
Lashana?
gets the Lashana pickup. He's got the Metatron. He's got the Invasion. He's got the pick of the litter when it comes to Evo turn plays right now. He's gonna go for the Auspicious Plot. Puppet Plus, I assume? Oh, no Metatron here. Oh, he saw the Metatron
You can
on
just
board.
evo the Metatron face.
Yeah, I'll just use this one. She's done her job.
My wings are righteous
Oh my
fire.
goodness.
Ooh, 4
No
hits.
Orcus, which is a bit of a bummer, but still a fantastic turn here.
Wow, Ryzen really just putting on the pressure here.
Now we just need the Orcus. Like, we've got such a nice early game. We just need to connect it into a good late game. Like, Lashana will help with that, but Burn is slowly starting to also ramp up a little bit. Especially, I feel like having access to Yukishima's, Evo effect here in this board-based meta, especially in this matchup where a lot of stuff is pingable quite easily, I think is going to be pretty big.
I don't know how he finishes this turn. It's kind of awkward, right? 5 play points, a bunch of 3-cost cards in hand. Chocolate Wizard is usually the go-to here to get some board clear happening.
Yep.
But, what do you do those last 2 play
first.
points?
It's spell boost,
Yeah?
right? And then just Chakra.
Oh, fair enough, yeah.
But that doesn't
Meltina is
kill
spell
the
boost, right?
Metatron. So, well, it could. Meltina, Chakram, Crushing Rain. You have to get pretty lucky though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine if Metatron stuck around for another turn?
Oh my god.
This is what I was saying. Like with the puppet hand that Ryzen had was like perfectly positioned to take advantage of Spell Boost's biggest weakness, which is it can't deal with wide boards in the early game. S5 Burn is seriously going to use a Yukishima to try and ping off these weenies by drawing. This is pretty desperate, especially since the good targets in his hand are Semael, no Orchestral Mage either.
Oh, and the pickup there, the Craftsman's Pride, yeah, New Destruction is definitely coming into the hand, and we're gonna run all these weenies in.
I mean, you don't even need to run too much in, right? Like, passing on the 3 remaining followers there is not too bad since you're at least, essentially, passing on just 3 damage. But an Evo face, making that into 5, down to 7 life on Burnside.
Spell Boost got.
Yeah, holy crap, like, Ryzen putting on a ton of pressure here.
Well, that's a good hit, though.
That was a good hit, yeah.
We sharpshooting out here, but again, it's like another difficult board to answer. Feels like Spell Boost. Gotta just Meltina here.
Alright, Meltina here, yeah, ping.
A little awkward still. I guess you story try and ping a little more. Maybe sack Uranus?
My masterpiece
Yeah.
is complete.
Oh, or sack that. Oh.
Okay.
Awkward.
Yeah, I think you want a Chakra Wizard at this point.
Yeah, you absolutely
Crushing
Chakram.
Rain.
I think you enchanting spell first.
Hmm.
Chakram
freeze
the
something.
Lashana.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to. Like, you're basically just surviving at any cost right now, and pinging whatever you can.
So it looks like
Although I will say, this is pretty good stabilization. The out for Ryzen is the top deck's Kirzile. But Ryzen doesn't have any of his finishers outside of New Destruction.
Simulations continue.
we Evo here into the 1-2,
Brace yourself.
Yeah.
and then just run into the other one.
I think you saved the Crushing Rain.
Bloom again.
Yeah. All right. Semael's at 4 at this point. The other ones are 7 and 9, so it's going to be a while before we get multiple Semaels down in a single turn.
I mean, all that being said, like, the burst potential from Spell Boost Rune is pretty ridiculous. So it's like, sure, he's got to work his way up throughout this game. Merciless Voiding gonna be huge here with that extra Evo point too.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, that's what I'm saying, like you're so right. I think Burn still has a shot to stabilize as long as Ryzen doesn't like top deck a Kirzile or something.
Yeah. This all comes down to essentially this next turn.
Keeping up with the trends.
What
run this-
Ryzen picks up
He's gonna pick
on
Forge,
the
right?
following turn will determine everything.
I think Forge and Enhanced here, or Forge and a Puppet.
I think Forge Enhance is correct.
I think Enhance should be the play here.
Yeah.
Looks like he's gonna go for it.
On the ball, he's
Good.
Okay, yeah.
Wait,
Destruction.
is it over
New
already?
Destruction is
New
0.
Destruction.
Burns
Put
on a
that
2-turn
timer down.
I think this should be it, but it is truly unfortunate for Ryzen that he has to stall this out. If he just had Kirzile or Orcus, this would have been over 3 turns ago, bro. But
And you saw he
He
held
got
on
at
to the
it.
puppets just in case he drew Orcus out. He's like, well, if she's not gonna come, then I'm just gonna go for the Lashina game plan here and drop the New Destruction.
and just have like bad targets for the AoE effect to hit. Doesn't evo anything, just not to pad out the stats. Gonna hit the puppet.
Nice.
Is there a shot
That's
of recovery here? What's his out? Story of a lifetime into Orchestral Mage. You have Raining Blades. You have Semael. It's not impossible.
It's rough, man. I'll say that.
It's not impossible. It's rough, but it's not impossible. I'll say that much.
I mean, in a
Orcus picked up.
Well,
If he gets
You were
Orchestral
saying?
Mage here.
Piece is complete.
Doesn't.
Pom-pom. Thanks for
pop,
playing.
rip.
Unfortunate. Does not see
Yeah.
it off the search. You technically have another shot at it, but it's not quite the time for staying in paradise right now.
You can recover, right? Uranus. Enchanting spell first. Uranus.
Yeah.
Bird. Semael. Raining Blades. You get a big ward. You heal up.
Oh yeah,
3.
the bird does heal. I forgot about
Destruction only
that.
does 2.
Yeah.
You heal up full 5 actually, so you're at 8. You have the
Not
ward
enough.
for the Orcus. It's not impossible to recover from this position.
Or you were
See
just
if he
gonna
sees
stay
it,
there a little bit.
I think I would have. I think I would enchanting first, so I could play the 1-cost bird though.
Yeah, burn it out first.
Oh. All right.
I think I would have played the 1-cost bird though.
Yeah. Okay, he's gonna put the ward up here. Raining Blades. Run it in.
Going
Yeah.
for big damage.
It's not
Now or
impossible to win. It's still not. I would have played the bird though. I'm a little scared.
There's 2. The treasures. Is that enough? Yeah.
That's not lethal. Treasures is 3 damage.
There's only 3.
Oh, that's
have to wait
right.
for
Yeah, it
next
is only
turn.
3.
Man, I've been in Burns' corner this whole game. Y'all were calling it too early. I'm telling you.
Hold on.
I think this is still
Ryzen.
possible.
Fuse
Yeah,
3
Ryzen is looking
puppets.
good.
Play a puppet. Run it in. Lloyd still isn't enough either. Ooh. Actually,
11
saving
health
that
here
puppet
is-
last turn would have been super big because he could have played the enhanced puppet this turn and helped get rid of this big fat 911 Semael.
That 11 stat line, putting in all the work right now, holding it down for Burns' entire tournament life.
The 2 play points here is for.
Manual run in.
I think so.
That's lethal, right?
Oh, he's got it. Yeah, just
Is it?
enhance up and run it in.
He's got
run
it.
in the Orcus, and we're good.
Oh, that's right.
It was so close.
That's right. My
Burn
bad.
almost made a comeback after a horrific position, but Ryzen had such an early lead advantage that it was unrecoverable.
The pop off, you love to see it. Ryzen undefeated
Did he?
day
Wait.
1 and goes undefeated so far in day 2.
If he played Bird, did he live? Because he had 1
Did
extra
he?
damage. He had 1 extra damage with Puppet. With Bird, he would have lived at 1, right?
Oh my god, you might be
I
right.
think you might be right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta optimize these plays, man. Especially
you're
at this
going
level of
07?
competition.
Go back
sure you're
and
going
watch the
07
tapes on that one, man. That was rough. That was
I mean,
the case.
I gotta say, hands up. Hats off is what I meant to say to Burn.
Please don't
for being
shoot
able
puppets.
to hold it down that long after such a horrific early game position where Ryzen was able to completely take advantage of spell boost weakness. He was able to hold it down and almost make a comeback. But Ryzen really showing why he went 7-0 in day 1, man. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
That was a convincing 2-0.
Very, very convincing. And I think, you know, especially with this lineup, like I think Ryzen's lineup being the only one undefeated in the entire tournament so far, I think a lot of people didn't expect, you know, everyone going into this tournament was like, oh man, I'm gonna have to play the mirror every single round. It's gonna be 3 decks across the entire top 8. And Ryzen is literally diversifying the rest of this broadcast for us, giving us some very exciting games throughout the entirety of the day.
He's like, here's the penny stocks, now the profits.
You love to see it.
Absolutely. Well, y'all, we are going to dive straight into the next semi. It is going to be Dawnbreaker Pabs versus Abe from Team Revelation. That is going to be our next matchup here after that convincing 2-0 to see. Oh, sorry, our next quarter. My bad.
Yeah,
to see
there
who
you go.
goes into the semis. Bro, I can't do math, okay? Split the pie chart. How does it work? We're going into Pabs versus Abe. 2 players who also have quite interesting lineups, to be honest with you. Can't wait to take a look at it. I think for this one, it's going to be me and you, Chris. East, get out of here, okay?
Fine.
This is that new SEO West celebration stream.
Absolutely.
Brought it
I got to
together.
give Chris the proper welcome of subjecting him to my commentary one-on-one, okay? I did
I'm
it
gonna
to
get
East
caged
so
mad by the
much,
end of
all
the
his hair
podcast.
fell out, all right? So you better watch out, Chris. This might be bad for your health.
Oh no, dude! I quite like my haircut, man. Vicious complimented me on it. I was like, damn.
Hey, Vicious is bald too. Guess who did that to him, all right? Let's get it.
The power of Ignidius. You guys don't want to know it. I'm pretty excited though. We have some interesting lineups. I think we'll take a look at Pabs first, and he is like Pabs' lineup is what I expected to see for the entire tournament.
Oh, yeah,
Pabs
absolutely.
leading with that lovely loot sword that we talked about earlier, but some interesting choices here. We got that Brave Vanguard at 2. What do you think about that, Igni?
I released a short just recently where the Brave Vanguard from nowhere came in and ruined my entire life. So I'm biased against it. But it is actually a fairly good tech. You were talking earlier on this stream about how this is a relatively board-based meta compared to a lot of the metas recently in the past. And Brave Vanguard, you know, when Sephi pulls out a huge board, when Sword pulls out a huge board, this guy comes in, gains Rush, gains Bane, can attack twice per turn if it really gets dire, and can swing you the tempo back in your favor. So in mirrors, I would expect this to be pretty useful. You know, when the opposing loot sword builds up a Maximus board, for example, or a first mate board as well, the Brave Vanguard can come in and clean up shop there. But also just against the rest of the field, it's not too shabby itself.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I think it does, like, running more copies of cards that, you know, don't necessarily say create a flag or create a loot token can be a bit disruptive if you start dead drawing. Like, if you really need that one last loot just to be able to achieve the quest and you keep drawing into, like, Brave Vanguards and Bumpkins and, you know, at least Metatron connects to other cards and Bumpkin also connects to other cards, but it can be a little bit difficult. But at the end of the day, I think that this is such a well-oiled machine of a deck that I think is not necessarily going to be a threat. And especially in a tournament setting, you want these kind of cards that answer those bad matchups or the mirror match, which you're definitely going to be seeing today. And so I think, you know, Pabs, he's got that, probably got my favorite like profile picture of any player we have today, I'm just saying. But
Kind of artsy, isn't it?
yeah, man, someone's got that
It's got
style.
a Steve Jobs kind of energy to it.
Well, I want to see if the rest of his lineup has that Steve Jobs energy. Take a look at the rest of his lineup here, because I think he's running maximum stonks today. That's Sephi Rune as the number 2 list here.
Yes, so we lampshaded the big 3, and Pabs absolutely brought the big 3 standard top tier decks into this tournament. We talked about this Sephi Rune, otherwise known as Test Subject Rune. Get those test subjects onto the board, boost up your quest, then Sephi gives them Storm, they go face. If you go late, you can evolve Happy Pig or you play Yuki on 9 to finish the game off. Another very board-centric deck that has OTK potential, but it's not dependent on it, which I think is so important nowadays. I think if you take a look at all the decks, everything has at least a couple of outs and a couple of different win conditions it can play to. It doesn't help to be inflexible with it, especially with the skill level of the game just rising and players just getting better. So a deck like Sephi Rune, you think Sephi is the end-all be-all, but no, there's multiple different outs. You have Olivia, you have Happy Pig, you have Yukishima, you have Uranus. You have a lot of ways you can play the game, right? So I think that's part of why the deck has been so successful.
Yeah, that's kind of like the flavor of the meta right now, I feel. You know, like Loot has a lot of different ways to access its lethal turns. And of course, Sephi Rune, you know, while Sephi does represent the name of the deck, as you said, you know, you got so many different ways to approach it. And, you know, the Sephi lethals are beautiful. You know, you get those multiple fuses into big, like, you know, 12, 14 damage lethal. It's pretty good. Always looks pretty good. But let's finish off Pabs' lineup here with that final list, which of course is going to be none other than the lovely Last Words Shadow that, you know, we haven't quite gotten to see it perform yet. I'm curious what's going to get banned out, right? Because when you actually face against a player that is running the big 3, you're going to have to kind of just choose whatever your lineup is built to beat and ban out the thing that... Ban Shadow?
Yep.
For real? I think it is the one that like just blows up out of nowhere the most. Right?
Not only that, but I mean, sorry to interrupt, but I just think I ban Shadow every time because if I'm playing a similar lineup with the big three, I do not want to play the last word Shadow Mirror. It's like a game of chicken, and it's just so
100%.
nerve-wracking and so stressful. I think it's going to affect my mental for literally the rest of the day. So if they bring Hozumi, this is my strategy. If I was playing, this is my strategy. Ban Hozumi if they have it. If they don't have Hozumi, ban Shadow. That's my flowchart.
I think that's honestly, that might be why we don't see any Hozumis in the top 8, because Hozumi for me felt like we're going to see at least like 2 or 3. I felt like it's a high roll deck, but it's so well positioned into the most popular decks of this meta. But in the end, like this isn't ladder and it's not like Rage where you have just like 2 decks and you play with it. Where in Rage, we're seeing a lot more Hozumi because you can't ban it. But here it's like, well, I am not going to deal with this, and my poor loot sword is not going to get, you know, mental damage due to playing as Hozumi. So we're just going to, you know, ban it out and then run down the rest of the lineup. Interestingly though, Pabs here, just getting back to the Shadow, does run 2 of the Feast, which I've seen this clog up hands at 2, which I hope does not happen for Pabs.
I think we were just talking about it like a little off cast maybe before the stream started too. Like 1 of Feast I think is chef's kiss, beautiful. 2, I'm a little suspicious, man. I don't know. That can go wrong in so many ways, right?
Yep.
If you double draw it, there's no way to cycle it like there is in other decks, right? Like in Sephi, if you draw Brick, just fuse into one of your guys. Easy stuff. You draw double Tyrant's Feast into Last Word Shadow, you're like, what do I do with this clogging up my hand? I'm not advancing my quest, and I'm not advancing the board either, right? I don't need 2 of this win con. I will say this is definitely the more standardized list. The last list we saw ran the Plague Bearer, which is sort of a new technology. This one is a bit more standard as what you would see something on ladder. But I mean, it kind of just goes to show you the efficacy of the big 3, that you can take these ladder decks and still do well in a tournament like this 3-deck 1-ban.
100%. So I think let's take a look at, of course, the opposing side is going to be Abe, and Abe, while, you know, does run one deck that is part of the big 3. The rest of this lineup is crazy, and we're starting off with that Chess Rune because, of course, who else to bring Chess Rune and be the only person in top 8 with Chess Rune? And not only that, this deck was brought by 17 players, so it actually has an almost 6% conversion into top cut purely because Abe made it with Chess Rune all the way up to the top.
And you know how happy I am about this, Chris? I've been talking about how good Chess Rune is since the start of the set, and nobody believed me. Nobody believed me, but Abe was one of the people who saw the same thing in Chess Rune that I did. This deck, especially with the Mystic King buff, is nuts. You can get the Mystic King down so fast because it now subtracts 8 and it is 13 cost. So you can get this down like turn 5 at the earliest sometimes. And not to mention the new card, Check, is an absolute boon to this archetype. Not only does it advance your quest of getting the magical pawns to leave play, but it also tutors your king in the early game, or your magical knight, or your rook. All fantastic cards, okay? So if you guys didn't know, I kind of put the cart before the horse here. I got so excited. The Chess Runecraft deck, once you get 8 pawns out of play, a lot of your effects activate. The pawns become stronger. The king becomes cheaper. You play the king gives the pawn Storm. You play Check, it can even buff the pawns. You go face for an insane amount of damage turn 5, if not lethal, right? And can I just say, I feel so vindicated right now. I'm kind of going on a spiel because Chess Rune is kind of my baby, and I'm so happy to see it in the top 8.
Go for it. This is your thing, man.
I feel so vindicated. During the card review, all my friends were telling me that Angelic Strike is trash. Abe brought 2 of to the top 8 of this. Okay, so Angelic Strike being able to deal 3 damage to the enemy face for 2 play points. Okay, that's not trash, man. That's burn. Okay, you put the burn in a deck with a lot of Storm already. You got a bit more finishing potential there too.
100%. I think just like playing against this deck in ladder, they turbo out like the Mystic King on curve. If you don't answer it, you're just dead. Like, you are actually just dead. And in this board-based meta, like sometimes you don't have the answers because like everyone's trying to like play towards their quests. They haven't properly set up yet by that time, and Mr. King can definitely just be what it takes to just finish the game at that time because like that stat line is crazy. 13-13. My dude is big.
It's a 13-13 and it's untargetable. Barbaros can't hit it. So it's just a guy. You just have to run into it and pray.
He's just a big old dude.
Chess Rune fan club, #1. Oh, I guess Abe is #1. He freaking top 8.
You gotta be number 2, man.
Number 2.
Well, speaking of number 2s, let's take a look at that second list here.
I don't like that segue, Chris.
I know, I realized it as I said it. I don't like talking about that, but moving forward, we got, dude, they're just giving lists that Iggy likes. What is going on here?
Yeah, what is happening? This is my guy. Abe is my guy. Not biased, by the way. Anyway,
no bias, by the way.
Discard Armed Dragon. This is a bit of a new tech, Chris. We saw earlier in the meta, Armed Dragon and Discard Dragon is 2 separate lists. But in this tournament, we're seeing quite a few people bring the fusion. It makes sense if you think about it. What's the weakness of Discard? The early game. What's the weakness of Arm? The late game. Put them together, and now you got both bases covered. It's kind of a menacing list. I saw TK Stitch, Twilight Knight Sticks, another competitive player. He went 5-2 on day 1, not a bad record at all.
Yeah.
And this deck for him tanked 4 bans. So people are respecting it, and I can see why. Not only is it kind of a new deck, so it's kind of hard to play around because you haven't really scrimmed against it as much as you have against the big 3, for example, but it has so much potential not only in the early but also the late game to steal a win. So I'm super excited to see this hit the ground and see what it can do. Is the hybrid better than any of the archetypes individually? I guess we'll find out in this next set.
That is right. And of course, Abe does have the third list in here as well, which is not going to be as exciting as the first 2 that we showed. It is going to be Last Word Shadow, of course. As much spice as you can carry, you got to bring the true and tested. And sometimes it's just like the ban bait, right? If
I was
not
just going to say, this is ban bait. This is absolutely ban bait.
And that's fine. Honestly, it's good to have that.
I mean, look, it's ban bait and it's a great deck, right? I think maybe smarter to bring this than Hozumi too, because Hozumi is ban bait, but Hozumi is also kind of high rolly, whereas this is ban bait, but if it doesn't get banned, you can still easily take a win with it too.
100%. So that is Abe's lineup as well. I'm excited. We've got some people thought we'd just be seeing mirrors all day long, but we've got spicy lineups left and right. It's going to be interesting to see this battle of concepts, right? You got Abe with very much like that personalized, off-meta picks, and on the other side, Pabs is the one with the try to test it, the big 3, and I'm curious to see what's going to get banned out here, especially on Abe's side, because if you've researched Abe as a player, your bans might be a little different here.
That's true. Abe has been talking about how much he loves chess all over social media. And no!
They took him out.
Okay,
we were supposed to see greatness.
Abe has been, maybe that was a mistake, to talk about how much he loves chess all over social media because Pabs has banned the chess rune on Abe's side, maybe Abe's most comfortable deck. Meanwhile, as expected, on Pabs' side, shadow ban.
Yep, I think we were right in expecting that. But now for Abe, this is probably anyone that he faced during day 1 that knew his, track record with chess, probably did the same thing. And despite that, the dude went 6-1. So I think his chances are pretty good. You got Shadow that, of course, still is going to be able to execute just fine. I'm curious to see how this matchup's going to go and what the leads are going to be. I feel like for Pabs, probably just going to... both are pretty fine to lead with. Maybe Sword is what I would still choose just because of how malleable it is to whatever matchup you face.
I generally would lead Sword here. If he plays Spell Boost game 1, Dragon can get off the ground with armed early game hands if Abe just mulligans correctly. Or Abe can play Last Words and Spell Boost kind of leaves themselves
don't forget
open.
It's not Spell Boost. This one is
oh, sorry, it's Sephi. Yeah. My bad. Either way though, I think I would lead with Loot because the Dragon and the Shadow, I don't know. I think Sword has it's like you said, it's so malleable and so flexible that it's kind of a good deck to scout with.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see what the picks are going to be from these 2 players. And of course, going to be an exciting showdown. You know, two pretty well-established players. You know, I'm the new guy here in SEAO, so I'm learning about all the veterans of the scene. But
oh, you'll be familiar with them, that's for sure. If this year is anything like last year, we're gonna get 20 sad feeder tops in a row, and you'll be as familiar with him as we are. Okay,
I'm surprised
don't you worry.
I'm surprised he's not here today. If anything.
All right, let's get into it. As we predicted, Pabs does lead
Another
sword
night,
to
another
scout.
rupee.
Abe leading last words.
Oh,
Abe is like,
so
you didn't
pretty
ban my
roses
ban
were
bait. Listen, it's
left
ban bait for a reason. It's good. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and play it.
Yes, sir. Get that first win out with the deck, and then after that, you just got to run it down with the dragon, which again is, as you said, a list that probably has not been prepared against as much.
I would say so. And not a horrible hand from either side here.
Yeah, Pabs' mulligan is actually pretty hard. Like, especially he's only second, so Deeren feels like a question mark. And one of the two, I mean, both of them are ambush, which is always going to be nice. Gonna actually be a full keep. I like that too.
You know, I'm always a little bit nervous when I'm playing Last Words and I don't have Corral Souls in hand. Because I feel like I'm going to run out of gas sooner rather than later. I mean, I guess the good news is that Abe does have the Aswald, so it's not the end of the world or anything. Does Pabs spend the Vanguard just to trade here is the question, though. He doesn't really have any better plays, and I don't think Vanguard is particularly good against Last Words.
Come and get it.
Yeah,
I would
this is
spend
actually
it.
not a card you want to hold on to for the late game, because if anything's going to call out the hand, like, we didn't talk about this yet, but Loot Sword does have a bit of a hand management issue in some instances, especially once you start playing a lot of non-loot stuff in the list, like Pabs is. So if anything, I think committing it on turn 1 was the right play, because you got so much options now going into turn 2 and later down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think particularly in this matchup, right? Like against Sword, against Sephi, you keep it, the bait and all that. Against Shadow, they don't really build boards until the Istandet Kernel turn, right? So you don't need to.
Exactly.
All right, Chris, are you ready to roll the dice? Are we doing a Chaotic Doom roll into damage on the Illustrious Thief?
Oh,
How you feeling?
I'm liking the chances, but I don't know if Abe wants to risk his tournament life on that.
It's a little bit risky, but if it pays, I mean, listen, if this was on ladder, I'd do it 100%.
Oh, 100%. It's like, I don't care, bro.
But in a tournament, no way, no way.
You got that cash on the line. You got a lot here.
Yeah.
Well, another deer.
Belongs in a special.
Oh yeah, I mean, good call, Chris. I mean, we should just remind everybody at home, right? Quarterfinals, you lose, you walk away with 200. You win, you walk away with at least 400. So it's $200 money match already, and we're just getting the tournament started here, man.
Yeah, we already got one person that doubled their winnings, and it's only gonna keep increasing for some players. And you know, overall, I think both of them had a pretty solid showing. I'm not sure at which point of day 1 they dropped their one game, since both players are at X1, but they've made it here to day 2 and looking pretty good. Oh my god, Chaotic Doom clogging up that hand. I don't like that, but
I'm not even joking. I think you have to Chaotic Doom. They clearly have a game plan. If this hits, you just disrupt their entire game plan. No, do it again. Do it again. I'm not even joking. Just do it.
Abe, not like this.
He had to try, though. He had to try.
No,
if he disrupted their play into their Evo turn with double ambush, he wins the game. But unfortunately, it didn't turn out. Chaotic Doom, one of the more RNG cards in Shadowverse, sadly. Very strong, but if it doesn't go your way, you're just a little bit flummoxed.
Oof, the Evo double a deer, and this is so good. You can technically get another couple Evos out this turn, which, do we see a Kage in Pabs' list? I'm pretty sure we saw Kage in that list. I'm gonna say
More than
confirm.
enough, too. You just draw an Octress now, and then you're Gucci.
Hold up, there ain't no Kage in this list.
Yeah, man. Only some lists from Kage. It's not an entirely, it's not an entirely universally played card. I think the problem with Kage, you just illuminated it just now as well. You run too many non-loots, you get a break.
Yep. Especially with the 3 play point costs like that too. Get some shadows, get some last word. We'll be
Extended
moving.
recovery turn.
Time for the next job.
Just using Istandet for the Skullfish, which is super good, by the way. The Skullfish is so underrated.
100%.
Isn't the end of it.
Especially in this matchup, you really want to run it in quickly because if the Octris steal it, that's more damage they're getting onto their lethal turns. Oh, that's a good pickup. I love the first mate there.
First mate? I really would have loved to see Octris here, though.
Yes. But that being said, it's like you're basically going to be just cycling with her. So I think first mate here, being able to go wide is nice. Just got to be aware of like the Vanguard they're sitting around is actually potentially annoying if you're going to get put in a board lock scenario. That is not a card you want sitting there.
Roil the waters of my heart.
Yeah, potentially? I think
For the prey.
the problem with this is that if you do build up a board, there is the like opposing Istandet to worry about, and that this board is just going to go away and then you're going to be left with Abyssal Kernels. That's my worry.
True.
At least with Istandet gets you fuel. Oh, sorry. At least with Octris, if you drew that, it gets you fuel for the late game. That does just depend on whether Abe draws the other Istandet, though. So.
Yeah, 100%. And like, the one play here is, you know, you can essentially evo this Lupin, and then if they have to answer it by board, you're actually removing the last words as well. So Pabs got that good tempo. I like it. We have lethal on board, so you can't just ignore it. That's a big pickup for the recovery, though.
That is a... But what's the play? Do you loyal Ghost Pop try to draw into Istandet with Corral Souls? Or do you take the safer play and Gilnelise, evolve, try and recover your play?
I also wonder if you do Gilnelise, you can kind of split it in terms of, you know, recovery and board control. So it's a little... Like, also, like, early Cerberus in hand, too, can be kind of annoying because that's such a late game burst card that you love seeing. Whereas right now, just kind of hanging out in that hand, generating tokens. Gilnelise can be played. Let's see what his stats are going to go, though.
And with Lupin, the remove effect is Clash, right? So Abe can't kill the Lupin and still keep
Anyone
drain.
else?
So this has to run in something, it has to run into first mate, right?
Yeah.
And leaving
that's
the Lupin up is kind of crazy because it's a 5/4.
Yeah, it's not good. It has to swing here. You're going to steal back up to 14, which is good.
Satisfaction.
Yeah, I think Kerberos is the only play. I agree.
Wait to see what you mean. To ashes with you!
I mean, it is indeed at the requisite.
Over here!
Well, also is going to be nice, too.
For
So now at least... Oof. Okay, we got good recovery. The ghosts removing the effect is all good. You have a pretty clean trade, and you're not taking a crazy amount of damage. That being said, I think the loot quest is now... Oh, God, I hate seeing that burn.
Yeah, I was just having in the back of my mind, we were literally just foreshadowing
for the other
this.
day.
Shouldn't have played two feasts, man.
I'll be winning
This
this money.
is an unfortunate
Dude, I don't know how it
ad.
happens. You got a whole deck, and you play two cards, and somehow your turn ends with two of them. It's like, I've seen this multiple times in Rage, and we're having it in the SVO as well.
Needs to be quenched.
It's developing into a curse over here, but we got hella loot in this hand. This is basically a good build-up
Needs to be
to...
quenched.
You go wide here, you get the extra buff from the spell spam, together with, of course, the opulent.
Coward.
Get that recovery.
I mean, this is really hard to recover from. Abe needs to top deck exactly Istandet. That's the
Yep.
only way out.
Does he see it? Abe not... Oof.
And even if he plays the Istandet, he gets got by Dread Pirate's flag at this point.
Yeah, like you actually have essentially just double Title Gunner and just spam. Like, you have so much gas at this point.
This is the problem with Last Words sometimes. If they run out of fuel and if you force them to spend the Istandet early, like we see here, they have no win con, they have no gas, and they're bricked because they run two feasts.
Man, look at Pabs. He's jamming to some music. He's got the tunes in his ear. And he's just like, all right, you got to answer this board. And by the hesitation I'm seeing, I don't think there's a clear answer. Because I think if you're Abe and you start the turn off the top, isn't that you just slam that thing? You don't even think twice.
Lethal, right? Feast is just 10, so this is 13. This is... No, No, it's not. You have to crit.
Yep.
2 ashes with you.
Over
There's no
burn.
outs, right? Double title gunner, flag, GG. Oh, milling Barbaros.
Yep.
Wait, it's not active?
Oh, the loots are not out yet, so you actually think you... We don't know the count on the amount
have to opt in on
of loots being played yet. Hold up, dual blade.
Wait, this is lethal, right?
You can dual blade.
Dual
You can
blade
dual blade on the
flurry.
4-4.
That's
Yeah, you got it.
Money and resources. Our supply.
Yep, there's gonna be 8 damage there.
Bless you.
That's
then
a
use
lethal,
Evo.
my guy.
Exact. Brave Vanguard sticking around from the very beginning. 4-4, a 2 and a 3, the perfect calculation. Pabs takes the first match over Abe. He says, all right, you put up that Shadow's band-bait, let's see you perform with it.
Absolutely true. You know, this is gonna sound crazy to say, Chris, but it's the most played deck. 7 out of 8 people brought it in the top 8. But I'm not as impressed by Last Words as I am by Loot. Like, by a lot.
No, 100%. It's also like, Loot is not an easy deck to play. Like, this is basically the hardest iteration of Sword to perform with, you know, because in the past, it's like you see good card that is usually a legendary, play it. It's like if the turn count matches the card's play cost, chances are it's a good card to play. But
Oh yeah.
Loot Sword is very flexible, and it's very cool to see people perform with it very well too.
There's a lot of lines with Loot Sword that you have to keep in mind when you play the deck. I think it's by the wider player base a little underappreciated. On the surface, it seems simple. Play guys, play loot, get your quest done, win with Barbaros. But there's so many different lines to winning the game that you have to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Do you play the ambush and save it instead of going tempo? Do you keep the Octra spell for a board clear? Or do you try and clear the board with Dread Pirate's flag so that the Octra spell can go face? At what point do you spend using resources to best get to your win condition? Do you spend the title gunner now to clear with board? Do you save it for the lethal? It's so many different like decision points in the game that you have to make with Loot Sword. Anyway, going into this game, we have Last Words going up against Sephi, and that is a huge top deck. Turn 3 Obsessive Scholar. I think you absolutely... They fuse the Yuki. Interesting.
All right, we're giving up on that game plan here then.
I think I would have fused the Metatron personally. You're going
Thing
first.
is, he passed on 2 with 2 Metatrons in hand, so I was like, all right, we're saving this for later.
But why?
Ooh, Chaotic Doom early commit. For the Evo point, Abe's yelling, he's screaming, he's emotional. He's had enough of Chaotic Doom.
This is what happens to me on my Chaotic Dooms. My Chaotic Doom never helps me. So
It is
I
just
feel
stream
the
highlight
pain.
after stream highlight. You got
feel
the
the
TikTok
pain.
material, just yelling emotions everywhere.
I don't necessarily know why Pabs saved these Metatrons so badly. Is it that important to have this defensive pressure?
For you.
Oh, I instant that Evo here every time, I think.
I agree with that too. The Skullfish, not to be underestimated. Especially when you got like pretty good clears here as well.
Yeah, you can Death Cat on the Ghost and kill another one of the guys.
Yeah, I think overall.
Pabs is jamming out.
He's just jamming. All right, let's see. Abe. Not been too lucky. Like, honestly, I feel like Chaotic Doom has been dictating the SVO life for Abe a bit too much, right? And it's like, last game, like, he had to gamble with Chaotic Doom and it just failed him. And now again, he goes for that one, fails him.
Yeah.
So, I also like this. Gilnelly's here, you get to answer the board, and you just need the 4 recovery here at this point to answer the Metatron. And the rest of the stuff is going to be just, you know, you can keep the Instant Dead for a future turn, where maybe that specific, like, 4-4-3-2 stat line is going to be a bit better to answer specific targets.
Yeah, true.
It's pretty good.
No Corral Souls makes me nervous. No Asvault either. That's the problem with Last Words. They can run out of gas real fast. Meanwhile, Sephi has so much draw that it's almost never an issue.
Like, the entire gimmick of Sephi is draw related. Like, you are, by playing towards your win con and trying to complete your quest, you are actively going through the rest of your deck as well.
Early Uranus here. Uranus is so fantastic in this matchup too. Denying a Last Words isn't just denying a Last Words. It's denying the quest. which means you maybe delay an Istendet OTK by a turn or even 2 turns.
If anything, I'm surprised that Last Words is the most represented deck today, because when you look at the big three, like, Last Words actively has cards that answer its win conditions / quest, right? You have Uranus, and then of course you have the Lupan in Sword. So you have 2 very popular cards in 2 of the other 2 most popular decks that are actively slowing you down. But the deck still succeeded.
I'm just gonna say it. Hot take. Last Words is the easiest victory to pilot.
Continue.
I mean, when you look at the other 2, honestly, that is not unwarranted.
But you know what sucks? When you have no draw.
It do be like that sometimes, man.
We do need to be corralling just a little bit more, fellas. That's what I'm saying.
Trying to see them souls.
Hey, eyes on the flag.
Alright, this system that is cool. You get to basically keep Istendet himself on the board and swing in for a bit of chip damage, which is pretty good. 4/4 on the board is going to be decent.
It's such a horrible turn for Ave too, though. And then this just gets answered by Happy Pig. And look, Happy Pig increasing the defense total too, so that the Istendet OTK isn't an OTK anymore a lot of the time, and then you can recover with Olivia, right? Like, oh boy.
Well, we hit the Last Words count at the very least. We're at that halfway point here with the 5. So at least Mino is active. But look at this hand. We have nothing that is going to be cycling hard enough. Like, Cerberus is your one and only hope here. You just like chip damage, heal back up a little bit, but not looking great, Igni.
Nope, not at all.
Absolutely not.
I am okay. We're pretty early into the day, Chris. Early to call it. But I don't think I'm impressed by Last Words. I'll just say it. I don't think I'm impressed.
I agree, man.
And now you get the evil points back. Your Bav Kathas are active. Holy guacamole. This is getting more and more unrecoverable by the second.
Oh my god, you got the 5/5 ready too?
We got 2 wards up, so this kernel that's popping isn't even gonna do anything. If this hits a 1/4 and doesn't clear the 7/7, you're crying. Istendet comes out! But it's actually horrible here.
This is a horrible turn to play it. This is literally the only time you don't want to be seeing the Istendet.
Righteous path.
Oh,
Dude,
is this recoverable for Abe? I don't know.
Dude, Pabs has finished his quest. He has multiple stat buffers in hand. I don't see it, man. Like, this is... You have multiple ways to clear this 6/5.
You can just play the Happy Pig again.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking. That's good. That's good here.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you randomly kill something? Well, all right, eat this pig, bro.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you just have it. Slam it.
100%.
It's over. This is way too good.
Get the bonus evo. Get the pig to run in. See what this hits.
And you're up to 24 defense now. Hits the pig. Go face for 9. Okay, you gotta draw another kernel or something. That ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't it, Chris.
These ghosts won't be helping, so you just gotta go for the full board wipe.
Abyssal with only 18 shadows. Even if he curves, he's 1 shadow off from using the Deathly Tyrant's Feast to its full potential. This board just gets answered super easily by test subjects.
Man, I just feel bad for Abe at this point, dude. Like, Abe was just trying to show off, you know, what he's been tinkering with in the lab. Pabs came in, he's like, no, we're not seeing none of that chest, bro.
No chest, no discard arm. You're gonna play Last Words twice and lose, just like the script dictates, okay?
What script, Igby? I don't know what you're talking about.
The script that I say that Last Words is not that good. And we're seeing it right here.
Igby has a video queued. It's dropping in like 4 hours time, like the moment SVO drops. It's like,
yeah, why Last Words is overrated, okay?
10,000 million views.
10 1,000 million? Bro, re-up. Call Mr. Beast, bro. I'm going to cure some blindness next. Get me in there.
This ain't right. This ain't right. Pabs. He's got so many ways to finish this game. He's like, damn, what seasoning do I add to my... What seasoning do I add to this?
He's going to be at 27 defense.
Oh my god.
He's healthier than when he started the game, bro.
This is crazy.
That's not it. He needs to top deck another Istandet or something, man.
Fascinating.
What's in the box?
I'm going home.
Let's see it.
Nope.
That's not it. One more shot.
So it is.
That's not it. Wait. Hold the phone. Oh, no, it's over.
We'll be hugging and munning day in, day out, but it's not enough to even clear this board. Chaotic Doom. One
This is
last
it.
shot.
The chaotic doom for the ages, bro. Play it out.
One
It's Evo
last
points. I bet. Oh, no, okay.
With that, Pabs gonna play out the Thunder God.
I just say Pabs won without playing a single Sephi that game.
Oh my god, you're right.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about, man. The deck has outs. It's a board-based deck. It's got so many ways to play. Last Word Shadow has no gas. If you can catch them on the back foot, they do nothing, and then you just win. And we saw that twice in a row just now.
This is crazy, dude. Like, we had, I was feeling pretty good about Pabs just because he has like the tried and tested lineup. I was like, all right, it's gonna be a bit of an uphill battle, but he just put Abe there. He was like, I'm gonna make you sit down, play Last Word Shadow. I want to see if you can pilot this, or if you just played this to be danged out so you could just style on everyone with Chess Rune. And man, but it's not even like that it was Abe's fault or anything, right? It was essentially just he had to take a couple gambles because those were the only plays in those specific situations. And Chaotic Doom just basically looked him dead in the eyes and said, nah, bro, we're not clearing no board. We're
not drawing no cards. Absolutely.
It's so unfortunate.
I mean, that's the problem with Last Words. It's so if I play Last Words, I'm not gonna lie to you, I hard mulligan Corral Souls every time because that happens to me all the time. I always hard mulligan Corral Souls when I play Last Words because when that happens, you just feel so bad. You're like, I have the win con, but it's all in the deck, and all I have in my hand are a bunch of guys that don't do nothing. So that's the problem. Whereas with Sephi and Loot, you can at least cycle through and get your win con more consistently. Last Words feels a little bit more gambly in that sense.
100%. When you compare it to the other two decks, like, they have a lot more gas in the tank. They have a lot more ways to keep things going, even if it's like not exactly the best hand. So I think these first two sets of the top 8 definitely painted that picture. But with that, we're actually halfway done with the top 8. We already have 2 players solidified into the top 4 as well. So Ryzen and Pabs gonna be just chilling as we watch Chia Young-yi play out against Shallow next, and then Life versus Ein Reese gonna be the last ones to see who the last player of the top 4 will be.
Absolutely. We still got 2 quarterfinals to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this very short break.
At last, the time has come again. Thou hast been brought here to unleash the forces sealed away within. That which awaits thee is glory unimaginable and justice hitherto unknown. Darkness itself cowers before it, a violet flame to consume all of antiquity. Be not afraid of this great transformation. Hew away the shackles of convention's grip. Reach forth, grasp the light of a shattered order. In doing so, verily thou shalt discern fate's very design. Go now, forsake erstwhile fancy. Spread your wings and soar the skies of a new world. celestial dragon blade. Take hold of fate's righteous blade.
Evil takes on many forms, but so too does retribution. Rejoice, convict. Your perfect punishment awaits here in Asphalt. For sinners the likes of you, there is no tomorrow. Within these walls, part prison, part purgatory, part hell, you will waste away the remainder of your miserable lives.
You think you can hold me captive? No matter where you lock me up, I will break out and cut down all who stand in my way.
Pitiful wretch, how do you not see? Crime demands punishment.
You know nothing about me. My sins are mine alone to bear. I reject your sentence! Eightfold Abyss, Asphalt. Rise up, convicts. Tomorrow is ours.
Hey folks, welcome back to the Southeast Asia Oceania Shadowverse Open February Cup 2023. Me and Different Fight are back on the mic. Different Fight fired Igni over the break, so sorry Igni. Sorry about that, buddy. But Different Fight, how you doing, man?
Coming in from the west, taking everyone's spot. Nah, but dude, we had, I don't know if you saw, but those top 8 games we had at the first half, damn, dude. I mean, we had some good games and like some pretty unfortunate upsets. Like, I honestly expected Abe to make a pretty deep run today. So hopefully next month we see more of that spice. You know, if the mini gives more support to some of these decks, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, speaking of Abe, let's take a look at the bracket there in case you did miss the first half of this top 8, where Abe unfortunately took that L against DB Pabs. Having to run that last word shadow 2 times just didn't work out for him. I'll say this, I don't know about you guys, but when I took a look at Jif's contest entrance, Abe's was my favorite video. Like the chest rune, his chest rune video is actually hella funny. Like if you haven't seen it, definitely check it out. He's put out some really good content as well. But as well as that match, we also had Ryzen taking it 2-0 over Team Sonar 5's Burn. And this next match coming up is going to be Chia Young Chi versus Shallow. So again, Chia Young Chi for Chris as well as other folks who are just tuning in for the first time. Definitely a guy who's been here before. He's had some great runs in the past, and I hope to see some more good work today. But his opponent, Shallow, an unknown name coming out of Australia, I believe, is going to give him a run for his money.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited because, you know, the first SVO of the year usually has a lot of new names. I mean, just in general, I feel like SVO has grown a lot over this like New Year's break. So seeing new players come up and not just, you know, participating, but actually making the deep run into top 8 is really impressive. And Chi, of course, as well, is not just a, you know, SVO veteran, but a pretty well-known name in a multitude of card games. So it's going to be exciting to see the performance. Rumor has it that he's pretty good at multitasking while playing these tournaments. So I'm excited to see how it's going to go down for these two players, and especially their lineups, because this is going to be our first like full mirror match just the entire way through, and it all comes down to the bans in terms of which side is going to be diversified or not.
So yeah, the deck list here, let's actually pop up and take a look at the deck list from both these guys. Now, again, I believe this is going to be a mirror match as far as the classes are concerned. I wonder if there are any different techs in those decks, though, that might make these matchups a little bit different, a little bit more nuanced.
Let's take a look at it. I'm pretty curious. I think there was a few small choices in the lineups that we might get to see. So we're going to start off with Chia's list. So this is going to be, of course, the Loot Sword, which, of course, everyone should get pretty used to seeing. And it's a pretty clean list as well. We're actually playing the 3 Bumpkin Recruit. The 2 Kages here as well. You see there's a 1-up sometimes, or just not at all at times too. But choosing to go the alternate lethal route, where sometimes, you know, if your quest fails and you end up evolving a bunch of stuff, Kage ends up giving you that extra burst of damage, which is pretty good.
Yeah, what I like about Kage is in some cases where in the past, you really were able to just play Kagemitsu and he really couldn't do much. You would kind of leave it up to your opponent to kill him, and then he comes back every other turn based on the effect. And now, with the addition of the loot cards, you can actually give him rush on the same turn that you play him and actually run him in. So you can kind of time when your Kagemitsu is going to come back. And considering this deck has, you know, the first mate who just spawns so many followers, as well as cards like General Maximus. Speaking of Lieutenant Chia Young Chi in that picture there, cards like General Maximus who also play a ton of followers who increase your rally count. Kagemitsu here feels a lot more impactful, and a card that you can feel that you have control over how and when his effect goes and activates.
My only issue, I guess, speaking of General Maximus, is that because it pulls one of your really good 3-cost followers, it does feel a bit unfortunate, but it's like you're kind of fishing for that Octress or the first mate, and it picks up the Kage and it's just kind of like sitting there. And it's still good, you trade it off and you get that effect off, but at the same time, it does bloat that selection pool a little bit, so that's something to keep in mind. But Chia, of course, it's not just Loot Sword in this lineup. Let's take a look at what else is in this player's list of decks. It's going to be the Sephi Rune, which we just saw a bit earlier, and we do have a little bit of an exciting choice here in that Garuel as a 1-up.
Yeah, so Garuel, I think he was played like really early on. I think maybe recently he's been cut from a lot of lists, but it's nice to see him being able to give another card in your hand, basically 0 cost in a lot of cases, because his deck does run so many 2-cost neutral followers. I'm looking at you, Freya, specifically. Also, I guess you could use it for the what's her name? Gilnalise. But Gilnalise is kind of useless. Metatron seems kind of useless. You want the card to stick around, so maybe it's just for Freya in this case.
Yeah, so we'll see. I think it's a card that we see a lot in Forest, you know, because of course you can just do the combo a lot easier that way with just like double Garuel. But we'll see how it goes down for Chia. Otherwise, you know, Sephi is a very tried and tested list, and we saw it perform pretty well in the last streamed game as well. But of course, Chia still has another list in this 3-deck 1-ban lineup, and it is going to be the Last Worst Shadow, which is, if you saw those last games, it's a little bit shaky.
Yeah, I will say though, the thing that I do like about Chia Young Chi's list, and maybe the one thing that does differ from Abe's list, is that he does only run 1 copy of Deathly Tyrant's Feast, where we saw in the last game, having 2 copies is kind of problematic, because once you have 2 in hand, and you have no other cards to draw or continue the engine for the deck to just get more cards for last words, you kind of run out of steam. And so I like the single copy of the Deathly Tyrant's Feast in this deck. Chaotic Doom, yeah, those last game hits for Chaotic Doom were definitely chaotic. I'll say that much. Heal when you didn't need it, hit when you didn't need it. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like you get the heal and Evo points when you don't want them, you don't get the damage, you don't get the board clear. It just does feel a little bit bad. Spirit Invasion being played here as well, which you don't see all the time actually, now that I pick up on it, but it's going to be interesting to see it do some work as well. Of course, being able to answer some of those early boards, as well as adding up to that Evo count as well.
Yeah, I'm really worried about that Necromancy though. We'll see if it comes into play here. Being taking away from things like the Death of Tyrant's Feast, 20 cost. Yep. So yeah, having that 6 cost Spirit Invasion, maybe it's just for the early turns. But,
perhaps, yeah, I think just answering a lot of the like early, we are in a board-based meta, and being able to answer early threats is going to be pretty big. You don't see your like Death Cat and stuff to just pick off whatever you want. So could be an interesting play there as well. But that's it for Chia's lineup. Let's take a look at the opposing side. It's going to be Shallow's 3 decks, which in concept are the same 3, but in terms of card choices can be seen to be a little bit different here, as we see no Bumpkin in the Loot Sword.
Oh yeah, so no Bumpkin here. He's got 2 of the Metatron, only 2 of the Illustrious Thief. I think that at the beginning of this expansion, felt that Illustrious Thief wasn't that great. I ran the Chivalrous Bandit a little bit more than him, but I think that as we've seen the power of the Ambush followers themselves being able to threaten 4 or more damage if you put a necklace on it that turn where you actually want to like deal damage with the Barbaros and close out. I think Illustrious Thief has become more of a staple in the deck. We do see in Shallow's deck lineup though, he does run the 3 costs of the Chivalrous Bandit, so lots of board pressure here from a 3/1.
Yeah, actually committing to quite a few copies of it, it's a nice way, especially in a tournament setting where you're going to be facing a lot more of this mirror match too. Sometimes just being able to answer stuff while generating the tokens is going to be really good, and the Goblet, of course, is a very important recovery tool for a deck that in some matchups you need that recovery just to buy yourself an extra turn while adding to your loot play / fuse count. So yeah, a very nice list here.
Yeah, I think that every game we've seen today, Sword has had to heal at some point, and Gildan plus the Chivalrous Bandit makes me feel a lot more comfortable if I'm a Sword player.
Oh, 100%. 100%. But
let's take a look at what else Shallow is running in his deck lineup here. It's going to be Loot Sword plus, yes, Sephi Runecraft, of course, with a couple copies of the Yukishima. I like that. Yeah, it's pretty standard lineup, though.
Yeah, this feels like the kind of like ladder list almost. Like, definitely feel like we've seen this all the time. And Yukishima, of course, being that emergency button is kind of how I see it. Is like, if things go south and you need just like a big burst of damage to close out the game, Yukishima's great. If you don't need it, you can just fuse it away, right? If you draw your second copies, like chances are you're not going to be, burning 2 in a game. So just fuse it away and make sure that you're seeing your condemned followers throughout the game. Otherwise, I mean, you got plenty of ways to close out game. I mean, we saw earlier, Sephi didn't even come down to play on the board, and the Sephi Rune was able to win the game. So we'll see how it comes down to in this matchup between potentially a lot of mirror matches.
Yeah, so again, Sephi being able to give those volunteer test subjects, +3/+3 to make them 5/5. And yeah, like you said, the volunteer test subjects, when they buff themselves to the 5/5, you just keep playing 2-cost 5/5 followers. A lot of decks just can't keep up in the early game. So if you can put on that early board pressure, and you can sometimes, even if you don't draw Sephi, close out with just the board pressure with the volunteer test subjects.
100%, especially when that board pressure has a draw attached to it as well.
Yeah, right.
But let's move on to the final list here from Shallow, which is going to be the one and only Last Words Shadow. We are seeing some interesting cards. Hellish Banquet here being played as a one-up, and the Double Feast, which we just talked about, can be, and there's arguments for both, right? Sometimes you just really need to see it to close out, and then sometimes it clogs up your hand and it's the only 2 cards you see at the end of your turn. So it is a bit of a gamble.
Wow, yeah, he cuts 1 copy of Krampus here, and like we've seen before today, it's sometimes easy to run out of gas with this deck, so you gotta be careful.
100%. 100%. So that is the lineups for both players. I think once we're ready, I'm ready to see these games come down to it as well. It's going to be exciting just because, it is our first full mirror match across the board. So I'm curious to see what the bans are going to be, because that will actually dictate what is going to be the mirror and what is not going to be the mirror. So I think once we are ready to see those bans, I want to see the lineups and how these players are going to be able to perform with these decks.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but whenever I play Uranus, just ruins my day. So anytime I have a chance to like ban Rune, Uranus got to go. And it looks like that's how Chia Yongqi feels. Meanwhile, on his side, Shallow banned his Swordcraft.
Okay, so gonna be interesting to see what Chia is gonna lead with, because of course we've seen a lot of players that have the sword stay up lead with the sword. So for Shallow, it's probably gonna be the case. Between Rune and Last Word Shadow, honestly, if I've been watching the stream, I'm gonna want to lead with Rune, you know? So, like, Shadow's just been, like, put on the spot and not really performing in a lot of these games, so maybe we'll get a break from that, but I don't know, man.
I just can't get over the fact that Shadow probably looked at Chia Yongqi's pictures like, this guy looks like he knows how to play sword. Look at this guy. Got the beret on. He's well decorated. Got the shoulder pads. You know what? Let me just stick him on Runecraft and Shadowcraft and let him be done with that.
Yeah, well, you're gonna get to see the Sailor Man on a weekday, on the holiday, getting to relax, and we're gonna see the Shadow Mirror on our first game here.
All right, so yeah, the early hands here. Hugin and Moon is actually a great pickup. Definitely gonna keep that, I assume. Deathcat's okay.
Coral Souls. We were talking about how much we were lacking Coral Souls in those last games for, you know, just that continuous engine. But Chia also picks up the Coral Souls. That's pretty good.
Absolutely not.
Early Mino here. Again, the name of the game here, folks, is getting to those 10 Last Word Shadow. Excuse me, last words, just so you can destroy your opponent in one OTK bomb with the cards like Isendet, the Colonel, the Missile Colonel, and Deathly Tyrant's Feast.
Detestable.
Just look at this. Like, this one card, Coral Souls, really makes the difference in terms of whether you're able to keep up with the gas that this deck needs or not.
All right, here. Meanwhile, on Shallow side, empty board. I think, yeah, Asphalt seems like a pretty good idea here. We're definitely saving this Cerberus. Like, Cerberus isn't coming out until we have at least like 5 Last Words gone.
So yeah, here I think you want to just Asphalt, start to pick up those Istendets. Finding another Abyssal Colonel is good. I mean, it's going to be good for later down the line once you have your quest completed, but until then, we need to find one of those Istendets to actually get that board explosion going. Krampus pretty good too.
Yeah, I think I can confidently say that at this point, like, we're gonna see the Shadow decks on both sides definitely not run out of steam. Like, we've seen it in the previous game, but I think, yeah, both these guys have enough steam. We see the Hugin and Moon on one side, Krampus on the other side, Asvalt's everywhere. Yeah, feeling pretty good about this one.
Are you a Hugin and Moonin kind of guy or a Huggin and Munnin kind of guy?
I'm a Huggin and Moonin kind of guy.
Damn, the mix-up.
Absolute degeneracy. Hug and Moon.
All right, well, we saw the search pick up the Istendet. The big issue, I think, right now for Shallow is just that, like, the hand actually feels pretty clogged up because you don't have anything. You just, like, play on the board to kill level. Now, there we go, that's fixed. So finding the Mino is pretty big.
Wow.
And Istendet, of course, can help you set up stats. You get a full 4-3-2. None of them are dying to trading things off either.
Yeah, it's true. This is 4 Last Words. Also, he's gonna get 2 ghosts next turn. So what I like about Chia Yongqi so far is that he's put up enough pressure and he's done enough chip damage so that once he actually finds his pieces, he's in a really great spot.
Yeah.
The problem is actually finding those pieces because that hand is looking rough.
Yeah, I mean, we got a bunch of draw cycle here, so, you know, in the mirror match at least, you know that nothing is really ruining your chances of adding that Last Words count. You know, there's no Uranus, there's no, you know, there's no Last Words being disabled.
All right, well, he did pick up the Isendet last turn, so this is probably going to pick up a Colonel. Fingers crossed. Yeah, there it is. Only needs one more. How do you feel, Chris, about playing maybe like 1 Colonel early? How do you feel about that?
I think it's like now, if you're expecting it relatively soon, it depends on the quest, right? We're already past the 5 point, so we're getting pretty close to it, and we're pushing that Evo to face.
Really?
It's like Chia smells blood. We keep seeing this pattern of the player on the top of the top 8 match jamming to music and ending up being the one winning, so feeling pretty good about Chia over here.
Yeah. Actually, taking a look at Shallow's hand, I mean, he's got all the in-game stuff he needs, but man, to get there, it's been kind of problematic.
I think it's like in the mid-game the hand being really clogged up with like cards that need other cards on board. Like Coral Souls, amazing card, but you gotta kill something for it. And then same thing for Death Cat Reaper, like Death Cat Reaper just clogging up the hand, where it's like you didn't even have targets to take out either, and it's still a precious card with last words that you want to put down, that you need to play down in order to accelerate your win con, right? So now Coral Souls finally comes down, we're gonna draw into more gas, but all the kernels already picked up here as well is tiny bit concerning.
Yeah. Oh, he leaves nothing up on board either, which is nice.
What I like is this Gildan Lease pickup is probably gonna be pretty huge for next turn.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. At 11 health, and we already see an instant dead in hand and one kernel.
Detestable.
He's one away from basically just slapping 12 on him. Oh, wait a second. If he draws a kernel, is that it? That might be it, buddy. Oh, no, he's got the, yeah.
Can I go home
Well, hold on.
yet?
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Let's see it. It's gonna be... Yeah, I think that actually will be lethal with
I
a
think
kernel off the
he
top.
might be one off. He might be one off.
Coming.
Oh, there's the ghost.
Well,
Never
there's
mind.
one.
Yeah, all right. Ghost, go. But no kernel
Right.
there, unfortunately.
Yeah,
So-
so we're still safe. And no Asphalt to make the searches either. So you gotta just kind of Mugen and Moonin and then keep on cycling. Now with the bonus power, of course, helps to trade off. Picking up more stat sticks, Krampus,
Going home.
just drawing cards. But the drawing cards are finding more cards to draw cards.
Stop drawing.
Can't stop, won't stop, gotta keep searching.
Is he gonna play the kernel early here?
I guess you can commit the 2 play points here in the next turn. You have a little bit of cheap cycle, and with 7 play points, you can afford to cycle a little bit as long as you draw into it enough, so you can just go. Ooh.
Is that enough? Hold on a second. I think that's enough. Yeah. Oh wait, he's gonna proc the kernel. So this is actually a defensive play from Chia Yang Chi.
All right, hold up. We're gonna see the chaotic doom here. What will it hit though? I think.
Oh wait a second. He needs the instant. He spent his earlier.
Yeah, he doesn't have
Right.
instant death. That's the thing, right? He
Oh,
got a
yeah.
cycle. Oh, the big heal.
That was
That's good.
actually goated.
Does he just play out the kernels and just pray to? Because like you can kernel and then Thunder God and basically just fish. Like he's actually lacking the finishing power here because he burned the instant death early.
Oh,
We see
second
another kernel
picked
with. Okay,
up.
that's it.
Yeah, I think that's it at this point.
You got the double kernel. I mean, you're basically. Oh, you're one. Hold up.
Is he a couple last words off? I feel like he's definitely got the 10. Oh, he's worried about yeah, popping his own followers. Ugh.
Yeah, this is the issues that, of course,
Yeah.
that is going to kill everything on the board. So you're going to have to deal with the wards on the opposing side.
And then their last word, yuck.
This is actually a really cool play from Shallow side because you're basically making your opponent set you up as well for this defensive play.
Disgusting. All right,
Gonna
domino
force out
effect happens.
Raid.
Yep. Dominoes.
Yeah, this is basically what Iggy said earlier, right? It's just a game of chicken at this point. It's like, all right, I will put down my kernels, and then you can play your instant dead, and then we go back to the starting position, and we rinse and repeat.
Well, both players still pretty healthy. They have one instant debt and one kernel in hand, so I think that Chi Young Chi has to go for the Deathly Tyrant's Feast OTK here. So in the meantime, he needs to do some chip damage to get Shallow down. Meanwhile, on Shallow side, he spent 2 of his kernels already, so he needs to find his instant debt.
That is true, and even if you do, it's like you need a lot of connective tissue here. Coral Souls picked up again. It's not exactly what you want here.
Yikes. Gilnally's Death Cat, Coral Souls, yuck. You could just Death Cat in Coral Souls too, and play Abyssal Kernel, but that seems a little wild.
Yeah, it's like you probably gotta commit this Gilnally's because you're not just trying to leave up a 5/5 here on a deck that has insane burst. How many kernels do we have left for Chia, actually? I think there's still one more.
It's just the one he has in hand.
Just the one in hand? All right.
I believe so, yeah.
So we're missing that extra little bit of reach.
This is where having only the one of the Deathly Tyrant's Feast in the deck and not in hand is kind of problematic.
Yup.
Detestable.
Cerberus is pretty cool. Picked up towards the late game is always nice. And of course, this is gonna Death Cat the 5/5 off the board. And then Chaotic Doom.
Can I go home?
We're trying to gamble.
yet?
We're trying to see that. We're trying to see that extra ping of damage. We're trying to see that extra ping of damage. Let's get it. Oh, he hits it.
Wow, he actually got it. That's pretty wild. Is he evolved?
Yeah, you just go
okay, he
base.
smells blood, yeah.
Yeah.
Smells blood.
You see this?
Detestable.
Chia doesn't look too comfortable with this either.
I was like, wait a second. That was kind of good. Hold up.
Coming for you.
1 here, 5.
The Spirit
Still no
Invasions.
Deathly Tyrant's Feast. Oh!
Oh, that's a hit.
Oh, maybe he does have one more kernel.
Detestable.
Oh yeah, sorry, it was Shallow who played 2 before. He only spent 1.
Yeah. It's pretty sure there was another kernel in there that sadly does not hit, does not get that extra little bit of damage.
Man, he is mad about that. That sourpuss face right there, Jesus.
Not too pleased. This deck gonna come on down.
Really?
Pop this board. We gotta just make some damage and keep on pushing at some point. The only issue is that you don't have the Tyrant's Feast to add the missing bit of damage. I mean, that plus 10 plus 10 would be really big right now. But sadly missing in action.
Let's see here. He's safe to spin one of these. Wow, he's gonna spin Eagle Point there. Wow.
There is an
This also kind of shows us like the difference between running the 2 and the 1, right? It's like Chia runs the 1-0 feast, and then we see Shallow run the 2-0. It's gonna be another 3 damage, but not gonna be quite enough.
Alright,
Leaving 10 on board. He's spraying. He's He's like, all right.
Actual Haven mains here.
Please
Meanwhile,
don't have
here.
it.
So we've got the 5 from.
He's just, no. I love this, man. I didn't know SEO players. They
That's
had
it
a
right, though.
degree
Just-
in the fine arts, and everyone's entertaining here. It's great.
He's got the Cerberus here into Deathly Tyrant's Feast, right? Am I tripping? Oh, he's got to get right past the ward. Excuse me, I'm tripping.
Yeah.
I'm big tripping.
And the war's gonna shoot something too, so not exactly a foolproof plan.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna do it. He spent the Abyssal Kernel there? Wow, yeah, I guess it is useless, so.
Yeah, I mean, you basically have feast lethal on anything. You just have to
I'm coming
hold up.
for you.
Another serve.
Lilies.
So basically, you have to trade. So yeah, you just trade this off, and then no matter which ghost gets taken out, you have 11 damage off the
yeah,
feast.
you're right.
So you go 2, 2, 4, 3 into phase. No, it doesn't matter which ghost dies. This is like the most foolproof way to set up lethal possible.
No, he's one
Oh,
off.
wait,
No,
the
no,
heal.
he healed. Yeah, no.
Oh my god, Chia, you can see the reaction.
The heal. He forgot about the heal from the Colonel. I think we all did. Ah,
Oh
pain.
my god.
Pain.
Oh my god, Chia.
You're mean.
He sees it.
Big fat Thunder God.
You're too
The
strong.
5 damage storm to seal the deal, and Chia takes game 1 in this Last Words Mirror, man. Y'all weren't kidding. Last Words Mirror are one of a kind.
40 chess, man. It's not chess room, but it's, something similar.
Yeah, just explosions everywhere. You got boards popping left and right.
Dang.
You think they got lethal? Nope. Here's 3 wars. It's like, sheesh.
Yeah, the Abyssal Colonel defensive plays are really, really nice and really well timed from both the players there. I don't know if I would have spent both the Colonels, maybe a little too much, but you're spending at least one just for the threat of, being able to deal damage, heal, and take out some followers is really nice.
Well, this next game is going to be interesting because Chia is now locked into the Sephi rune, and there's triple Uranus in that Sephi rune. So if you're trying to challenge it with Last Words again, going to be a little bit slow.
PTSD, man. They play Uranus on 3, Uranus on 4. It's like, all right, I'm gonna go home. It's cool, whatever.
Yeah.
Top left.
I will enjoy my top 8 winnings. I got myself a nice mat and some cash. And he's going to challenge it. He knows. But going first, that might be a ray of hope here.
Oh, the Huguenot and the Uranus both picked up.
Oh
It's so
my
sad.
god. All right, Chia. What's the call?
Time to rule.
Going second, you got Metatron in hand too.
Yeah, the Cerberus. It's nice, but a little early here. Yeah, you can toss that. Chaotic Doom's not bad.
Chaotic Doom. we've seen it for, if anything, for Shallow, it's actually been answering his calls pretty well, right? You
Yeah.
want a damage, you got damage. You want that board clear, get the board clear. It only responds to the chosen ones.
Hey, rest in peace, Pabs. I'm sorry, man. Chris out here shooting. Chris came day one, started just blasting. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Nice. All right, it's the pup and the carousels. Perfect curve here.
So good.
Meanwhile, dude, Metatron is actually a really annoying card.
Oh yeah.
Especially when you're
100%.
going against especially when you're playing Last Red Shadow, all of your followers are weenies, so you have to run so many of them into the Metatron if you don't have any way to like just destroy it outright.
100%. Why don't you just give it the Asbel here and just get searching? Yeah, just go for it. I mean,
Yeah, why not? Ooh, all right. Yeah.
there's our guy, Mr. Easton Dead himself. And for Chia, you got a spoiled for choice here. You can just play volunteer test subject. You got value on board, draw source. Like next turn, picked up that car as well. It's pretty good.
Well, wait a second. What happened to Uranus?
My man tossed the Uranus. Like, we'll get this later.
What?
I mean, I guess it's like once they're at like 8 count or something, and you deny them for like getting to the 10, that's where it feels extra good. Because like early game, like the last words you're denying in early game is not the same as the last words you're denying like by the time they're almost established, right?
Yeah, that's a really great point. That and just stopping them from like advancing their game plan versus advancing your own game plan is I get it.
You're trying to play aggressive, trying to keep developing. All right, I think it's just gonna be
Yeah.
on 3. Get yourself those card draws. Like you can't contest this board, so you gotta just go wide.
Jesus Christ, are you kidding me? The question is, what do you want to deny here? Yeah,
There we go. Woodham is cutting down with the vanish. Too good. Like you're also like 5/5 stats on board against Last Word Shadow, which like a really interesting point about Last Word Shadow compared to the other 2 top decks is that the other 2 top decks, they're board based, but their board keeps on developing. Last Word Shadow is a board based deck that needs to kill off its board to do things, and a lot of cards in the deck are actually locked behind killing off your stuff. So
Great point.
you're basically just, as you go wider and taller, your opponent kind of like goes a bit wide and then they have to decrease. They go a bit tall and then they gotta trim. So it's like you continuously have this like ping pong almost of trading things off, killing off your own things while your opponent just develops their board.
Yeah, we saw there he opted to trade rather than just push the damage face there. Test subject though, gonna get Net, Chia Young, Chi, Sylvia, and Olivia. Not usable now. Turn 4, he still doesn't have Sephi in hand, so kind of weird here. He could play the. He looks like he's going for the volunteer. Oh, excuse me, the devoted researcher. But yeah, it's turn 4. You want to get your Metatron down, right?
Yeah, Metatron is also just like, she's nice not just for the ramp, but also just for being a big stat stick. So
Go forth.
it's gonna be what is gonna end the turn on itself. It's gonna be just a double Metatron, I feel like,
I
because
feel like double Metatron's really annoying. Like really annoying.
especially in this matchup. Like devoted researcher, you do want to play it for the 4 cost effect because it just accelerates your win con a bit faster. So I think this is the right play, and ramping too. It's very good.
Yeah, he has to Istin Dead here.
This does trade pretty nicely. You have the 3/2 with the ghost. It's not really too much of an issue, and you're doing a little bit of damage along the way.
Calm down there, evolving that ghost, buddy. Calm down. Wait a second. Really consider that. Yeah, there you go. All right.
There is an
Tell him to shoot cross-eyed there. Free throw
Yeah.
line.
Follow the righteous path.
All right, so now you also get the 3/2 to live, which is very good. So overall,
Follow the
this feels like a
righteous
pretty
path.
nice response from Shallow side. She, of course, I mean, he's been feeling so good this match that it's been relatively smooth.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's only gotten, what, 1 volunteer test subject taken out? So for all of his work, he really hasn't advanced his game plan. He's gonna, just drop the pig.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you might as well. You don't care about the damage from the 3/2. You're gonna be healing it back up anyway. You got the extra life too, so it's no problem. And we've seen this matchup before. the pig makes the lethals really awkward for Last Word Shadow because they have a lot more telegraph numbers in terms of their limit, what they can do with Ace Undead. So you basically put them out of that like comfortable position, and like the amount of recovery that Sephi Rune has is only going to make this worse.
The question is here, how do you stop a 6'6" king pig?
It's not an easy answer for that one. No easy answer for that one.
Definitely can't ask your friend for their homework. Take a look at that and copy, because nothing here feels clean. Isn't that Evolve, run both things in, and then Cerberus maybe?
This is the second Isinded being used, so that does put you on a little bit of a timer. Luckily, you do have the Asphalt in hand.
Oh, okay.
But
Dead ahead. Fascinating.
yeah, this does clear off everything, and you get to do some chip damage and card draw at the same time.
Well, Ghost Pup, fantastic here. Yeah, gonna full clear. Ghost Pup here or Chaotic Doom?
I mean, the Thunder God is also a choice where you're actually now trying to cycle through. Chaotic Doom is going to be the play. Let's see what it hits first.
Ooh,
the damage is very much appreciated.
She really, like, really, come on, man.
He felt that. That struck his life points.
Oh, second Uranus picked up there.
But now the arena is actually kind of awkward because luckily, you know, when the opposing side knows how to clear off their board, making sure that nothing stays on, you start to smell that Uranus later down the line. You know, you start to see how your opponent's playing their hand out. It's going to be just going for that Olivia and Sylvia, which of course enables the Bapkava here as well for the full effect with bonus token, which will of course buff up that board. I feel like we've seen this already in the previous round.
Bad B out here buffing the board. Morgana's Gospel to help out just for some more card draw. Where's my Sephi? Thank God, finally.
You can actually could use that one play point there too, but gonna just pass on two big targets on the board. 5, 5, 7, 7. Nothing to scoff at. But the pickup of the Deathcat Reaper is really good.
Actually, holy crap, life saving.
Yep.
Yeah, loyal Ghost Pup here. Deathcat Reaper. Yeah, she's like, all right, come on, man, whatever, yo.
yeah. We know you got it.
Where are you?
And here the 5/5. Yeah, Nino is enough.
That's another target with a rush. And take that out.
Do we drop Asphalt in loyal Ghost Pup here?
I think Asphalt for sure. I feel like you want to close out the game really, really soon. The more time you're giving to Chia, the worse it's gonna get.
Yeah. We know he does have the Sephi in hand now, so. Oh, really? Okay. Let's do it, Pop. A little bit of storm damage never hurt nobody, except my opponent.
And you got that little bit of chip plus healing attached. Ooh, Bird here would have liked that earlier. Bird is actually really strong in this current meta.
We only have one test subject destroyed, right? Like, despite the fact that like this is a Sephi Rune deck, like we've only destroyed one test subject in 8 turns.
Yeah, we've not been doing much testing in this meta.
All right, it's summer vacation.
7 play points to go still. That's a lot to play with.
He's got the double Uranus in hand, but he's still got 24 cards in the deck, and it's gonna be a while.
Still down to 9 life is not exactly comfortable.
Do you drop Pig?
Yeah, I'd say Pig, but it's like you don't actually heal from it, so you might as well start. Okay, yeah, just play out the regular Pig, Sacred Bird for a bit of healing and the cycle. Into another bad B. That's gonna be huge because this is a full effect now too.
I'm coming.
All right, Shallow. Whoa, Chaotic Doom, what up? Do we Chaotic Doom Ghost here?
Wait.
And then Deathly Tyrant's Feast? No, we can't. Not enough play points. Yeah, my bad.
Man, it's like, what can Asphalt still hit here? I think you go to Asphalt first.
It'll Kernel for sure, almost. Yeah.
Yeah,
there's only one instant dead left in the deck.
Coral Souls is not quite doing it. Oh my god, she's just praying. This is the most animated player I've seen all day.
Chi pleading with the universe at this point.
Don't see it, bro. I beg you.
I've been good, right? To took care of my mom, took care of my dad. Just having a great day, you know?
I don't need that bubble abyssal intestine death, sir. Please.
I think we have to chaotic doom here.
Yeah, you might be right, honestly. Like, you have to answer this board
I think you
at
have
this
to
point,
chaotic
otherwise it's
doom
going to
here.
scale into oblivion. Although,
Nah, I think it's chaotic doom in time, man. I think it's time to slap. Because they are wards too, so keep that in mind. They have to be traded into. We're gonna trade one in here, yeah, for nice.
As long as I have these wings.
yep,
Yeah.
straight off here. Pretty good. Leave the 0-1 there on board. Like, that's definitely something you want to attempt to board luck. Like, board luck is, like, once they've actually played out the, whatchamacallit?
What are we looking at here?
Once
Oh,
they've
just
played
like-
out the Devoted Researcher, so that's the one.
Yeah.
Like, that is a card that just randomly board locks them. And especially now, it's like, you're, ooh, that's a big Uranus.
And he's 20 cards left in the deck. Perfectly timed. Well done there by Chia Yang-chi. Gonna see the Sephi here. Take, yeah, says a Scholar in the Freya.
Go for the one play. This way you still have play points to burn potentially. Gonna be the Ignis Gospel. Oh,
nice
We're
hit.
actually hitting the Storm Follower and picks up the Birth for Cycle and heals back up to 20. Love to see it. Aggressive Evil. Might as well just go for it. Pushing that base damage,
man.
adding the Bane to the board on top of everything else. Basically telling Shallow, it's like, all right, we need to see the double Kernel heal.
Have it or
Right off
not.
the top.
Dang! The one of Hellish Banquet, not the pickup you wanted to see.
The banquet
She is spraying once more.
proceed.
The Fox is coming on out.
Yeah,
Not-
trade this here, corral souls and pray.
I'm coming for you.
Oh, hold on.
Oh!
Still not enough, yeah. This is curtains if he can't find a way to win. Deathly
That
Tyrant's
cat's
Feast
cool.
is 11, 12, and no other way to put the damage on board is unfortunate here.
It's like, Death Cat is a cool pickup, but there's actually too many targets on the board right now. Like, there are too many threats.
Yeah, that and he just dies to Sephi next turn. Sephi Devoted Researcher is enough, I believe. Yeah, here, 20 health. He has maximum, I think, 12 damage on board. Might be curtains here for Shallow.
She has been playing the long game really well. Like, just being able to recover at the key points, finding the right cards in the right moments. Death Cat is going to come down and get rid of the Uranus before it starts doing any more damage.
Look at Tyrion, she's like, no, not my Uranus.
He took that personally.
The legend will rise again.
Yeah, this is as much as you could do.
Yeah, that's not going to be enough.
Basically keeping up lethal on board. Uranus just got to banish. I mean, could have banished the ward, and that would have been it too.
Yeah, this is
What?
definitely curtains.
This is it.
Plot.
Extra 3 damage, and you just swing face. Once again, Sephi doesn't even hit the board. And this deck wins.
Too powerful. There is going to be Chia Yang-chi taking it 2 over Shallow there in a clean sweep to advance to the semifinals.
Dude, so like, in the West, we kind of have this curse where a lot of the stream games end in 2-0. Is this normal for SEAO? Like, do you guys get a lot of 2-0s as well, or
I think you brought it with you, man.
damn, well,
You're cursed, man.
it's good for the players that are winning, I guess.
Guess we gotta sacrifice some chat. I mean,
Oh no!
blood for the
Not
blood
this.
god, you know?
Not the Blood God, dude. I'm done. Dude, this is 2023. The Blood God gotta stay in 2022, man. I'm done with the Blood God, but pretty good showing by Chia. Speaking of gods,
Yeah.
man, he looked dominant as hell. Like, that was super powerful and a really dominant showing over Shallow. Of course, for Shallow, still made top 8, got the prize money, got the playmat, looking really nice. And now Chia can rest easy and wait to see who's going to join him in that next quarterfinals match between Life and Ein Reese.
Yeah, so both these guys, Life and EMT Reese, are no slouches at all. Both these guys have been here in this position before. Again, Ein Reese he was here top 4 March last year. He was here top 4 in February 2 years ago, as well as top 8 in May 2 years ago. So this guy is no stranger to the top 8 SEAO Cups. So I think for this one, we might have Igni back. Did someone rehire him? Is that what I heard? Is John Side Games out here making a veto on Chris's fight? Dang.
It's absolutely true. Chris brought the Western curse over here just like the colonizers did long ago.
Not Manifest Destiny, no!
Can I just say, East, I was watching that last set. Great games, but there ain't no way that the only game Last Words won was against itself. The more I watch this deck, the more I'm like, this deck, it ain't it, bro. This deck ain't it. We gotta move away from the Last Words.
I mean, I'm surprised. Like, we didn't see Uranus come down and just ruin more days. But yeah, Last Words, not the move to today.
Yeah, every time it's come out, I've just been less and less impressed. I'm just like, what are you doing? The other deck has 20 million cards, and you have definitely Tyrant's Feast and nothing to play it on every single time. But, you know, enough of the past, East. We are going into the final quarterfinals game here of the day to see who is moving on to the semis. It's going to be Life versus EMT Ein Reese. Let's take a look at their lineups.
So again, I think
the last little deck study of the day here. Life is bringing that standard loot swordcraft here. Only one of Gilnelise is kind of risky, I think.
Yeah, well, he is running 2 of the Chivalrous Bandits, so I feel like if you're trying to like hedge your bets here and have a little bit of healing in some other way, Chivalrous Bandit's not a bad idea. Also, 3-1 board presence is pretty great, especially in the early game. If they can't answer this guy, or if you put him up behind something that your opponent has to deal with instead, then 3 damage face is fantastic chip damage so that you can make your Barbaros have to do less work in the late game.
That's absolutely true too. Like we talked about it before too. You were just mentioning it in the last set with Chris. Metatron on the board. A lot of decks can't really get over that in the early game because it's just a huge stat line. You have other cards behind the Metatron, shielding them, wooden shield. Then all these guys are going to swing to the face. I will say, though, this deck is a little bit curious as well with only the 2 of General Maximus as well.
Look, I don't hate the idea of 2 of General Maximus just because he's great on 5. And that's pretty much it. Like,
yeah, true. He's great on 5, and then he's okay on 6. And plus, if you're running 3 of Opulent, there's some kind of curse where this guy pulls the Opulent every time instead
Only
of pulling your
yeah.
Octress. I don't know if you experience the same thing, Ace, but that's certainly how it goes for me sometimes.
No, I feel that. You play him on 5, no play points left, you get Opulent strategies, like, cool, guess I'll die then.
Guess I'll die. You know, this could have been an Octress and I could have cycled and worked towards my game plan, but instead I just got some rich girl who wins with money or whatever she says. So,
but not this turn because I'm broke right now.
I'm broke. I got no play points left. I am out, all right? No resources here. But of course, if you do pull the Octress, it's so powerful as well, so I totally understand it. I think it's an interesting spread. We're gonna have to see if it works out in terms of consistency though, because like thing is, you run 2 of Maximus. In theory, all right. But what happens when you're on turn 5 and you don't have Maximus? Then you're like, oh, wish I ran another one. You know what I'm saying? So,
great point.
It can happen.
Yeah, the first make can only do so much. Let's take a look at the Life's next deck list here. It's going to be Sephi Rune.
It's what we've been seeing, man.
I mean, this one I think is pretty standard here. We got the 2 of Yukishima and then 2 of the Thunder Gods. Yeah, I think this is like the lineup.
This is the exact list I run on ladder too. Yeah, I think this has been so optimized at this point, Sephi Rune. Yeah, I mean, we already figured out that the control package with the Happy Pig and the Yukishima is the way to go. And I feel like a lot of people are just gravitating towards the same build of Sephi Rune. It's extremely performant. We've seen it time and time again, even just today. You don't even need to play the Sephi a lot of the time, and you can still edge out wins. So, yeah, I so far of the big 3, I've been the most impressed of Sephi, I think.
No, you're right. You know, Sephi, in a lot of cases, not even necessary. Just the board presence alone from, like, the big, fat volunteer test subjects is enough. Of course, Sephi is a great way to like close out the game early on like turn 6, turn 7. But if otherwise you don't have her, you can still like curve your way out into a huge board and you put a lot of pressure on your opponent so you can just win through sheer numbers.
Absolutely. The volunteer test subject comes out, wins you through the board. Not only that, but it recycles resources for you because it draws, so you're never out of gas, which is a problem that some of the other decks have had. so far today.
Yeah,
Not naming
in
names
a big
here.
way.
Last word shadow.
Shit. Calm down over there. PTSD.
Yeah, Steffi Ruin is definitely one of the ones to watch out for. And what is Life bringing in his third slot? Let's find out. Third deck in his lineup is indeed the Last Word Shadow. It's the common lineup. We've seen it.
Well, I mean, this one does have the 2 of the Deathly Tyrant's face. We've seen that too. I feel like in almost every case when a player brings 2 of this, it just hasn't worked out for today at all.
Oh no, absolutely not. I 100% agree with y'all. Run the 1. You know, it even rhymes. Makes it easy to remember. You don't gotta run 2, okay? Other than that, I think we've really seen this deck struggle today. Not only does it have a lot of counterplay, like Chris was talking about, he said that, you know, not only does Uranus screw with this, but he also said that Arsene Lupin can even take out Last Words. But it's also a lot more dependent on its sources of draw than the other decks. You know, Loot has a lot of sources of cycle, so does Sephi with the test subjects. This one, if you don't draw Hugin and Moonin, if you don't draw Corral Souls, you're just going to be left dead in the water a lot of the time.
Yeah, great point. And again, this list has had a ton of problems. I feel like it's had some shaky draws over the course of the day, so let's hopefully see if Life can pilot that to, I guess, better success.
Like I said, literally the only game it won was against another Last Word Shadow. Okay, not a great showing tonight.
I'll beat myself up.
Absolutely. All right, now it's time for the last competitor, Ein Reese from Team Enmity. Another spell boost user. Interesting stuff.
Ooh.
I think this might be the exact same list
Yes, it is.
that we saw
It is, yeah.
earlier in the day. Yep, the one of Yukishima, the one of Orchestral Mage, 2 of Uranus,
2 Enchanting Spell.
1 of Stay, 2 Enchanting Spell. Yeah, it looks exactly the same. I mean, the game plan is the same as well. You boost your CMIL and your Raining Blades for huge damage. Orchestral Mage can recover you some play points, some defense points rather as well. Chakram Wizard is obviously one of the greatest spell boosters of all time.
Amen.
Making your hand cost 0 while clearing the board. And then you have the end game option of the Yukishima because you're drawing so much anyway, because a lot of the cheap spells you have are draw cards. So it all works out.
Yeah, so again, we've only seen, I think, 1 other spell boost today, and it's kind of cool to see this deck still get some representation. I think you mentioned earlier, it's kind of a shame that, Runecraft has 3 like viable decks in the meta right now, where other classes are like, please, sir, can I have a single good card? But yeah, I mean, spell boost Rune might be able to get the
Please,
job
sir,
done.
may I have a deck? And then Bloodcraft mains in their little bowl, they drop in Genomuel and Pazuzu, and they're like, oh, okay.
I guess this is cool. All right. Thanks.
But Runecraft is so powerful, and we're seeing it here, right? In the top 8, 3 different archetypes making it into the top 8. And Spell Boost, honestly, I've seen some people online say Sephi may be more consistent, but I think Spell Boost might be, in terms of sheer power, it might edge it out just a little bit in the hands of a good pilot. So I'm excited to see Ein Reese take this and maybe go for a deep run with it.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Ein Reese's next deck list here. Spell Boost Rune plus Armed Drag. How is that you get all the dragons?
Spotted East. All right, everybody, calm down.
How do you always get the Dragoncraft deck list? How is that even possible? Did you like set the schedule today?
Yeah, I did, in fact. I made it specifically so that you 2 had to cast the Last Word Shadow Mirror, okay? I rigged it.
Wow. It really be your own people out here doing you dirty. But yeah, Ein Reese is here, Armed Dragon. I think this is more of the like actual Armed Dragon, none of the discard focus we saw previously today. But yeah, did you see the 2 of Drazael? Is that what's like, what's he going over
Drazael,
there?
the enforcer that it's a 5/8 ward that heals and debuffs the enemy board. It's absolutely fantastic. Not only is it an early game draw, which sometimes Armed Dragon lacks in some ways, but it's also a late game huge defensive option that you have alongside Levitine Defenseman if you need it. I think Ein Reese's list is particularly cool. Only 1 Iron Scale Serpent Drake makes me a bit nervous because that's one of your best tempo plays ever. But he makes up for it by running the 1 of Dancing Crab. Listen, Dancing Crab, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's not a great card, but it is actually playable because it can't be attacked. And you know what's fantastic with can't be attacked? buffing its defense, okay? So you buff this guy's defense.
Clever.
Their spells can't kill it, and it just gets consistent damage throughout the course of the game. If you get it late, you can play the enhanced version, which is bad. So don't do that.
Yeah,
but if you
it's
draw it
pretty
early,
bad.
you get to play it and deal some good chip, and then finish off with Forte and Levantine, okay? So I think it's doable. And I mean, listen, I'm so happy that Ein Reese made it to top 8 with this list. I wonder how many bans it got. And listen, either way, if it gets banned, that's funny because it has Crab in it. If it doesn't get banned, that means he won with Crab. Either way, it's a good time.
You can't win. It's one of those lose-lose situations. Like I banned it because of Crab, or I lost to Crab.
Yeah, you literally can't win in this scenario. And I mean, we're joking around, but he made it to top 8. I'm saying this might be the legit technology. We're gonna have to find out.
Meanwhile, let's take a look at the last deck that Ein Reese is bringing. I'm sure there are no memes in this deck, of course, right? It can't be the case.
Okay, let's take a look. Whoa,
That's
whoa, whoa,
right.
whoa, whoa,
That's
whoa,
right. No
whoa,
memes. No
whoa,
memes.
whoa,
Calm
whoa.
down. That's what is that? Why is Death Scythe Hound in here?
Death Scythe Hound.
What is he
and
doing?
One of Baccaris Peppy Ghosty. All right. So
I don't hate Peppy Ghosty.
the reasoning with Death Scythe Hound is that it deals 2 damage to all of their followers, or 2 damage to the enemy leader and 2 damage to all of their followers, plus evolve, which then deals another 4 damage to all of their followers and 4 to the enemy leader. So we saw earlier this deck can get overwhelmed by large boards, and Death Scythe Hound is this deck's only AoE. The other way is to, chaotic Doom and Hope, or play Death Cat Reaper, and that's only single target. With Death Scythe Hound, not only are you able to take apart large boards, but you can also self-proc your own last words, try and get to your instant death condition faster, and it deals chip damage to the enemy fast. I think it's not an out there inclusion, and honestly, with the weaknesses we've been seeing from last words today, this tech might be the thing that shores it up.
I don't know, man. Death Scythe Hound over there eating up those 8 shadows. Meanwhile, Deathly Tyrant's Feast hungry, trying to find 20, can't find it. What happens?
True. How many games has Deathly Tyrant's Feast won today?
All right, to be fair, like we said, we only see Shadow win like a single time against itself. That's besides the point. Deathly Tyrant's Feast, kind of a good card though. It's shiny. Look at that thing. It's gold.
If Death Scythe Hound wins a game, I challenge
I'll never get into it.
You need to globe it. You need to globe 3 copies of Death Scythe Hound.
3 maybe one.
All right,
maybe
globe 1
3.
copy of Death Scythe Hound.
All right,
If
I'll take that
Deathly
bet.
Tyrant's Feast wins the game, I'll globe a copy of Deathly Tyrant's Feast.
Oh, I'll definitely take these. Absolutely. Also, I want you to globe up a Scarecrow. You know what?
If neither of them win, well, then this was a lame bet. We shouldn't have made it.
No contest.
All right, fantastic. We got sort of a battle of philosophies yet again. We got Life with a bit more of the standard lineup, and Ein Reese with some super spicy technology. Let's see who comes out on top, and let's see what they ban as we go into this last quarterfinals of the day.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at Ein Reese's list. I mean, Armed Dragon, Last Word Shadow. I think that Spellboost Rune has got to go. Especially if you're Life, like take a look at the decks that you can ban. Seems like Spellboost Rune is like the most consistent or most like powerful version of a
Oh,
deck
you're
there.
absolutely correct in your call here. Life Spell Boost. Oh, sorry. Life Sephi Rune gets banned, and Ein Reese's Armed Dragon gets banned. What the
Oh, wait, what? What? Wow.
I kind of get it.
Really? Do you? Really? They banned the
Because-
crab?
Sephi, yeah, that's true. They banned
the crab? Come on.
Gotta keep that in mind. Yeah, with
Come on,
Sephi
bro.
banned, Spell Boost doesn't have to worry about the timer. Neither does Last Words. You just have to sort of live through. Oh, but Loot is such a hard. Dude, I don't know. This is a tough
Yeah,
ban for me.
that's rough, yeah. Shout out to Life.
Especially
with
if you
the
have to go
tactical
in the
dog.
Last Words mirror too.
Luckily, that's not going to be the case here. We're going to see Loot Sword going up against Last Word Shadow first.
Hey, you know what? You know what might be a good tech card against the wide boards of Sword though is Death Scythe
Don't say it, don't say it,
Hound.
don't say it, don't say it.
We all
dare you.
know it.
It's not going to happen. Hold on. Are we saying that it's first to happen, or is it overall which happens more? Because there's a chance it could happen more than one time.
Whichever one I win.
Oh, okay.
That's the
All right.
one we're going
This
for.
seems fair and balanced. All right, cool. Yeah, all right, sick.
I never said I was a fair man.
This seems like I just said I was a man.
I'm just a guy. I'm just trying to do my best out here. Oh, you know what's interesting though? We didn't really talk about it because we were focused on the Hound, but the Baccaris Peppy Ghosty as an additional 2-of Ghost Generator that kind of recycles itself, right? So not only is it a
draws
last
cards,
word,
yeah.
but it gives you a little bit more fuel, especially since you're burial riding quite a bit in this deck with stuff like Kerberos. With Baccaris being able to give you back a body, it lets you play stuff on board, potentially deal with the board state of the game while not being out of resources in hand to burial ride. I think it's quite an interesting inclusion.
Also, the fanfare to draw a card, in a lot of cases where this deck has ran out of fuel, I think Baccaris helps to stop that.
And then, yeah, with the Hugin and Moonin and the... I don't hate this hand at all from Ein Reese.
Yeah.
Just start
It's like
getting the
he's
last
using all
words
these-
count down while drawing. And there's the Asphalt as well.
It's almost like he could use these cards to build shadows for a Deathly Tyrant's Feast.
It's almost
What a
like
great
you
idea.
could Use these cards to build shadow. Can I just say, while we're having this like bickering moment, I'm just looking at the other camera and Chris is staring with the most intense expression of all time. Like he's like saying, what are these idiots talking about?
He's like, somebody's dying today.
It's so funny.
Well, the Incident and the Colonel both picked up here.
Yeah, not bad at all. And I think...
Is Life
Next-
asleep? Oh, no, okay, all right. I was about to say, my man.
He's a stone cold killer. I think
definitely is.
turn 3, Hugin and Moonin isn't a bad play either. You start drawing into your other cards, you put a bit of board pressure up. A lot of their guys are weenies too, like Chivalrous Bandit doesn't trade well into Hugin and Moonin, right?
Yeah, great point. Why not? Yeah. You can't attack this turn, but you can't really do anything to the 2-2 unless you're Steve there. But yeah, having something on board, knowing that Uranus is not coming down, and being able to get that card draw off both these is great.
Yeah, I think the only other play was Baccaris Thunder God, but that would mean that you're potentially saving Hugin and Moonin for a Maximus, and that's a lot of play points
That's a
that
lot.
doesn't even deal with their board. So I don't know. I think I
Yeah.
like this better.
Now, the 3 play points here from Life. You could play Lupin here, but it feels like you're not getting as much as you could.
No. I mean, next turn you definitely first mate, right? So you're just thinking, how do I curve into an ideal turn 4? If you
Title
play
Gunner?
Gunner, you deal with both cards on the opposing side in one card. But you do lose the potential win condition of Title Gunner, which is always that's one of the very interesting decisions I think you have to make with Loot Sword, right? You
Yeah.
have to weigh up whether you want to spend these resources early or save them for the win, which is why the deck is so hard to pilot, and the amount of decision making you have to do really influences the outcome of games. So you got to be careful about what lines you take.
Even if nothing else, like you're gonna be able to get the loot card off of the Title Gunner, so you deal with their board, plus you make a bigger board that they have to deal with in the following turns with your first mate, and I really like that.
That's true, and Title Gunner has what I like to call pseudo ward, where you have to take it down, or else it becomes the most like stressful thing on that board for sure.
Wait, really? Life opted to just go in with it rather than saving the loot card for the first mate. I guess this is fine because you're only gonna have 1 play point left over next turn to use anyway. So yeah.
Well, he had to go in with it because he was, of course, respecting the one of Death Side Hound that was kicking it out of ambush anyway. So.
Fair point. Yeah.
Now it's a fight. I'm gonna whisper you.
Ooh,
And it's
fantastic play here. And this is what I'm talking about, getting the Baccaris back in hand, so you're not even card poor here. You still have plenty of gas in the tank. I think this is probably a first mate.
Yeah, first mate up.
You know what? These Chivalrous Bandits are kind of looking dead in Live's hand here.
You want to use the bandits instead and save the first mate for 5, where you can basically like go through and get all of your rally and all of your loots played in a single turn.
It could be an option. like Arsène Lupin Chivalrous and then just sit.
Yeah.
You can even pre-evo the Arsène Lupin if you're feeling particularly spicy this day.
I don't know if I'm feeling that spicy. Oh god, dog.
He's hovering over it though.
Yeah. The question is, does he evolve it?
Hey, only in Shadowverse can you see a dog fight Lelouch from Code Geass. Isn't that
An
cool?
actual like 40-foot dog versus. Now, yeah, he's gonna spin Arsene.
I think he might pre-evo.
Really? I don't know if I agree with the pre-evo here.
Stealing
But
is
you know
You have
what?
to respect
Even
the text, man.
Even if he
what?
doesn't pre-evo, if he runs it in, it takes out the last words, right? That's actually kind of big.
That's actually not that bad. Yeah, okay. The question here
It's
is,
kind of like the same as a Uranus, right?
I don't know about that one though.
Yeah, that guy's dying. So.
Yeah, he's getting blasted.
Ooh, and Hugin and Moonin picked up with
Yeah.
Loyal Ghost Pup in the back. What's the best play though? No Corral Souls makes things a little awkward. I think no,
You don't
they
wanna
can't
spend a Gildan
Hugin because
lever
this thing
early.
has Clash, right? So it'll get rid of the draw.
Oh, that's a great point. Yeah, they would lose both the draws. So, oh, that's so. Actually, you know what? The necklace is actually smarter play than I thought. Because yeah, now any of the 1/1s that it hits, like they don't get their effect, and that means they lose their last words as well. So he has to throw something like a 2/1 into it.
That necklace, I think, is you're absolutely correct, man. Like because now a ghost can't just trade into it for free, right?
Promising soul, dead ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna see it happen right here.
Fascinating.
All right, see you, Hugin.
Oof.
And or Moonin. I don't know which one you are.
to new.
That's a great point. Which one is which? Yeah. How do we know?
No one will ever know. It's one of life's great mysteries.
Schrodinger's Hugin and Moonin.
Yeah, is that what I was
this-
about? You didn't
something
know which
like
cat
that.
was his?
Close enough. Close enough. Which one died is the question.
Ooh. If he plays Octress,
Octress?
he can choose between getting a ghost or drawing a card. I don't think drawing is super impactful. He could also play First Mate here, clear the board, get a huge board in return too.
Yeah, this
Like
is.
these chivalrous bandits are still doing nothing in hand since turn two.
Newfound satisfaction begets desire.
He's gonna get the Octress though. I think it's important, yeah, just to have the Adherent of Hollowness in hand, but he's got to get rid of something first.
You know, he's going for the
Oh, this
ghost.
is fine. Yeah, this is fine. You play the Chivalrous. You evolve here.
Now you
You
confuse.
swing with the Chivalrous and then fuse in, yeah.
Heightened fear shall make you crave.
You kind of have to triple fuse here, or whatever, double fuse. Otherwise, you're gonna overdraw. You still overdraw.
Yeah, I think
you should have attacked with the.
All mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Hard to
so
be
right,
there.
East. He should have attacked first with the chivalrous. Now he's gonna overdraw.
I'm fort.
This is gonna be a Barbaros. Just watch.
Don't say that. Please don't say that.
For you.
I mean, listen. You play the game. Play silly games, win silly prizes.
Ooh.
Absolutely
That cut
works
deep, man. You
smart,
can't say
not
that.
hard.
The tribulations
How much
Oh yeah, the
is
nice
that?
little even trade here.
I think
How
I'd
many
like
last
to
words
see
do we have at
Corral
this
Souls
point?
here.
Yeah, this ghost gotta go.
Over here.
Hand size on both sides is becoming an issue.
you.
Ein Reese can
Ooh,
just dumb
we-
stuff though. Like he just plays the Abyssal plus out, like Peppy Ghosty or whatever. He's fine.
Maybe save the Peppy. Oh, the Peppy Ghost is the 1/1. Okay, yeah, it's fine.
Peppy Ghosty's the 1/1. Oh wait, that Ghosty doesn't have a last word though. Maybe you play the Pop instead. 'cause it has last
Detestable.
words.
Well, the Ghosty would on Fanfare is gonna give you the card in hand, so you gotta be careful.
The Ghosty summons a ghost, doesn't it? It doesn't draw.
On Fanfare, I think it does. Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure it just summons a ghost.
Summon a ghost if an allied the Gargantuan ghost. My bad. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah.
He just summons
Only
a
if you got a
ghost.
big fat ghost in play.
All right, he's just gonna go for the draw, try and
Yeah.
cycle a little bit, look for another kernel potentially.
Coming for
Don't hate it.
you.
He's got life down to 15, so he's in a pretty good prime position. If only he could draw his Deathly Tyrant's Feast to win the game. Surely I wouldn't, bless him to just draw that off the top next turn, right?
I don't know if Deathly Tyrant's Feast wins, right? No, it does. You're so right.
Oh, yeah, absolutely does.
Getting-
Oh, wait a second.
Wait, no.
Maybe
It's
not.
Necromancy
No, only
20. He
13.
doesn't got it. He
Yeah, only
doesn't got
13.
it.
Hold on.
He doesn't got it. He
Hold on.
doesn't got it.
2 turns. He'll win in 2 turns. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Next turn, he's going to go dummy
Oh,
stupid
I
with
mean,
the ghost.
like, Life's going to populate the board here, and then Ein Reese is going to use Death Size Hound to clear and then win the game. So, I think that's
I
pretty
don't know about all that, though, you know. I might have a difference of opinion, good sir.
We have fun here. We have fun here on the cut.
Finally, the first mate comes out. All right, I've been waiting for this guy all game. The
Bro, this
problem
guy's
is,
a
it's not
sixth mate at this point, bro. It's been too long.
It's getting demoted.
How
You
this
hate to
happened.
see it. All right, yeah, fuse 1 here?
He's decreasing 1 by 1 cost. I think he's going to decrease the Ultra spell by 1. Yep.
Big barks, yeah. All right.
Yo, what if he buffs the ghost?
Ooh, don't say that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Really?
Hey, you know what this board? You know how you could easily build this board with just 1 card and 4 play points? Yeah.
Don't say it. Don't say it. It's not possible. It's not gonna happen. It's fine.
Hey, you know what card deals with this board?
Bro, not today. Not today. You can definitely clear this board with like other means and getting your last words up, you know? Just a
I mean,
dog.
the last words quest is already active. Istandet's glowing yellow right there, but you know who's also glowing yellow? Is that potentially
Istandet's cousin? Isn't that the second?
potentially a hound-like creature, a dubious little man.
Dubious little man is how I would not describe him, but you know what? All right, yeah.
It could happen, you know, if he plays that Death Scythe Hound. I just know that somebody is going to be -1 Seer's Globe very soon.
I don't know what you're talking about. Let me just
You better tweet
just
it.
make some
You
calls. Let
better
me make
tweet
some
it after
calls.
this. I'm holding you to it. Chat's
me
gonna
make some
hold you to
calls.
it. If he plays Death Scythe Hound here to clear the board, you're gonna have to globe this guy.
bro, don't you do it.
No, he's just
Don't
gonna
you do
instant
it.
that. I'm
That's
just
right.
playing with you.
That's right, you better. That's right. Whiston dead out here. Let's go.
You save your Seer's Globe today, good sir, but
That's
you
right.
can't run from debt forever.
This is a little early, don't you think? He puts the guild leads behind it as well. I think he's just putting followers to pad the stats.
Wait to see you do.
I mean, it's kind of hard to answer this, right? Like, wait,
sure.
Octress can steal the Colonel's last
Oh
word.
no!
And the storm!
That's actually awful.
And Opulent Strategist can use Graceful Maneuver to clear board too.
Oh shoot, that's right. Yeah, well, opulent strategy is just the easy answer here.
Yep, Opulent Strategist full clears.
Jesus. Goodbye, board. I mean, you're not gonna leave her up, but it's fine.
I'm a
How do you
little
heal
worried
it?
though. You're kind of looking for a little bit of heal also?
Gildenleys, please.
No, Gildenleys? I mean, I guess you could use Chivalrous Mana to get a goblet. Drink that up,
Hey.
and then Opulent, and then Graceful.
Get that slurp juice, homie.
Excuse me?
You heard me. Get that slurp juice.
Begets desire.
All right, well,
stolen,
if he uses this play, then he has the shot to regain 3 defense using the last words of the Abyssal Colonel, which is fine.
Money and
That's a great point. Yeah, he trades 3 there, 3 damage.
Maneuver.
Also pop something.
our supply lines have been reinforced.
Doesn't
Yep.
he? Isn't he worried about?
Prices. I'll win with wealth.
No, this is the most heal. I think he's worried about dying to an OTK of some kind.
Fair, yeah, because it's gonna pop. It's going to pop his Octopus here, so yeah.
This is the most heal.
Alright, cool.
Ooh, another fuse.
Yeah. I
There's
think that-
Maximo.
I don't know. It's turn 7, turn 8.
You.
Yeah.
Well, he has
Doesn't
another
turn
Abyssal, right? What if he just Abyssals here and then Instant Nets again?
Ooh. Do you think it's a little overzealous? Wow, he's gonna do it though.
It is a little.
Is your life necessary?
I can't lie to you. In terms of zealousness, this does rank among top 5. But
Top 5 and zealous. Alright, 6
he's
more
still gonna
damage.
go for it, especially if he can follow this up with an with a Kerberos in the back, which is
Deathly Tyrant's Feast. Oh my god, what a
more
great
damage?
idea!
I'm coming.
Bro, look at that
for
sad
you.
dog over there. Just unadopted. Nobody loves him. Unused.
He doesn't look
unloved.
sad. He looks happy, but like in the dumb way where he can't comprehend what's happening around him.
Jesus. Chattel slavery, Igni over here. All right.
Well, he's a dog.
That doesn't make it right, Igni.
What are you trying to implicate me in? He's a dog.
Alright, the evolve.
Excuse me?
Bro, just get a fish. Be like Issendet, dude. You don't need a dog. A
Bro, that
goldfish is
fish
just
is
good
literally all bone.
enough. Hey, that means you don't have to worry about it dying and flushing it down the toilet. You have to have that sad moment with your child. Alright, the fuse here. Yeah, this has got to be an 8, right? Or, yeah, gotta be an 8.
Yeah.
No?
It's at 4. It's at 4. He's got it.
Alright, yeah.
Ooh, that's quite a good pickup too.
Alright.
That's heal. He can also use the Octress to copy the kernel again.
Bro, how? Ein Reese will be punching air. Ein Reese is about to be punching air. Yeah. Bro, not like this. Please. Not
Pretty
like
funny.
this. Yeah, we are gonna see the evolve and get the second one.
Fear shall make you
This is the most amount of heal, right? You gotta play Ultimate Hollow as well.
Yeah.
I think you play the Chivalrous Bandit, run into the guy, and then run in your Octress. Then you heal with the Goblet and Ultimate Hollow to clear up.
Here. Okay, yeah, that's what we're gonna see here.
where it belongs.
This, yeah.
Kill
Kinda
Issendet here.
sad.
Oh, killed the 1/1. Uh-oh.
Yikes.
Well, you can still take care of Issendet with Hollow. That's not the worst thing in the world. And then you evolve the Adherent into the Skullfish. You still take 2, though.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine, you know?
There's no Barbaros.
Definitely Tyrant's Feast, man. And Goblet, yeah, wow, he's looking clean.
I can't believe Last Word's about to lose again. Imagine my shock.
You're so rude, you know that? This is so unfortunate because no Gilnalese either. You can't attack into anything, so you can't heal, can't even evolve.
Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Last Words is out of gas again. Who could have thunk it? Could never have
So-
imagined this happening.
I just want to say that if he plays the dog in this scenario, it doesn't count. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. I'm just,
You know
he
what?
plays
That's
the
fair.
dog- you know?
Yeah. I'll honor that. This doesn't count.
If he plays the dog right now, it doesn't
Especially since if he definitely Tyrants feasted here, it would have been lethal. So it absolutely doesn't count.
It's not a dog moment.
This is a wash. This is a wash of a bet. Go back to the drawing board for this one.
Nah, man, this is... I can't believe he was out here really gassing the Death Sight Hound like that.
Hey, it would have been good if this Maximus got drawn earlier, but it didn't. It was at the bottom.
It's like Anubis' weird cousin. Nobody likes this guy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
question is, what
I
do
was
you
just doing a bit. We have
Nah,
fun here.
son, you globing up. You globing up.
Nah, you didn't play Death Scythe Hound. I'm sorry, he didn't
Not-
play Deadly Tyrant's Feast. We're good.
Not yet. Not yet. Don't worry, friend. There is
All right, if
always
he plays
time.
Deathly Tyrant's Feast to win this game, I will globe it. I promise you that. I'll post it on
Please,
Twitter.
God. Please, God, don't lose, Ein Reese. Please, God.
Please draw it, please.
All I ask is one.
If he
card.
loses this game, though, like the bet was a wash. What a horrible bet.
Jesus. Also, 1 out of 18 cards, I believe. Chris, do the number crunching on that. What do we got here? 1 out of 18.
Hey, how
What are my
come the
chances?
one time we want 2 Deathly Tyrant's Feast, it doesn't show up?
Chris, I hear just like, here's the request. Like, nah, this orange juice good though, homie.
Is this some kind of catcher's curse?
Takes a sip.
Yeah, this entire game, Chris has been looking at us with a look of like the shame that a dad would give like a disappointing son or something.
Uh-oh, we blasting?
We are indeed blasting, my guy.
Yeah.
Nice pickup!
Pickup, that was really good.
The holo is so good!
Shoot the... Sorry, old yeller. You gotta go.
Back to 15.
Jeez, and then the 8 here. Yeah, and then the 4. Yeah. All right. We get it. Yeah, all right. We get it. We get it. Like...
None of us are using globes today. I'll tell you that much.
Well, hold on. Ein Reese still has another chance.
True.
Calm down. Don't worry. We can go the distance here, friend.
And it is the last words mirror, so maybe he'll make it work. Well, unless Ein Reese switches it up, brings in spell boost.
This is so sad that in the second case, this is the only time Last Words has picked up a win against itself. Oh, God. We can't win us.
The only
Shadow
thing
Wings.
Last Words has won against this tourney is itself. Well, wait, maybe that curse will be broken right here. Let's have a look.
Oh, wait a second. He went to spell boost.
Mother, father.
Wow. Ein Reese doesn't even believe.
Damn, he really didn't believe in Deathly Tyrant's Feast that much that he had to go to a different deck.
I don't think
That's
this is
crazy.
I'm
That's
just
crazy.
saying. Deathly Tyrant's Feast didn't let him down. The dog did. I'm just saying. He told Deathside Hound to go fetch a stick, and that dog never came back.
Yeah. Well, you can't blame him. Deathside Hound is a man. You can't keep that guy.
He's like, bro,
He's
I'm
full
grown.
on bipedal, my
I'm
dude.
going to work.
Tell him to fetch, he'll beat you up.
Like, no, dude. I can talk. I have thought.
All right.
So
Well,
here-
I mean, for Ein, whoa, fantastic
Jesus.
hand for Ein Reese. I've always
Yeah.
said this. The most important cards in Spell Boost are Mari and Chakram Wizard. Those
Yep.
are the two most important cards in the deck. Mari is the fuel that keeps you going. If you don't draw your Mari early, you never end up getting your engine going. I found this to be 100% true. So for Ein Reese, it is incredibly fortunate that he's drawn double Mari. Not fortunate is that he doesn't have a 2-cost spell to lead into his next turn. Unless he draws
curve out
Magic Missile
somehow?
right here.
Let's see it.
Oh,
Oh, Story of a
not
Lifetime.
bad, not bad.
Yeah, we'll take that. Take that. Question is, what do you get rid of? Meltina?
Crush Ice. Oh,
Sorry.
he's getting rid of a Mari. Oh, he already has the other ones. It's all good. And,
Oh, there's the magic missile. So yeah, technically you're.
and he's going second, so this Angel's Blessing costs 1. So that's fantastic.
Meanwhile, on life side, look what showed up in his hand. Deathly Tyrant's Feast. What a great card. Jesus Christ. All right, the end game is secured, guys. We have it.
That's true. The end game is indeed secured. What do
we
you
have-
do to get there?
We have win conditions. I'm trying
This
to
might be
think.
the first time we see Last Words win against something that isn't itself.
Jesus. Maybe still no. I'm still 50-50.
Nah, I don't think so. All you have to do is
Come
draw
on.
Semael. Yeah, there it is.
Well, there it is. Jeez. Yeesh. All right. Okay. Chaotic Doom was a good pickup too. Hold up.
No, it's not. He's gonna play and it's gonna recover Eva point.
Don't, dude, I had that happen like 2 nights ago. Twice in a row, I was punching air. I was so
Yup.
mad.
Yup. You're absolutely right to do so.
It's like, yeah, I'm gonna head out. Yeah, have fun. You win this game.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to playing Genome Well Blood or whatever.
Ugh.
If I'm gonna lose, I might as well lose in style.
Come on, man. Pazuzu will. Now, the awkward thing here is, does he want to actually play one of the Abyssal Kernels? Yeah, I think you kind of do.
I think there's
Your
no
hand's
other play,
cooking.
right?
So, you know, if your hand's cooking, you know, pull out the pan, turn on the burner.
Hey, play 2.
Don't be like that. Calm down.
Hey, he's
gonna
hovering
do it.
over it.
He's gonna. Oh my God.
He's
Now, hold
doing
on.
it.
Be careful of your board here. You have to still get to 10 shadows, and you need to have some board space to actually get there.
Oh, 3 spaces is enough. Kerberos only needs 3 spaces, right?
Oh my God, he did it live. You madman. You
He's
chose
doing it.
death.
Oh, and Chakram picks up for Ein Reese. That is so amazing. Meltina getting boosted. Magic Missile picked up. Yuki
and
picked up too.
Yukishima.
Not as relevant, but still fine.
Crushing rain here. Yeah, seems
Yeah,
fantastic.
not bad stuff.
Don't evolve. Don't be greedy. Okay, good.
Can you imagine if they evolve Amari? Holy moly.
Chakram Wizard in shambles.
Water magic? That's so last week. Or whatever he says. Pretty close, right?
Close enough. Now the 5 play
Voice
here.
actor, hire me.
Please. Hugin and Moonin, not active.
Nope.
So Isn't Dead Evolve seems a little wild. I just like Mino and Chaotic Doom here.
I don't hate Asvault into Hugin Moonin because that does get you the draw.
Yeah.
It does get you last words, and it does potentially cycle another Istandet. Another play, Istandet Evolve Asvault, try and fetch the other one.
The problem with Istandet
risky,
Evolve is that you risk losing your fish to Uranus.
Yeah, that is true. Oh, he's got the other one though.
Nice. Okay.
Too bad.
I still like the Hugin Moon in here though. Yeah, you're gonna get the
Yeah.
card draw somewhere, and it's 2 last words, so you don't have to waste an Evo point either. So valuable.
But this is gonna be Meltinia Uranus, I think.
Yup. He's got 2 Abyssal Kernels on board. If he doesn't get to 10 Shadows in 4 turns, I'm gonna be real sad.
I will say though, it's like one of those things where you see these amulets that just pop off and they're like so inevitable, and you're just like, where's my Angelic Smite? What happened to that card? Why is it gone?
Right. Oh, it did
You
rotate, didn't it? Yeah. Wow.
You probably Uranus this, right? Just to prevent the last words from popping?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta push their game plan back, yeah. And you see, the thing about Uranus is that he's also a 3/3 body, which is kind of wild, man.
Oh yeah. Jif got the bonkers card to reveal this time.
Right? Ooh, and he's gonna just throw up the Chakram Wizard for damage.
Oh, aggressive Evo Mari. Do it.
Wow,
Do it. Hey, you know what card would be really good
7
for life in this situation?
Does Iron Feast to win the game?
Potentially like a Mr. Hound of some kind. Maybe like a 2-legged guy
just,
with a weapon that resembles a kind of a farming implement as well. Would be pretty cool.
Let me just check his. Oh, what do you know? No Death Size Hound there.
That's what I'm saying. Mistake maybe.
Jesus. Wait, please don't tell me that in this case, if Life loses this game, Shadow has still not beat any other deck but itself.
That is true.
All right, now 6 play points to work with. The answer is definitely not Chaotic Doom. So, how do we get to some last words destroyed in this case?
Is your life
I
necessary?
mean, isn't this just over? If anything lives, then he's just gonna Magic Missile Simaya on this GG.
There is an excess of power.
And with no heal.
also doesn't heal.
What's that Krampus? He's got Krampus.
Unless this Chaotic Doom rolls heal here. Nope.
Wow. Thanks, Chaotic Doom. Much
Yeah,
appreciated.
I'll just say it. I'm sorry. Last word's kind of cheeks, bro. I don't believe in it at all.
Iggy said, Buns Shadow. Yeah,
All right,
this
that
is.
runs. Yep, that's a spell boost on Semael. Now he's got Magic Missile plus Semael easily in the bag. Next turn, there's no way to answer the Chakram. The Chakram can evolve spell boost even further. No heal.
Mino, hold on,
Mino can deal with the Chakram though. He ran out of time!
No, that was so big.
No, wait.
Brace yourself.
It didn't matter. Even if he
didn't?
had time and traded into the Chakram, 1 from Meltina, 1 from Magic Missile, 6 from Semael is lethal.
Can I go home yet?
So it didn't matter.
Really? Hold on.
Yeah. Even if he traded, he can Evo Semael. Would have been lethal either way.
Yeah.
Ready
Jeez.
for miracles? Strong.
Didn't even matter.
Last words, more like last place in the tournament.
All right. I like how we're simultaneously betting on this deck, but also dunking on this deck.
Well, we're betting on it because we think that Death Scythe Hound is a funny card. We didn't say it's good. All right, here we go.
Well,
the mirror. Does the Hound make the difference?
Mother.
The inevitable conclusion, too. Can Shadow beat any other deck? The answer is no. But maybe itself. Maybe itself. Yeah, toss these bad boys. The asshole. Is Ein Reese going first or second here?
Ein Reese is indeed going first.
Wow, I'm surprised he got rid of the asphalt there. Unless he wants to push.
He's got a more aggressive hand here. He plays Mino, plays Baccaris, curves into Death Scythe Hound, wins the game, right?
Wait, who? I heard you cut out
Don't
that
act like
last
you
part
didn't
there.
hear me.
You
Don't
cut out
act
that
like
last
you
part there,
didn't
buddy.
hear me.
What was
I
that?
said what I said. I said what I said, and I'm not taking it back, and I'm not apologizing about it.
I heard Mino and I heard Baccarus, and then it got real fuzzy. It was like. Alright, the 2 drop on life side though. Krampus this or Death Cat?
Not a horrible pickup here.
Death Cat. It seems kind of underwhelming, don't you think? Death Cat a ghost?
Thing is, what else are you using it on, right? Like, if they have the
Yeah.
big abyssal kernel turn, you're already gone. That's like the only tall target in the deck anyway. So you might as well just use it, try and take back the board, and get some of your last.
Yeah, that makes it.
If it was against something
good
with
point
more
there.
taller threats, I'd agree with you. But I think Shadow is just a bunch of weenies until you pull off your big boy turn, right? So.
Hey, Asval, what's up? This works out. Was he just playing another Baccarus plus Asval? Yeah.
I like this. Yeah, just Assault here, right? I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah. Is he thinking about Thunder God? There's no way.
I will say though, first quarterfinals that didn't go 2-0.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This is game 3 stuff.
We've had some clean sweeps today.
And I'm quite happy with Spell Boost performance in this tournament. You know, it got nerfed, and people were thinking Sephi was like objectively the better deck for a little while there. But I think in the hands of a skilled pilot, Spell Boost kind of has the edge and power, to be honest with you.
It's been doing pretty well, and I mean, we saw it last game as well.
Promising soul, didn't
No.
Moonin onto the board here.
Wait a second. He played Gilnelly's last turn.
He did. Interesting. And it wasn't answered.
That kind of makes sense. Well, they couldn't have Hugin and Moonin. They couldn't have played Cerberus because they wouldn't do that. Honestly, yeah, maybe Gilnelly's, when you think about it, was the call there.
Devour everything.
Knowing that
not
you're going to be able to put
chaotic,
more
you know,
pressure on the
are we?
board. And you get to heal.
All right. If Ein Reese doesn't draw Corral Souls, I'm going to be a little bit nervous for the guy.
Yeah, this hand is looking a little sad.
At least he draws 2 next turn, but then, like, if you don't get your pieces after that, you're going to be kind of floundering in the mid game, which is enough for life to, like, zoom ahead with his quest.
To be fair, Chaotic Doom does have a chance to pull 2 cards out of the deck, so it's not entirely not possible.
That's oh boy.
Yeah, we're at that
brother.
level of over here doing like mental gymnastics to find a way to like make this hand good. Was he really gonna? Well, I guess you have to. I don't know. That I feel like that was a consideration to just run Hugin Moon in for the card draw.
No, because he can just Krampus it, right?
Oh, yeah, Krampus is there. That's a fair point.
Yeah. And he's got the other Hugin and Moonin in the back, but what is he digging for at this point? I think Istendet, he has one in hand, but another one on the board would be nice.
Deathly Tyrant's Feast. I feel like that's always a great card to have in hand.
Istendet into Doom, and if it gets
There is an excess of life.
Evo point recovery, it's actually okay.
Yeah, it's actually a big dub if you get the Evo point back.
Nah, I
Oh, no,
think
just go to Mino instead.
Mino is pretty good here, but like, what's the answer on the other side? Feast.
What? Look what got picked up, man.
Ironically for you, this is the one situation where Death Scythe Hound is better than Deathly Tyrant's Feast.
God dang it. God dang it, man.
How does this keep happening?
Can't catch
we're
a break
cursed.
out here.
We give casters curse, but the casters are also cursed.
Right? Nobody wins. All right, isn't that here?
Excess of life here.
Okay, let's see what this Doom rolls. It's gotta be something good.
Let's see it.
Draw is not bad, and he picks up the Kerberos. That's actually fantastic. Being able to deal with this entire board and get more of your conditions off and heal a little bit.
It's almost like one of us predicted it would happen.
That's
What's up?
fantastic. Good stuff.
What's up?
Good job. You just want
That's right.
Live,
That's-
direct your angry emails at east_ML.
Nah, Ein Reese cooking right now. Hold up. My man is cooking.
The Hugin and Moon is the only play. He burned his Istendet. He's gonna have to look for the other one.
A promising soul.
Yeah, all right. Let's see. Where's it at? He does have Aswald in hand, and he has 2 kernels, so I feel pretty good about your chances of pulling
Yeah, he's gonna be okay. Ooh, and the Kerberos here is actually fantastic.
Yeah, run this in.
If he plays Kerberos, the only answer in Ein Reese's deck is the Death Scythe, huh?
Taking a hit of that copium over there, big dog.
Hey, man. I only speak the truth. Oh, wait! Abyssal Colonel coming out on this side.
Life
He's
smelling
baiting
blood.
it. Because remember, in the mirror, it's kind of a game of chicken. If you play the Colonel into their Colonel, and you Istandet their Colonel, then your Colonel is bad. So it's just kind of like who pops Colonel first. Gotta be careful about these things.
This message is brought to you by KFC.
You know what? I didn't even think about this. Like, he's not gonna do it here, obviously. But imagine if he popped their Colonel intentionally with Thunder God's Destroy effect and then killed it.
Jesus, that would be disgusting.
That actually could have been kind of heads up.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. Life could
Maybe
cook.
Life will do it.
Life could cook here.
You know, it's not a bad play, just playing Chaotic Doom straight up.
I thought about it. Yeah, just drop a big fat 6 and then his brother comes and helps him out.
Yeah, the Doom brothers.
Doom bros.
Yeah.
I ask one if they want ice cream. They both say yes.
One always tells the truth, and the other always tells a lie.
Calm down.
What question do you ask Chaotic Doom?
Jesus.
Will you draw me cards? They both answer yes. Oh no.
Well, hold on a second. Are you really being that pressured right now?
Yeah, they have no cards in the opposing hand. What's the best thing that Ein Reese could do next turn, theoretically? Play out Istandet? Then they're...
Yeah, just ignore the Colonel. Yeah, this is fine.
I think this is the actual play. Like, playing out Chaotic Doom is unironically good here. Especially if Ein Reese's best play is Istandet and they procs both their Dooms. That could be the swing they need, too.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what... Ein Reese's hand is kind of right now.
Oh, wait. That's not bad.
Second one is okay. But... Really? Really,
Gonna have to
bro?
pull something pretty good. Ideally, maybe,
By the way, neither of these clears. Just saying.
I know, right? It has to pull Hound. I know we're joking, but that's actually like what it has to pull to clear. Oh, wait.
Wow.
Second Hugin will clear if he evolves the Peppy Ghosty?
Promising soul dead ahead. A promising soul dead ahead.
This is kind of sad. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. It wasn't great.
Wait.
Oh,
evolve
wow.
Peppy Ghosty.
Oh, wait a second. Not enough play points. I was like, just Death Cat Reaper, but no. He's only got one left.
We've got
No,
Wow, he really just did it.
I was going to say evolve Peppy Ghosty next turn, feast it, but that's not lethal because that's only 11 damage and they have 14 defense.
Ooh. Now the question here is, how do we get rid of their stupid Colonel?
No lie. Play Thunder God Destroy effect on their Colonel and then kill it yourself.
I think you can, yeah. You have Death Cat in hand, so what, that's 2, 3. You have a top follower you can play for 2.
Hey, you could also just kill it with Thunder God's effect, then Istandet. And then it kills their body, and then your body comes out.
So what, 2, 4? I mean, that's absolutely possible.
It's actually not a horrible idea. And you have the other Colonel in hand. Colonel, Crystallize, Destroy with Thunder God, Accelerate, Istandet.
The only problem I think with that is you have to have something on played first so that you can reduce the cost of the Thunder God.
Yeah, you just play the Abyssal Colonel that's in hand, right?
Oh, the 2 draw. Okay, fair. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. We're actually going to see
going
this
instead for
happen.
the safer play with Evolve Gilman Leaf, which I can respect as well.
Yeah, he's also going to heal up too, so this is fine.
But we're actually geniuses for calling it.
Damn,
Using the
look at
Thunder God
us.
to destroy the Colonel manually. That's some high level stuff.
Commentators simultaneously giving themselves medals.
Hey, we're allowed to be dumb about other stuff, but sometimes we get it right.
Heyo.
All right,
That's what's going to drop here.
Yo, if this is Istandet!
Can
Double
you find
Colonel
lethal
Istandet
though?
here? Is that anything?
I think Istendet dies.
Istendet does die, but he gets the 2 dudes out.
And he's out of play points, though, so it's only 12.
It's not. It's
Oh,
6.
pain,
Bad hit.
pain. Shout out to the stack.
This is the... Yo, I cannot believe this. Last words gotta be the most wet noodle deck I've ever seen. Even the last words versus last
Even
words
when it's
mirror.
popping off, you just...
In no way. Going to turn 8, spell boost room would have killed 5 times by now.
You're like the kid in a group of friends who sees like one kid do like this sick skateboarding trick. You're like, yeah, that's all right.
It's alright. Well, the only reason I say it was alright because the other kids are doing a freaking 900, all right? This guy did an ollie, and it was a Sephi and spell boost and loot are doing 900s on the half. So, you know.
And he's like, hold my hat. Plays Superman.
Yeah. I'm going full
I'm about to go Tony Hawk on him.
I'm going full THPS, bro. Stand right there. All right,
wow.
so this Chaotic
Okay.
Doom be the difference maker here.
I'll show you.
Ooh, okay, hold up. Life is finding a way.
Jurassic
Oh,
Park always
man.
said.
This is still 5 damage. Still 5 damage, it's fine.
Patience with you.
In the next turn, you can Asvolt
Need to
and
draw
Curious and
Death
Death.
Scythe Hound here.
No.
Oh, you know what? Chaotic Doom full play is fine, right?
Bro, we're just slamming down 6-cost Chaotic Dooms at this point and just hoping for the best.
It's like the best play, to be honest.
It is. Unironically.
All right, go for it. Oh, you can also
yeah.
Ghost Pup and Death Cat to kill Bear. Doom?
Wow. Is it Pop?
Where are you?
Hey.
Pops evolution points.
You're so fun.
Not the
And then
best,
you
not
had
the
to hit
worst.
the 2-1. Jeez. These are you. Oh, this is so sad, dude. Do you Asvault? Or do you just play the 8-cost little Ghost Pup?
That is so sad that you had to ask that question.
Right?
Well, last word's gotta be the weakest tier 1 I've ever seen.
No! No!
Whoa,
You
whoa,
pulled
whoa!
Asvault.
Wait, but he has 2 wards! He has 2 wards!
Yeah. Pain. Man, can you believe this?
But I mean, Ein Reese has it, right? If he feasts here, he wins. And I'll have to go
Yeah.
with that guy. Hey, I'm a man of my word. I'll do it.
That's right. You better, coward. Hold on. No instant death, though. Yikes. Life.
That's life, man. That's what all the people
That
say.
is life.
You're riding
Hey,
high in
King.
April and you fall down in May, dude.
Oof.
Or rather, you're riding high in January and fall down in February, but that doesn't really roll off the tongue.
It works. It works. We'll adapt it. It's fine. Not Sinatra's actual lyrics, but it's cool. It's whatever.
Yeah, well, I don't think Sinatra really understood Shadowverse, to be honest with you. I've had to take a guess. So.
Hold on. There's a chance he doesn't play Deathly Tyrant's Feast and plays Ghost Sign Hound.
No, he's playing Feast, dude. He wins. He plays Feast. You don't gotta do it to me like that. I know.
That's right.
Over here.
I'll
He's
globe
cooking,
it.
hold
I'm a
up.
man of my word. I'll globe it. I'll send it to you on Twitter.
That's right.
But hey, you know
Also-
what? I'll globe it, but I will say the list with Death Scythe Hound in it beat the list that doesn't have Death Scythe Hound in it.
Detestable.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
I'm just.
No! We both win! None of us have to globe it! Let's go!
You had one job, Ein Reese. You had one job.
Yo, East, I'll just be honest with you. That one was for the people. That one was for the people, man.
One job. That's it. Why did you do it in that order? Come on.
We're both winners. We're both equal winners.
That means we both lost. But don't sugarcoat it.
All right, I'll globe it if you globe it. How about that?
Shadowcraft can't even do nothing right.
really enjoyed that series, though. Congratulations.
That was good, yeah.
Congratulations to Ein Reese for making it through 2-1, a grueling set. And
Yeah.
shout outs to Life for doing so well as well, but he's going to be walking home because, guys, again, this is a single elimination top cut bracket. You lose a set, you are gone. So it's high stakes here. Life is walking away with $200. Meanwhile, Ein Reese just upped his prize by 200. So, you know, there's a lot on the line every single game. You're not going to want to miss it, especially when we come back from a short break to look at the semifinals. We'll see you then.
Nice
Pretty
little
crazy
hat.
that this guy was just a regular dragon. Then they made him a robot cowboy and he became really good. What happened there?
Shout out to
That's what
Ryzen.
it's all about.
Oh, he's just flexing now.
injury.
What is this?
Oh, come on.
Respect.
I think I would have played the one-cost bird, though.
Yeah. Okay, he's gonna put the ward up here. Raining blades. Run it in.
Going
Yeah.
for big damage.
It's not
Now we're
impossible to
not
win.
Win the Orcus, and we're good.
Oh, that's right.
It was so close.
That's right. My
Bird
bad.
almost made a comeback after a horrific position, but Ryzen had such an early lead. in
There.
Bless you.
That's
And then
a
use
lethal,
Evo.
my guy.
Exact.
Better keep
Brave Vanguard sticking around from the very 4-4, a 2 and a 3, the perfect calculation. Pabs takes the first match.
Play it out. It's Evo points. I bet. Oh, no. Okay.
With that, Pabs gonna play out the Thunder God for the
I'm just saying.
God.
You're too
the
strong.
5 damage storm to seal the deal. And Chia takes game 1. Play points to burn potentially.
Challenge
Gonna be
you.
the wearing this gospel. Oh,
nice
we're
hit.
actually hitting the storm follower and picks up the bird for cycle and heals back up to 20. Love to see it. Aggressive Evo. Might as well once again. Sephi doesn't even hit the board. And this deck wins.
Too powerful. There is gonna be Chia Young Chi taking it. That's right. You bet. That's right. Whiston that out here. Let's go.
You save your Chia's globe today. Would have been lethal either way.
Yeah.
Ready.
Jeez.
You're too strong.
Didn't even matter.
Last word. It's more like last a little bit, but I will say the list with Death Scythe Hound in it beat the list that doesn't have Death Scythe Hound in it.
Testable.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
I'm just.
No! We both win! None of us have to go away! Let's go!
If you let me put it down for you when we get home, if you let me put it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Shadowverse Open 2023 February Cup for Southeast Asia, Oceania. I'm here with my boy Different Fight, aka Chris, aka Big Man on the Block.
Yo.
Stole him from West. Let's go. I'm still hyped up about that. We just got through the 4 quarterfinals of this tournament, and those were some crazy sets, a lot of 2-0s, and a lot of overperformers, I would say, in some decks, and a lot of underperformers as well. A few surprises this tourney so far. Shall we take a look at the bracket to see where we've been and where we're going next?
Yeah, let's take a look at it, see our top 4 players. And I was definitely agreeing with your last 4 is equals last place, because I'm not too impressed with what they're doing so far. But our top 4 players thus far are Ryzen, who took a 2-0 victory over Burn. Pabs took a 2-0 victory over Abe. That was pretty emotional too. Then we had Chae Young-hee go up against Shallow, another 2-0 victory. And then finally here, oh my god, Ein Reese, of course, running the 2-1. It was a very fantastic showing there. Definitely ran the gauntlet, and I feel like I got to see like all kinds of ways for Last Words to just like trip up and fall and like over and over and over. It's like a continuous hill, right? It just doesn't stop falling.
Absolutely. Last Words has really surprised me this tournament by how bad it is, but it is surprising given the fact that so many players brought it and a lot of players top cut it. Is it just bad luck so far? Are we going to see the sauce happen now that we're in top 4, or is it going to continue to underperform? I guess we're just going to have to find out. I will say one interesting thing about this top 4 is that it's you're new to the SEAO scene, so I'll fill you in. There's 3 established names here with Pabs, Chae Young-hee, and Ein Reese. Ryzen, completely, as far as I know, relatively new to the scene, and went 7-0 in Swiss, 2-0 in quarters, and now it is in semis. Can this new face rise up against all these old blood guards and still make it on top, or is he gonna fumble? I'm just gonna have to see. I'm super excited. I'm always happy when new faces pop up and show the old heads what's up.
100%. But Pabs is not going to be an easy opponent either. We might as well take a look at the matchup here as well. It's going to be an exciting one, as of course, you know, we have Ryzen that's literally undefeated in both days. His entire weekend has just been blessed. You know, probably went down, you know, prayed at the nearest shrine just to make sure to get the luck blessing, you know, the right draws, the right top decks at the right moment. But we can see here, ooh, looks like this time it's going to be the dragon banned out for Ryzen. So that's actually the arm dragon, I believe. He was not the one with the discard tech, I'm pretty sure.
No, he was playing pure arm.
Yes, and Pabs, of course, was running the big 3, and the sword is going to get taken away. And we saw Pabs look pretty good on the sword, if I'm not mistaken, earlier in the top 8. So it's going to be an exciting showdown between 2 runes, as well as a shadow, and that portal. So it's actually, is this the first time we're getting to see puppets show up? I think we did see it earlier, right?
Yeah, we did see it earlier, but it was kind of a weird win where, where I think that the opponent could have healed a couple more if he optimized his play and ended up dying to the Orcus. This time around, what I'm really looking to see is Ryzen win with maybe one of the new cards like Here's Ayal. That would be super cool. Just as a reminder for anybody who's just tuning in, we're not going to do a deep dive on the deck since we did that in quarters, but Ryzen is playing Sephi Runecraft, Armed Dragoncraft, Puppet Portalcraft, while Pabs is playing Loot Swordcraft, Sephi Runecraft, and Last Words Shadowcraft in this match.
Yep, so this is the lineup on Pabs' side that you've definitely seen in the latter time and time again, whereas Ryzen is the one bringing the sauce, the spice, and everything to the table here, and so far undefeated, 8-0 throughout the entire tournament. And basically for Ryzen, it's like you win 2 more sets, you win the whole thing. Like, it's just 2 more sets, bro. That's all you gotta do.
all you got to do. But unfortunately, you're up against some of the best players in the region / the world. So
Yeah, not the easiest 2 games. This is just your average ladder day, but I'm excited to see how it's going to go down, especially with, like you said, having new players cement themselves, especially in the first SVO of the year. It's like you had a couple months with no events to really like practice and scrim. And then, oftentimes we see, like, I don't know how it is in SEAO, but at least in the West, it's like you'd see one of these new players pop up, and then next month they come back, they got a little team next to their name, they've been scouted, they got picked up, they got a whole testing group. So, Ryzen, we might see a couple initials next to his name next month.
yeah, that absolutely happens here as well. Like more and more players just start getting little letters next to their name every month, which is always cool to see. Just as a reminder for everybody at home, the format of the tournament is rotation, 3 decks, 1 ban, and you have to win with the other 2 decks in order to proceed into the next round. It is single elimination. So if you lose, you are out of the tournament. That's the end of your tournament run. Winners not only get all-star points and go towards the Contenders Cup at the end of the year, but every round you win is more money added to your prize. People who got out at quarters won only 200, now it's 400, and it goes all the way up to 1,000 for the grand prize winner.
Yep, and of course you want those points as well for going into Contenders. That's going to be the big tournament at the end of the year with an even bigger cash prize, so everything builds up, right? The work you put in February adds up to the great success you can feel at the end of the year.
All right, we're heading into the game. We're going to see the puppet portal right away, which is always exciting for me. And last words from Pabs showing up. I think we're seeing especially with if you yourself don't run last words, we're seeing that they're not banning it because honestly, it hasn't been super performant today. And the only real problem is when you run into the mirror and you have to play that game of chicken, like you said, with the kernels and the Istindens, right?
Exactly. So it's going to be interesting to see. We don't see the strongest opening from the puppet side. You don't really have any puppet generators themselves. I mean, that's literally the name of the deck.
I am super surprised that he kept those Orcuses in the opening hand. I'll be honest with you.
When you get this kind of top deck is pretty good, right? You're going to start fusing up. You're going to start, building towards that win con later in the line. And most importantly, answer the board. Like we say this time and time again, this is a board-based meta. And having the tools to answer is going to go very, very far in these kind of decks.
I was just saying about how the hand wasn't that great. He top decked puppets.
Yeah.
Way to prove me wrong.
Yep.
I think you might. Oh, you're actually going to spend the voiding here. Oh, you know what? I get it. Because next turn, you're definitely the Shennaing, right?
Yeah, I mean, you went second. Might as well, right?
I'm going home.
Oh, yeah, for sure. The Shenna not only resurrects your 0, 1, and 2 cost followers, but it also gives you new destruction or new prayer in your hand.
Yep. And it's also pretty nice because you get to basically resurrect the whole board. And if you still need a bit more board presence or ways to clear things off, whatever your opponent sets up, you can then fuse into the Orcus and just have even more presence and also discount whichever token you choose off of the Shen as well.
And we've been talking about this a little earlier, but traditionally, Last Words does not really have ways to clear large boards outside of Istindef itself.
That is right. So let's see how it's going to get built up. I mean, I feel like we've been clowning on Shadow the entire day. Like, it's just been awkward to set up, awkward to find pieces. You have one thing, you don't have the other. You have pieces, you don't have draw power to keep yourself going.
Well, Chris, I wouldn't clown on it so much if it would win a freaking game for once, That's all I'm saying.
You have a valid point, sir. You have a valid point. Listen, though, coming in here. Again, it's pretty crazy. Like, Ryzen has a lineup of like a bunch of decks that are barely represented in the whole tournament and manages to look so good with them. Like, it's not just that he's, like, whoa, whoopsie-doo, nobody prepared for this and I'm winning. It's he's also really good at executing with everything he brought to the tournament.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I've always said that the indicator of a healthy meta is how wide your tier 2 is, right? Because if you have a wide tier 2 that can still take games, then you have the opportunity in a quote-unquote solved meta to figure out solutions to the puzzles presented to you, as long as the quality of your cards in your tier 2 are high enough. So you're able to sort of make a plan around the quote-unquote best decks and sort of prepare around it, bringing something unexpected but still equally as performant, which is why I quite like the current meta that we're in.
Yep, 100% agree. Looks like we're already getting through that last words count, finding the Cardinals, which is pretty good. The hand setup is actually looking very solid this time for Pabs, so might not be the time to sleep on Shadow, and you can actually put out a strong little 5/5 out here with that Mino. Sadly, you'd have to evolve it to trade over the Lishana, which is a bit annoying.
That is annoying, and I am a little bit concerned because they have the second Lishana in the hand already for yet another explosive wide turn here.
And the thing is that we're also building up into the big turn 6 as well, where Lloyd comes out, you start board locking. It's looking pretty good for Ryzen so far.
It is indeed.
Absolutely not.
And like the new expansion added tools to Puppet Portalcraft that it didn't previously have access to. Not only does it have Kirzael as an additional finisher, but it also gets access to Olivia and Sylvia, which lets it evolve even more into the late game. So I think Puppet is pretty well positioned here to steal a win under Pabs' nose, unless Pabs can somehow recover from his position right now.
Yeah, like, I don't know if I like the decision there to not evolve the Mino, because that 4 damage is gonna build up a fair bit. Let's see, Orca's gonna be fusing up, putting up more stuff on board. Now we have double Lishana with both tokens, of course, getting discounted as we go along. This Evo is pretty big. This is another board refill and big stat line all over the place. That's pretty annoying to take care of. Only issue is that overdraw is going to be a thing, but
overdrawing I think is not too bad because the quality
your hand
of
is
the
like
cards.
Up your quality. It's like you're going to be overdrawing stuff you don't really care about.
You're absolutely right, Chris. We're so in sync, man. Just in time for Valentine's Day too. That's crazy.
It's great. You can use code IGNIANDF to get a 50% discount on anything you buy on Valentine's Day. This was all a marketing move the whole time.
Asterisk, not a real deal.
Unless
for legal reasons, that's a joke. All right, the Kerberos comes out, which is able to deal with the weenies, but the Lishana is still a problem. No clear, Istandet not active yet. The only answer is Gilgalese? You don't even kill the Lishana #1 here.
That is tragic. Oh my god. Yeah, you basically have to just put down the Gilgalese, heal up a little bit, and just pray. Pabs look really solid in his top 8 game, but unfortunately, these may be the limits of the deck.
And devour everything.
This is so sad.
It's actually unfortunate.
Well, now he just plays Orcus, right? Well, I guess next turn is not too bad. He can double Colonel Istandet on turn 7, which is pretty good. He's probably at 10 because of the double Asphalt proccing.
Yeah.
So, he's got a very good shot to... Wait. Orcus, Evolve, New Destruction is...
hold up.
10, 16 damage?
Yeah, we're not quite there yet. Pretty close.
Then he has the other destruction in the back. And if he doesn't kill off his own Colonel, that's guaranteed lethal.
Yeah, like this is definitely lethal going to next turn. It's a 3TK, but not this turn. But it's gonna be pretty nasty. The thing is, you are pushing game here while at the same time also just giving this board that your opponent's been struggling to answer already. They're gonna have to commit everything they have to answer it. And you're left on just dying to burn damage at the start of turn.
Yeah, you die with burn damage at the start of turn. You can double Abyssal Istandet here, which is 6, 12. That's enough, right?
Oh, you're right. This actually is going to kill everything. Minus
I am so happy. Shadow has broken the stream curse.
It finally did the thing. This is literally like people will screenshot this board and say, hey, Last Word Shadow crazy. And it finally did the thing. It finally fulfilled the contract.
I mean, I kind of said maybe it was just bad luck this entire first round here. Is Shadow gonna bring it back? That was pretty convincing. Went from a 2 defense position to an instant victory.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I felt like Ryzen had that too. Like, it felt very solid going into the game itself. But man, I think Ryzen, I'm sure that's not the first game he's dropped all tournament, but the first stream game he's dropped. And definitely starting to see those scars a little bit, starting to see a bit of weakness, and hopefully he can take us a game 3, run it back, and not lose out that final spot. Because again, you know, you've already doubled your winnings being in top 4, but if you can make it into finals, feels pretty good. Feels pretty good.
For sure, especially as someone who's new to the scene, right? I will say though that Pabs basically got the perfect draw. I'll have to check the tapes, but did he top deck that third kernel? I think he might have.
I feel like he might have. I think we were looking too much at like the actual lines to
I'm
know.
gonna have to double check the tapes. If he top decked that third kernel, that is actually an insane thing that just happened. But that was pretty much the ideal hand from Pabs. I'm wondering if there was any line that Rai could have taken to win that game earlier. No, I'm not entirely sure there was.
Yeah, I feel like he played out, like, he basically had lethal setup, but just had to wait that extra turn, basically. Just the burn damage would have solidified it. But I think playing for that kind of, like, annoying board presence was correct overall, because you just, you know, you saw Pabs, like, fail to answer it time and time again, which in this current format, that's just what's strong, right?
Yeah, that's true. He did have double destruction in hand. I wonder... Now, it wouldn't have mattered, like, even if he was at full defense. No, I think Pabs had his number that time. I'm glad we finally got a convincing last word Shadowcraft win on the stream. Now we are here with Sephi Runecraft up against the Portal yet again. Let's see who takes this time.
This will be exciting. Ooh, Kasim in the hand early as well. It's pretty nice. This is actually a really nice opening for Ryzen.
Yeah, you know what? That's what he was missing. If he played Kasim on 2, he would have had the burn to beat last words. And I'm not even joking. I'm shocked that he sends it away.
Yeah, same. Like, this is... I mean, I understand he's fishing, but sometimes you gotta...
Puppets, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta let go and just believe. I mean, last game he topped like the puppets just like that. Kasim comes back anyway.
El Diablo is here.
It is him.
You know, not a horrible hand here for Sephi. You got the double Sephi in the hand. You can start getting those test subjects out onto the field. The only problem is, do you have enough gas if you don't have the gold researcher or the silver researcher?
Dude, double Cassie lethals are like beautiful to see. And I feel like we've had a sore lack of them on this broadcast so far, so I'd love to see it from Pabs. But Kasim gonna put in some work, cycle into 2 more Kasims apparently.
Dude, El Diablo is out in full force today.
Yep.
I'm scared.
What are we fusing here?
If this Sephi fuse is sort of greedy, he can Sephi fuse into Sephi fuse, but then he's kind of out of resources other than the resources he gets from the test subjects. I really dislike that Pabs doesn't have the gold or silver researchers in hand, because those are like your key cards in order to cycle. And
especially on 3, like, you want to start finding other pieces, you want to start cycling through your deck. Like, it does kind of hurt here.
Like, what else do you do though if you don't Sephi? You just run out of gas already. I think you kind of have to just take the risk.
Yeah, it's like Metatron Pass could be a little bit annoying, but at the same time, puppets have much easier time answering Metatron than like Sword, for example, because you just put down Inauspicious and it's like, well, there goes the stat line.
He just passes.
Pass. Okay.
I think that might actually be the correct play. But this gives Ryzen carte blanche to play Summon Divine Treasure for Dogma and dig for the Orcus. If he top decks specifically Metatron, he can now ramp into the Orcus, or he has the option of just playing Lashena and resurrecting El Diablo Kasim.
Kasim. Well,
if no Metatron here, I'm gonna cry.
Oh my god.
Okay, good. No crying.
Switches is fine. We need that puppet. Like, that's most important. We need the puppet, get fusing, and get generating more puppets with the Blossoming Flower Doll. Overall, good turn 4. I think you don't really need to overcommit here.
Bastion activates my fight or flight response, I'll be honest with you, bro. When I see that guy.
I'm noticing a very strong amount of feelings towards one specific card.
I mean, I made like a trilogy of videos that got I got resonance.
Damn. Look at that. We actually picked up the color.
Oh, actually, top decking the Obsessive Scholar here is fantastic.
Yeah.
I won't let your memory
Rockers
wilt.
Gamers. Love to see it. I think you need to just keep your hand going at this point. Choosing the pig off feels a bit bad because you're looking at a nice turn 6 there.
I think you fuse one of the Olivias and then
Yeah,
just
you
play
don't
the
need to
Obsessive.
in this situation.
You haven't even
Over.
spent any Evo points, so you know, just get rid of one of these Olivias, I think.
Yep, that is the play. And this way you get a little search. Let's see what it's gonna hit. It's gonna be the oh, that's actually really nice.
Not bad at all.
5-5 now already. Oh no, not yet. It's just the rush.
I'm on
Yeah,
a
you just get
The
the rush.
yellow, it's the little glow man. It gets me every time.
Horses are not ready for this.
I get you. It'd be nice if we could just see the stats. All right, the puppets are generated, giving Ryzen more fuel for his Orcus. He even has the opportunity to ramp if he wants.
To nurture and
A bit awkward though, because at this point you kind of like missed the good timing for the ramp. So I mean, it's still more plays. Plus, Orcus always appreciates having that extra one play point you can burn on additional enhancement that we do, but I don't have that in hand right now. El Diablo, he's back.
He's back.
And the token is also live now from the Shenna, so we're actually getting huge discounts here. This is a buy one, get one free. It depends how you trade off the last one.
Do you trade the puppet plus doll instead of trading the Lashena? I guess so. 5/5s don't line up well against the 6 health Lashena, right?
today.
Not a bad play.
Looking pretty good. Again, Ryzen looked really good last game too. And Pabs still managed to find a way. And honestly, like, Pabs' hand quality is like, started off a little bit mid, but it's been evening out pretty well. So we got more potential draw cycle. With,
You got a pig here.
yeah. I
The
think
pig
just
is so good, right? Deals with the Lashena, deals with El Diablo.
Yep.
Yeah. I like this.
Just in terms of style lines, like, it's beautiful. You get the 6/6 over the 4/6, 4/4 into Mr. Cassim.
Data is beautiful. I agree. I will say though, this all dies to double cast.
Whoops.
Uh-oh. Or he can just Lashena, I'm sorry, Orcus, which is also a fantastic play, because it also, if he trades this plus the Puppeteer, not only does it give the Lashena, the Orcus play huge tempo, but he can also play out the new destruction at the same time, dealing massive damage on turn 6.
And this
guess what?
boardlock is really annoying for specifically this version of Room, because like, you are capped out at, I mean, basically just the one. So you're gonna have to answer this with Olivia and Sylvia, which is nice to get the last Evo use for the best card.
3 damage though, you can get over the Lloyd, and then what are you gonna do about the 7/4 body right there?
Oh, how many of the test subjects are we at right now?
Like 4? I don't think they're 5.
I think we're barely off.
Yeah.
It's kind of awkward. So Scholar could bring one out, and then you could technically fuse into Sephi. But then you're kind of just putting yourself in a odd position. So yeah, still not 5/5. That's really awkward.
Ooh, I'm not sure about this. Okay, so the other potential play was to run the 2/2 into the Lloyd play Uranus. Now you can't clear the Orcus with this play. I think that
was
other
a
play was
gamble.
safer. I think if he ran the test subject in and played Uranus instead, he would have at least guaranteed a full clear, even if he wasn't healing. Now he actually loses more health in total net because he left the Orcus up.
Dude, this is 9 damage, and Orcus is giving
It's
Storm.
GG. You just play Jetpack Gunner, Evolve, and go Fade.
Yep. I mean, Enhanced Puppet is also swinging for 3. Jetpack Gunner gonna swing 2 more times to
I think
even out the set.
you had to kill that Orcus, man. I think you had to run the test subject in, play Uranus to banish, and then run the pig into the Orcus, right? That was the only way to win. Or not the pig, the other follower you had.
Yep, I do agree, but unfortunately, not too good for Pabs. But Ryzen gonna show us that it's not all 2-0s in this top 4 and take us to a game 3 here. It's going to be interesting to see this matchup between Rune decks. So we see Ryzen off of the puppets for the first time in this top 4, and he's been looking good with puppets all throughout. Like even last game, like he lost, but it was like this
It was close, right? Yeah. All right, the Rune Mirror.
Will be swept
Let's see how this shakes out.
It's small fry.
Gonna be exciting.
Flower.
Of course, both players are playing Sephi. Trying to see what differences they had in their list. There wasn't anything too particularly major that I picked up on, at least.
Let's take a look.
If anything, they might be card for card.
They are actually literally card for card.
Yeah, it's
I think
card for
Sephi,
card. Wow.
Out of the big 3, Sephi is by far the most figured out, most solved, I guess. Is the
Yeah.
word.
Like you just have the good list. Like it's like the bread and butter. You don't have to change the recipe. It's already good as it is.
I like this. Ryzen didn't spend the birds. We could use it as Sephi fuel here.
Very good.
I think generally Pab's hand is much better. Pab's pass instead of playing test subject.
Trying to...
Interesting.
Yeah.
Evil burn in the fire.
Metatron is going to make that actually a lot harder to answer now, because maybe he just wants to hold on to it as a fusion target, but Bruno's going to banish.
Wow. I
That's
think he
draw.
detects that Ryzen doesn't have gas, but he's absolutely incorrect because the devoted researcher comes up, and you can see the look in Pab's face going like, man, I was really hoping that wasn't the card he top decked. But hey, Pab's got it himself. Not bad.
It's like, unlike playing against Last Words, where you're in this situation where, you know, denying and banishing stuff will actually slow down the gameplay. Here, the test subjects have to come into play.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you remove them one way or another. As long as they've touched the board, the count does go up. And so Ryzen is very far ahead in terms of that.
I think it is kind of shocking that he didn't play the test subject on turn 2. I think the only consideration for doing that was so that Ryzen couldn't trade his own test subject in and dig for more gas, right? Because like if you take a look at the line of play that he went for there, where he was trying to deny as much draw as possible, I think he's trying to play a value game with Ryzen, and that's why he passed turn 2. But it didn't work out because Ryzen was able to draw the devoted researcher off the top.
Yep.
To be honest, Chris, it just seems kind of difficult in general to deny Rune its draw, because it just every follower they have does it. So
Yeah, it's attached to literally everything.
I'm not sure if that was like the correct plan of attack, but I guess we'll see if it pays off. I don't think it really is right now.
No, I would agree with that as well. Of course, we've had 3 come in play now. We got the Rush unlocked. Just a couple more test subjects, and we do have the big old stats ramping up here.
Oh, and another Sephi gets drawn. You're not wanting for win cons here.
Sloppy.
I would say Pab's hand quality is generally better. I would have loved to see him take advantage of the tempo more though, but yeah, maybe he went for a plan that didn't exactly work out. Well, not to fear, he does have Sephi into Devoted Researcher this turn, which does generate him a lot of test subjects, thankfully.
For the pursuit.
There's your optimal turn 5, but the test subjects are coming out kind of slow on Pabs' side. I mean, this mirror match is basically like, you know, we called the Last Words mirror match kind of like, you know, chicken game, but this one is like a race. Like you are both just gunning for it and trying to build up towards the 5-5 huge beat sticks as quick as possible.
Absolutely. I think the only counterplay to the opponent just beating you up is to just happy pig and try and recover some defense.
Yeah, honestly. It's like, the one cool thing is that unlike some of the other decks, their main source of like effect damage is Wait.
Turn 6 pass to board lock Pabs and assemble an OTK.
I like that. He's only down to 14 life.
Holy
Wait, it is actually so real. Yeah, next turn he's got it.
That is so good. That is such a good play.
Ryzen, we might need to look into his player history, man. This is not what someone that just showed up in the scene is playing like. I wanna see those other card game achievements right now.
Ryzen raised his test subjects early game so that he could position himself into this set where he has a hand full of Sephi. All he has to do is double fuse into Sephi, and that's OTK. They don't have heal on the board. They don't have board space for heal. Their Happy Pig doesn't do anything. This might be GG off of a turn 6 pass.
That's crazy. You're gonna have to put down a ward of some sort.
The ward's not gonna help. This is lethal, right? Because Sephi can transform the ward into a 2/2.
Exactly, and Sephi is going to start fusing away. Let Scholar make a 5/5 for 1 and do it all again.
Chris, oh my goodness.
Pabs
what
sees it.
A game.
Pabs
a turn 6 pass into OTK. Ryzen with an incredible line off of the rip, recognizing he has 2 Sephis in the mulligan and playing to this out. Absolutely well played set from Ryzen, who is going to be moving on to the finals.
Absolutely fantastic. Wow, now that was clean. I'm just saying, Ryzen does not play like someone that just showed up into their first update. I'm just saying, these are reads of someone that's been in the scene for a long time.
I'm just happy that we got to see a game of that caliber on the stream, man. That was incredible piloting in the mirror. Just being able to position such an awkward board state for Pabs and then locking in a guaranteed OTK from the cards you got in your mulligan. Incredible positioning on the side of Ryzen there. And he's going to continue his undefeated run from yesterday all the way into the grand finals. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
Yeah, just so good. Ryzen feels like the favorite to win this whole thing at this point. Like, he's got the slightly unconventional deck lineup, but he's also just got the execution skills to back it up, which is beautiful. Like, honestly,
I am certainly impressed. Yeah,
very, very impressed. And so, you know, on the side of Pabs, played really well too. Like, we cannot underestimate. And I think, you know, maybe we have a little bracket to show or something, because I want to see, you know, just the journey. Ryzen's been going crazy throughout the entire thing and looking so good throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, for sure. If we can get the bracket up, that'd be fantastic. But just as a reminder for everybody at home, with that victory, Ryzen advances to the finals, upping his prize from 400 to at least 600. So that's a $200 increase in your prize, which is nothing to scoff at. Shout outs to Pabs for making it this far, of course, after a grueling day 1 twist of 270 plus players. That is going to be the end of his tournament here, and he's walking away with $400 for his performance. But Ryzen moving on as a new face into the finals is very exciting to see.
100%. Like, even if you lose in the semifinals, like $400, you know, just for running through a gauntlet over 2 days, which is, you know, free to enter. Anyone that plays Shadowverse can play in SVOs. And if you end up having a hot streak and you just end up in the semis, $400 earned over weekend is pretty nice. Not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, I agree. And you know, you can sign up to SVO.gg for everybody at home. You could be like Ryzen and be up here with the big leagues. And then I have to be forced to compliment you. Pretty good deal, I think. If you make it this far.
You have to pay Igni for it, you'll do it anyway.
Absolutely. We are going to go into our next semi-finals here. It's going to be Chia Yong-gi versus Ein Reese from Team Enmity. Chris, thank you so much for joining me. It was a pleasure as always. We're going to let you go have your lunch, and we're going to bring East back online. Hello, my guy. How you doing? Yeah.
I don't think anybody had their eyes as open as Ryzen did. Holy crap. I
He
did
had
not
his
see the
third
play.
and fourth eyes open too for that play, for real.
Byakugan activated. That dude saw everything, all the possibilities. Dr. Strange has nothing on that guy.
Truly incredible stuff. You don't need to go to the dark dimension for this either. He just played God of a Dimension, playing Shadowverse.
I wake up in my dimension.
All right, as we said, East, we're going into our final semis here. It's going to be Chia Young Yi versus EMT Ein Reese. Just as a quick reminder for everybody at home, we're not going to do a full deep dive on their deck list because we did that in quarters. So I'll just go through their lineups right now. Chia Young Yi is playing Loot Sword, Sephi Rune, and Last Word Shadow. It's the typical stuff. But Ein Reese is playing Spell Boost Rune, Armed Dragon with a 1 of Dancing Crab, and Last Word Shadow with a 1 of Death Scythe Hound. All right, so pretty unconventional stuff. And we have the bans up on screen right now. Ein Reese's Shadow got banned, and Chia Yong-chi's Rune got banned.
Interesting. Considering the performance that Shadows had today, we did see it actually take the one win earlier today, but against Runecraft, but I'm surprised that it got banned considering the performance we've seen so far.
That is true, but I mean, in that last set, we finally saw it pop off, which is pretty nice to see that the tier 1 deck isn't tier 1 through flukes. It just had sort of an unlucky run today.
Yeah.
But yeah, leaving Chia Yong-chi's Shadow up is a bit interesting, though. I wonder if he thinks he can take it like sheer aggression with his other two decks, right? Because the Dragon is very aggro, and the Spell Boost Rune, I'm not sure how that lines up against that either, right?
Yeah, we said it before, but Shadow does, most of the deck is just a bunch of weenie followers, and the Armed Dragon archetype just, I feel like innately counters that, being able to buff their own followers' defense. And then, you play things like Forte where you can't be attacked, and as long as there's no like AoE followers that exist in the deck, I guess you're in a pretty good position to sweep over Shadow.
But theoretically, right, Spell Boost doesn't really play a lot of guys for their Last Words guys to run into either, so.
Point.
I think Chia Yong-chi might be depending a little bit on his sword here in this upcoming matchup.
Yeah, it's surprising, I feel like, I guess Sword's done okay, but I feel like it hasn't had like an amazing performance today either.
Yeah, we haven't really had a bombastic Barbaros turn like I was expecting to go into this tourney. We've had some great burn, like just solid board states, all very standard Sword stuff, but we haven't really seen that like snake line towards lethal, clear board with flag into Octress spell, into burn, into Barbaros or whatever. So hopefully we can see some more of those bombastic plays going forward, or maybe we'll just see some more solid play. But we're going to go into the first game here. Chia Yong-chi versus EMT Ein Reese. It's going to be Shadow versus Dragon. Now, this is the Dragon deck I've been waiting for all day to see. He better keep Dancing Crab off the mulligan. Let's go!
Oh my god. Nah, you toss that back. Toss him back in.
No way! You
Ein Reese
keep
doesn't
the
believe.
crab. You absolutely keep the crab, bro. No!
That's right. Toss him back. He's a weenie. I'm looking for those big Alaskan crabs, buddy. I want those meaty crabs. Not whatever this like little scuttling thing is on the ground.
You want the guy from Moana who talks about how things are golden or whatever. That's the crab you want.
I want the rock of crabs.
Right. Starting off strong on Chia Yong-chi's side, though, Ghost Cup into Corral Souls, not only dealing the good shit, but also drawing through the deck a little bit more while accomplishing the quest condition.
Okay, here's the Draconeer. Now, he tossed back that Phylene, but honestly, I really like Phylene as a way to just prolong OTKs. I feel like that card is really underrated as far as like being able to like stop your opponent from actually just killing you in a turn and extending your life by one more turn.
Oh my goodness! Did you see that aggressive chaotic doom burn into face after Corral Souls into Corral Souls? Ein Reese is down 7 defense, and it's turn 3.
Is this unlimited? Are we in the wrong tournament? What is it?
What happened? Huh? Hey, where was this Shadow earlier in the day? This is what I'm talking about right here. This is what I was looking for.
Uh-oh. All right. All right. So basically combo assembled on Xi Yangqi's side. But he's got to get Ein Reese down just a bit more. He was at, if he can get back to 12, I feel like he's in a really strong position.
You think you play the... Is there anything good this turn? Just Thunder God is the only play I see.
Yeah, everything else is mid.
Ooh, the Freya is active here. So you can play Draconic Armor, play the armor, play Freya, recover a play point.
Well, that's the point, yeah.
And then you can even play Draconian on top of that.
Charmed by what they cannot have.
I like it. And if these 3 guys go down, that's an on-curve Levitine.
Jesus. All right, the 4 damage face is pretty nice too. The unfortunate part is, the dragon deck doesn't have like those big chunky damage turns like Shadow does here.
What's the best case scenario this turn for Xia Yangqi? Spirit Invasion Kerberos? He's got to deal with the board at least a little bit, is my worry. So,
Spirit Invasion, yeah, okay.
Detestable.
It's sad not to push this face.
I'm gonna whisper.
And then,
the board has to be dealt with though, otherwise it's too much pressure.
You play a Colonel here?
Oh, not a bad idea. Just get it down.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just gonna Krampus. Interesting.
Ooh, leave him nothing to...
Chaotic Doom and hope for like a heal or something.
I think that's it, man.
More damage?
What are we... Oh, he already spent the shadows, though. Oh, no! No!
This is Levitine from the last one, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
He's not worried about death here.
Anything. Yeah.
Now is the time to strike.
And he can play Metatron off the back of it. Wait, this is really good.
Oh, you're right. Metatron is actually fantastic here.
It blocks any aggression from Kerberos. And he's got another Levitine in the back. He can also evolve Forte. He's got the pick of the litter here in terms of plays. Double Lance Lizard, also a potential play next turn.
Let's see the Cerberus here.
Welcome to the underworld.
Did he burn it? Okay.
Death Cat here to kill the last one.
With you.
Great point. Yeah, Death Cat is one.
Righteous path.
I'm gonna whisper you away.
Did he attack with it? Pause. Did he attack with the...
Isn't it Rush?
Oh, it's Rush. Okay, yeah. I'm tripping. It's like turn 6 Storm. Hold on.
Heaven and earth will tremble.
Wait, Forte evolved into Breeder is actually a clear, not a clear, but it takes care of one of the threats. Plus pushing 8 damage. Is that the play, or do you want to Phylene kill the 2-1 guarantee?
Do you have to find No.
I think this is slightly more efficient, but I'm really worried about you dying next turn.
How could you?
Yeah, that's always a problem.
That is an insane play.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Leading up to only having 10, seeing the Colonel in hand. You have to disrespect the fact that maybe they're
actually
bluffing.
the right play, right? Because Deathly Tyrant is only giving +3/+3, so it doesn't kill.
A pure love, unsullied.
Holy wait, is this the 10th one?
Yeah, right?
I think this might be the 10th one. It is! That's GG!
Yeah, I'm not tripping. Okay, yeah. I was like, no, you're still dead.
That was incredibly risky for Ein Reese. That might have been the fastest game that happened this tournament.
That was 6-7 turns, and I think every turn was about 30 seconds long. So
I feel like I was flying by the seat of my pants on that one. How did this happen?
Oh, hold on. Time out. Pause. Everybody stand up. Pants check.
Socks
Everybody
check.
stand
Have
up.
they been blown off, as they say in the industry?
We either get the stream canceled, or... So then that means that Xi Yangqi is going to have to win with his sword deck here, going up against Ein Reese's, still both his dragon, and it looks like this is going to be his spell boost list.
Goodness me, that was such a fast game. Ein Reese made so many super reckless, I don't want to say reckless, but aggressive and reckless plays. He was kind of not regarding his own defense at all there. He's just going for the dub.
Dragon doesn't really have that much heal in it anyway, right? I'm trying to think
guess
of what.
not. I mean, maybe his
Yeah.
thinking was just that, like, listen, if I let last words go too late, there's no chance I win anyway, right? So
Exactly.
I might as well just take the shot now. So I can respect that. But man, was it crazy to see? Like, just seeing all those super aggressive plays come out with no regard for their life total at all.
He's like, hey, I only know attack. Dancing crab
Real
up.
royal knights.
He doesn't know attack, he knows blast. That's what he knows.
If we really think about it, would defense mode have been better?
Steady.
No,
It would've
because defense mode
prolonged the
actually
game.
that anyway, right? So.
Oh yeah, fair. Yeah, let's.
I mean, it would have healed him a fair bit, but he would have been 7 damage off from killing it too, so.
Fair.
It's a tough situation. Whoa!
Heyo.
Ein Reese did not
Heyo.
spend the sacred bird on one? Is it so that he can potentially deal with 2 ambush followers here?
I think that's a fantastic idea. I mean, we're gonna see Kage actually come out. Really?
Wow, an early Kage. How do you deal with this as Ein Reese? You could play the bird, or you could just keep boosting?
Yeah.
I think you have to at least lock one of them. So I think you
Yeah.
lock the Kage here.
Absolutely. Yeah, you lock the Kage here, and then
Or heal, that works too. But either
that's
way, you
fine.
can't just be tanking 4 without doing anything defensive, because you're just gonna get overrun if you're too careless with this.
be careful here. If he plays the Lupin, it will be kind of sad considering the. Oh, it's same thing here. He's already played the bird for now, like trying to hit the ambush targets.
I waited for this moment.
Once he's seen the bird
timing,
get
maybe.
spin, he's like, all right, I'm fine.
Yeah. Wonder if he should have spent the bird a little earlier when he played the illustrious thief the first time. Something to
Yeah,
consider.
maybe. Like, he would have only hit what, a single target though, or he would have just hit the.
What if
him
it's the
and
Kage and the
Kage.
illustrious?
Heed my will.
But maybe killing Kage is actually a bad thing. So it's hard to judge sometimes.
Well, that would have been on turn 3, so he would have come back on 5.
Is complete.
And then
Oh,
back on
chakram
7.
pickup is so huge here. That is actually incredibly important. I
Kage
you
means
have
he
to
does get
evolve.
locked.
You're worth a try.
Yeah. Then we run this into the
Incantation.
the thief we can't hit.
Bollocks.
I don't know why I said it in that accent. Don't worry about it.
You're just getting in character. It's fine.
It's the same guy who says Hugin and Moonin when I say it. Same
The
character.
same one.
So what do we do about all these ambush guys though? Chakram can't target them. The only
let him kill.
Meltina can though. Meltina can. And so can Crushing Rain. So it's not like he has no answers to ambush here.
I mean, 15 health
For the
though.
other day.
He could build these up with some necklaces.
That's true. That would make them a little bit more healthy against Meltina and Crushing Rain.
This thirst
too.
needs to be
Yeah.
quenched.
4 here. Does he spin the necklace?
I'll be a royal knight.
Bunk it for. This is 7, right?
There's more where that came from. Steady.
Oh, never mind. It wasn't. He had to get the rush.
Card powers activate.
There's the first mate too. Yeah,
Get
that's
the
nice.
hollowness into necklace onto the Arsene Lupin.
Really?
This thirst needs to be quenched.
Come to Papa.
Oh, he's actually going in.
Really?
Yo, Ein Reese is
Lethal on board.
really unhealthy right now, though.
We won't see Kage until turn 7. Is that right? If he dies?
This seems like such a commanding lead from Chiayong-chi.
When this gets wiped, what happens? Like, I don't feel like there's much there after that.
He has first mate in hand.
My staff.
Well, that's true. I feel like Spellboost does have enough removal to just make that a non-issue, you know?
All right, well,
4/4 is kind of problematic.
I'm a little concerned, but
Treasure.
I think you're not in the wrong here. I think there is a chance that he comes back from this. That's an interesting hit. He is able to take it out with the chakram now.
Gonna
But
take 3-5 minimum next turn, though?
Next job.
yeah, that's pretty rough.
Swift.
Wait, no, he has the other chakram.
Wow.
He can full clear.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
Fire magic.
And then Simiel is at 3 and 6.
This is the end of it.
I think we see
Yeah,
that
and
other rating
Meltina
blade.
also.
No! Really?
There's no answer to this. I think this is correct. How does he answer in 9-10? Wait, Barbaros can answer, right? But if he spends
Barbaros-
Barbaros here, he lacks finishing potential?
I mean, that's 2 more in the deck. It's fine. Whatever.
Yeah, okay.
He could Opulent Strategist here. No,
but
it's
he's not a rally 10 yet.
Oh yeah.
And Opulent doesn't clear. It's an 11 stat line. Opulent does 10.
Yeah.
I think that might have been super heads up.
Oh, hold on here. Did he count this out?
Wonderful.
This is enough
Did he
to kill
count
the
this?
910?
I don't think it might be actually. 2 4. No, right? Oh, with the blade maybe.
Oh wait,
Yeah, but with
he
the
gets
blade
the
it
Opulent
is.
for free now. Yeah.
Money and
Enough.
resources.
That's so strong.
Our supply
Ooh, I didn't see that line. Wow. Well done.
So hard keeping up with the trends.
First mate and Opulent
keeping up
strategy.
with the trends.
Is there any way for Ein Reese to come back from this? Insight is a start. I think you Meltina first.
Yeah.
With a twirl of my
Tina up.
a miracle
Okay, Uranus is
born.
active.
Wow. Okay. Dig to the deck here. Another
A
Miltina.
bit. Just try your best, but
Bird. Not the
I think
way.
he should have played one play point CMIL so he could play Bird for heal.
Yeah.
But
He can play the 3 play .1, right? He can play the 3 one.
Yeah, you know what, this works. I was thinking
fine.
maybe you want to play Uranus, but it's fine.
Miraculous
It's one less healing,
Heed my call.
but double ward is better because of Barbaros. This is true.
Yeah. I'm a little worried
Wait,
now.
Ein Reese might bring this back. Wait, Kage?
He's back.
This
Not
is,
enough.
I'm going through like an
He knows, right?
emotional roller coaster right now. I actually cannot handle it.
So the good thing about this is now Barbaros has no easy answer. You could.
Barbaros just clears one CMIL right off the rip with the Evo effect, right?
You just
Then-
spin to Barbaros, right? It's fine.
Ocean is
Yeah. Let this evolve.
Spend the Barbaros?
glorious light.
It's fine. Whatever. Who cares? And just leave your Kaguya. What are you gonna do?
This gotta be fun.
So this is 3 Evos at this point, or 4?
I've waited for this moment.
Yeah, I don't think this Kage is doing that
This
much.
gotta be
Oh yeah! Wow.
It actually was at 5. So no, it was actually at 6, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah, because it did the 4 damage. So
Oh, the adherence of hollowness. Ah, I
The
forgot about those
adherence.
guys. Ah, yeah.
that was an insane commanding lead that Chi just had throughout the entire game. Because there's no way for Ein Reese to recover from that position. If he played Uranus, one Barbaros clears ward. Barbaros cleared ward anyway with the Kage.
Yeah.
No, I don't think there was any way Ein Reese could have come back from that. Wow. Chi, I think, is proving himself to be in a completely different caliber of player in this tournament right now. Holy guacamole. That was an insane and commanding 2-0, I feel.
Yeah, that was very, very powerful. I mean, we talked all day about, we hadn't seen like this big explosive win from Sword. I feel like that was the one we were looking for.
I think Ein Reese played a little too quickly, to be completely honest with you, but looking back, I can't really find any fault in his lines. He just went for the outs, but Chi had the better game plans and the better hand, and he was able to take advantage of that and win the set.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the brackets for today. We have only one game left to run, and that's going to be Ryzen versus Chi. Whew.
I mean,
Ryzen
both
has-
these players have had an absolutely insane run through this tournament so far. Chi getting commanding 2-0s throughout the day, and Ryzen being the new face who managed to come with an unconventional lineup and make it all the way to the finals. It's going to be one ripper of a finals, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, both these guys have like the standard lineups, like Sephi Rune, Arm Dragon, Puppet Portal, and then Spell Boost Rune, Arm Dragon, Last Word Shadow. I think that people looking at this event will have to think, is it
No.
worth
Chi is running the big 3. Chi is running.
Oh, excuse me, I'm looking at Ein Reese's list. My bad. Yeah. So Chi here running Loot Sword, Sephi Rune, Last Word Shadow. I guess we'll find out after this short break which list wins the day.
Is it going to be the big 3 or the more unconventional tactics? Gonna have to find out. And hey, and the last game, all 3 of us are gonna come back and cast, so you don't want to miss it. We'll be back very soon. This plus the Puppeteer, not only does it give the the Orcus play huge tempo, but you can also play out the new destruction at the same time, dealing massive damage on turn 6.
And this
guess what?
boardwalk is really annoying for specifically this version of Room.
Oh,
because for 3, Jetpack Gunner are gonna swing 2 more times.
I
to even
think
out the set.
you had to kill that Orcus, man. I think you had to run the test subject in, play Uranus to banish, and then run the pig into the Orcus, right? That was the only way to win. They don't have board space for heal. Their happy pig doesn't do anything. This might be GG off of a turn 6 pass.
That's crazy. You're gonna have to put down a ward of some sort.
The ward's not gonna help this.
Pabs sees
What
it.
a game!
Pabs
A
knew.
turn 6 pass into OTK. Ryzen with an incredible line off of the rip, recognizing he has 2 Cephis in the mulligan and playing to this out. Absolutely.
This is 7, right?
There's more where that came from. Steady.
Oh, never mind. It wasn't. You have to keep the rush.
Card powers activate.
There's the first mate too. Yeah,
Getting
that's nice.
hollowness into necklace onto the Arsene Lupin.
Really?
This needs to be quite cheesy.
Oh, it's actually going in.
Really?
Yo,
You play with
yeah, you know what, this works. I was thinking
fine.
maybe you want to play Uranus, but it's fine.
Miraculous.
It's 1 less healing,
Heed my call.
but double ward is better because of Barbaros. It's true.
Yeah. I'm a little
Red.
You just
Red.
spin to Barbaros, right? It's fine.
Ocean is
Yeah. Let this evolve.
Bend the
glorious light.
It's fine. Whatever. Who cares? And just leave your Kaguya. What are they gonna do?
This gotta be fun.
So this is 3 Evos at this point, or 4?
I've waited for this.
Yeah, I don't think this Kage is doing that much.
This gotta be
Oh yeah!
It
Wow.
actually was at 5. So no, it was. Welcome back, y'all. It's the Shadowverse Open 2023 February Cup for Southeast Asia Oceania. It is the final game of the tournament for the first SVO of the year. East,
that is
Chris,
right.
Thank you for joining me. This has been a wonderful day of incredible competition so far.
I've had a ton of fun watching these guys slug it out. We've seen the conventional decks do their thing. We've seen the unconventional decks do their thing. And I wouldn't have it any other way than to see the conventional stuff and the unconventional stuff try to kill each other.
Well,
100%.
good news. That's exactly what we're getting in the finals here.
This
Let's take a
finals
look.
is like
Oh,
a
no, go
battle
ahead,
of
Chris.
concepts, right? It's a battle of concepts. You have the conventional versus whatever the hell that our good buddy over here, Ryzen, has been cooking. And let's take a look at the lineup here of the two players and what they're bringing, what they're banning, most importantly. Oh, but first, of course, we have the bracket.
Yeah, it's been one heck of a day. A lot of 2-0s in this tournament so far. A couple of close 2-1s as well. As we can see, Ryzen, relatively unknown name, making it up. He was also the one who went 7-0 in Swiss on day one. So he is currently undefeated throughout the 2 days of the tournament, making it all the way to the finals. And on the other side, we got Chia-Yong Chi, a veteran who we've seen many times before, take it over another familiar name like Ein Reese to make it to the finals as well. Just to remind everybody at home, the format is rotation, 3 decks, 1 banned conquest, meaning you have to win with your 2 unbanned decks in order to proceed. And it's single elimination, so if you're out, you're out. We're currently at the finals. Grand prize, 1,000 USD. Second place, 600. So it's a 400 USD money match on the line here. Not only that, but also all-star points to get you into contenders at the end of the year. So a lot's on the line between Ryzen and Chia-Yong Chi. It's going to be an intense one.
All right, well, let's take a look as we hop into these guys. Before we hop into these guys' games, let's take a look at the decks that they're bringing one more time. Again, Ryzen running Sephi Rune, I think the more brought Runecraft deck list today. We've seen a couple versions of Runecraft, but this is like the most performant and probably the strongest version out there.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 100%. Of course, it is the most conventional list of his unconventional lineup. And if we take a look at the next list, you'll get to see what we mean here if you're just tuning in for the first time as we take a look at the Armed Dragon list. Of course, the lovely Libertine being able to, I mean, that game we just saw earlier between, the top 4 ended very quickly once it came to the Armed Dragon game. So sadly, no Crab Raves in the finals, but Ryzen will carry on the Armed Dragon spirit and potentially take it all.
And finally, Ryzen's last deck list in his lineup is going to be that Puppet Portal Craft, which has just impressed me so much throughout the course of this tournament. So many different win conditions between Orcus, Lashena, and Kirzael, the early chip with Kasim and Metatron, and dealing with the board of puppets in general. The new addition of Olivia and Sylvia gives you more gas into the late game, potentially giving you an Evo point back for a finishing Jetpack Gunner. And the one of Cutthroat, which we haven't seen in play yet, but it's just sort of playing the same role as Yukishima does in Rune decks as a one-off turn 9 finisher to deal 10 damage to the foes.
Yeah, let's take a look on the other side here. Not Ryzen, but Chia-Yong Chi's deck list, I think, a bit more standard from what we've seen. The first one is going to be that Loot Sword, which finally did pop off in the last set of games. I feel like it really had the one big, explosive one we were looking for. Again, Barbaros, the first mate, being able to just set up and use those loot cards to such proficiency and push those decks, or push this deck to a W.
Yep, 100%. It's lovely to see it perform, and we got to see how Loot Sword can adapt to a lot of different game plans. And even if you put multiple wards in front of it, there's all kinds of ways to close out lethal with things like Kagemitsu, which we've seen come through quite big today as well. But looking forward, we have a couple more lists from Chia-Yong Chi, of course. We have that lovely Sephi Rune over here as well. So it is running that, we talked about it a little bit, the one of Garuel, which is kind of spicy slot in for this list in particular. And then, of course, we have the final list from Chia as well, which is the Last Words Shadow. I feel like towards the second half of the broadcast, Last Words has been showing up a little bit more, right?
Yeah, every time
yeah.
it popped off this time, I'm like, where was this in the first hour of the stream? It's like he finally stepped up to the plate and showed us why Last Word Shadow is the tier 1 deck that it is. Finally getting some good draws and some good lines of play where they were able to find Abyssal Kernel lethal. Very, very powerful deck in the right hands, in the right circumstances. We just got a little unlucky in the first half of this tournament here regarding that.
Yeah, so those are going to be the deck lists from both of these guys. Again, Sephiroth, Arm Dragon, Puppet Portal versus Chia Yang-Chi's Loot Sword, Sephiroth, and Last Words Shadow. Now, I gotta wonder what the bans look like here. Honestly, if you've been taking a look at any of Ryzen's games, I'm kind of afraid of like Puppet Portal in his hands, man.
100%. I think Puppet Portal has been unstoppable in his hands, and I would be a little bit worried about it, but I wonder if Chia does actually fear the list that much. And once we know the bans, I'd love to take a look and see. Otherwise, on the side of Chia, what are we banning here? I mean, we've seen usually it's either Sephi or Loot, I feel like. Oftentimes, I think in top 4 it was Loot, if I'm not mistaken, that was banned out. Oh, no, not Loot. That was the other side of the top 4.
I ban Shadow every time. Get out of here.
Really? You ban the deck you dunk on the most?
I just don't like playing against it in general. That's just me, my own personal bias. On the other side, though, for Ryzen, Chia Yang-Chi is playing the most quote-unquote standard lineup. I think I would consider banning Rune because it might just be like the deck that he thinks is the, like, if he's bringing the big 3, clearly he thinks it's the most performant, right? So that might just be the one on Ryzen's side that he's like, okay, I'm gonna deal with your scuffed decks, and then your good deck, I'm just gonna go ahead and ban out.
Wow, looks like Ryzen agrees with you, man, because that Last Word Shadow is gone.
Yeah.
And the portal is alive, so it looks like Puppets remain to be not fully respected. And
Arm Dragon also alive. Quite a diverse finals we got in here, considering 7 out of 8 of the contestants brought Last Word Shadow, and 5 out of 8 brought the exact same lineup. Instead, Ryzen is coming in with Dragon and Portal in the finals, okay? So why don't y'all sit down and rethink your so-called meta tier list? Maybe you gotta recalibrate, okay? Because Ryzen is going in Arm Dragon versus Sephi Runecraft. Let's hear it for the finals. Let's get into this. First finals of the SVO competitive year.
Yeah, it's an exciting time, but Iggy, you might want to turn off those DMs, man. You just upset all the tier list makers.
Iggy,
and you know that.
What's that? Iggy, you got a pimple in your head.
We got a big tier list.
What's that red dot? What's that red dot in your head, buddy?
Fantastic opener for Ryzen, though, opening with Hammer Dragon Newt, turn 1, going first. The only thing that's better if he draws a 2-drop on the next.
Jesus.
And he gets another Dragon Newt off here. If one of these Dragon Newts dies, he can easily get a Draconic Weapon into a Bav Katha to keep the cards flowing as well. I think on Chia Yang-Chi's side, I would expect just to play a test subject here.
Yes.
Test subject? Freya?
Freya is interesting. You could just play the Freya and have the Hammer Dragon Newts not kill themselves off.
Yeah. But you are taking more damage, because if that's the case, they're going to ignore her. But I feel like even if you play the test subject, they're just going to ignore him. So
yeah, that's probably true.
Many are charmed.
Yeah, Freya comes down here.
Freya's the best play. I would not be surprised if this is just Bav Katha face. Ooh, Draconic Armor is pretty darn good, too. Play this alongside Freya.
Oh my god, really? All the early game gas, dude.
Coming down.
Oh,
bigger Freya. Thicker Freya, if you will.
And as soon as Chia Yang-Chi clears 4 armed followers, Ryzen's gonna top deck Team Dragon for sure. So,
well, there's 3 right there. So, yeah, Wayfaring Goblin, kind of sad.
No Sephi in hand for Chia Yang-Chi either.
Oh, that's very true. You have like peak fuse fodder right now that just gonna.
Oh my god!
Forte picked up for later down the line. This is pretty good for Ryzen already off the bat.
Double
Raider
Loading here. Draconic Smash.
Draconic
Clear
Smash.
the board. Draconic Weapon. This has got to be a Bav Katha for sure.
here.
Bad B.
As you wish.
Bad B is back in town.
Now,
All right, not a
yeah,
bad
this is-
turn for Chia Young-chi here, using Metatron to ramp here.
力を出します
Is your two
This
bomb gonna
ramps you
stick though?
into
My wings are go
ramps you
forth.
into Abby phase, which is not
The
bad.
legend will rise again.
If you let the 2-5 stick here, it's fine. You'll take it out eventually.
Oh, this
It's
is
not
awkward
exactly
though.
Putting down a big threat or anything.
Yeah, this is awkward because now you can't get the fourth follower. He'd actually have to.
Oh yeah, you just triggered the last one.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that costs fate points though, you know.
Follow the righteous
Oh yeah, this
There
worked,
we go.
and then he. Oh wow!
That's
Ryzen.
lethal next turn, right?
Is it? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, 0-0-0. Yeah, wow! Holy crap! Bro.
This is looking good for
Almost lethal.
Ryzen.
It's close.
Oh. Let's see if Chia recognizes it.
It's
I mean-
not quite lethal, I don't think.
Yeah, you've got like. Okay.
These are only.
You have to go.
Yeah.
No shot, you don't go.
But if we
If
see,
he doesn't kill here, I'll eat my freaking hat.
I won't leave a bite.
No way. he
Your
doesn't
hat,
go.
but Iggy, you ain't got no hat.
Yeah, this is why I made this bet. Never make a bet you can't win.
Wait, don't we have a bet? Wait a second. Hold on.
Iggy redefining the meta over here, but.
Wait, it's lethal, right? No, it's not. It's not. He healed.
No,
I got excited for a second there.
Everybody be cool. Everybody be cool.
But this is an
1,
insane
2.
amount of damage.
All the skies.
Now is the time.
Evo up. Don't touch me.
The weak wolf will conquer all the
Don't
tremble in
talk to me.
awe.
Don't touch me.
何をするんですか
Chi Young, she's like, really? This quickly? This is the worst.
He's saving
He's
the
got-
Dragon Newt in his hand for lethal.
Oh my
not
god.
giving
Oh, you
him a
can't attack,
target
can't
for
attack,
guild
can't
noise.
attack. Yeah, no
not-
target for guild, so.
Yeah, that's actually fantastic play. That's GG, bro. It's actually
think the
GG, I'm not
only-
even joking.
I think the only way that Ryzen loses this is if he just like passes out from holding his breath. My man hasn't breathed in like since we started the game.
What are you talking about? He's doing circular breathing.
On prevailing
Nah,
wings.
so no breath was taken.
Nation's blade.
第三は許しません
Yeah, this feels like the
Alright.
main thing you can do, like Olivia
Our
Sylvia.
paths may differ.
Olivia Sylvia into Metatron.
Metatron, yeah.
Like just tank up, as much as you can here.
Can Draco near?
Unfortunately, they're all gonna
Conquer,
die.
Run into it.
We got the Ops in the
Lizard.
back, Lance,
Yeah.
Lizard, Dragon. We got all the freaking reptiles. Welcome to the goddamn terrarium. Okay.
This is a nice terrarium, bro.
Iggy, where are you taking us to, man? I thought this was Shadowverse.
Welcome to the Petting Zoo Lizard Edition.
All right, oinky oinky.
This is actually a GG. This is actually, I'm not even joking. That's actually.
Oh my god.
That doesn't even matter. You don't even need
Yeah, not necessary. Oh really? This way?
it. This
Draco
wins
Newt.
either way, right? Now you just
Oh, yeah.
play
Right.
Lance Lizard.
And he just popped it. Yeah. Popping 7. Yeah. Nice and easy.
泣いてなんかいません
Every single time we see Armed Dragon on stream, I feel like it's just 1-2 and it's done, right?
It has felt extremely quick, yes. Armed Dragon really do be that guy.
You do beat that guy. All right.
Yeah,
Dude, Ryzen, this game ended in a flash. Ryzen is one game away from claiming the champion title.
As
This
a
is-
new player who went
just showed
undefeated
up.
in Swiss.
The dude just showed up. He walked in and he's like, "All right, I see
guess
your
I'll
legacy.
win."
I see your history as a scene. I own it now."
Is my scene now.
そんなに私に遊んでほしいのですか
You-
Now
if
the
you're
question
Ryzen,
is,
you gotta
can he
feel good.
clutch this win out with Portal Craft?
Beautiful.
He's called Ryzen because everyone else is below him.
Whoa!
That's right. That's right.
Tell him.
Bars. Bars.
Bars.
There's a fire behind Iggy. You guys can't see me. There's
You
flames
need just
everywhere.
like an automated mic drop sound where you can
Can we get a vine boom on the finals?
Getting into this, Puppet Portalcraft can well, Puppet Portalcraft has looked so commanding in Ryzen's hands. Can he make this a convincing 2-0? Or can Chia Young-chi bring this back? I guess we'll have to find out.
He
love
does
the
have
Metatron
Lucian in
there.
hand, but unfortunately, missing a couple other pieces.
Dude, that Metatron is such nice tempo. Like,
among the clouds.
Uranus has to play, you know, just play it out and swing past. Like, actually holds down the forward for a whole turn.
Oh, and this Inauspicious is so
Puppeteer is
powerful
kinda
if
nice.
he plays it here. He can res it back plus Puppet or res the Metatron plus Puppet on turn 4 with Lashana. I think Inauspicious is actually the better play compared to Glass Castle
Yeah,
here.
I like the res idea here.
Because the res is so much better now because he banished the 1-drop. So you need to have the Puppet for res.
What does this accomplish? A full clear? If he does this, he can full clear, right?
Yeah.
Stay forth.
Yep.
Perfect.
Wait, he doesn't even go for it. You full clear yourself, little bro.
Ah, little bro. Alright, that's 3 up here.
If this hits the Uranus, oh my lord.
Dude.
Okay. We're not that crazy. We're not that crazy.
But
Ryzen's
even
not
then,
that goated.
like, Lashana just revives all of this.
Yeah.
And he's clearing gold again. Like,
Damn, bro. All the ops came back. All the ops came back.
and you can do it next turn.
Dang, it do be your own. Jesus. Oh, wrong hit. That's fine, it's fine.
Dude.
Last.
How is he so
actually, that
clean
was-
with it? How is he so clean with it?
Well, Yukishima picked up here. He's got 3 copies of Olivia and Sylvia in hand.
Yeah,
One of them gotta
those
go.
gotta go. Chiayongchi, this ain't poker, okay? We're not looking for 2-pair. You gotta get rid of these cards. Get something you can play.
My man needs to fuse up and then go fish.
Card game.
They're not a competitor.
this.
We're good.
A bit of an awkward hand.
Burn in the fire.
Yeah, this is not even clear to Lashana.
戦略を出します
And then if something...
Raid?
Losses are not
Yeah, you drain back to 2. That's cool, I guess, but
See, that's gotta go, and then...
not quite enough.
I think it's actually not cool. I think it's actually bad.
Oh, Jetpack Gunner's picked up, guys. And this
Oh,
is
yeah,
the
and you have
second
Edo
Lashana
plus
coming
Olivia.
down.
This is my
Dude, if everyone's not playing puppets on ladder after this, I don't know, man.
Is this his double Puppet Inauspicious?
Oh my god.
Oh my lord.
Can't be serious.
They really do be shooting out here.
You know that could have been Metatron, but it never has been. It's always been the Inauspicious.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Luck God Ryzen.
Are we seeing this? Are we seeing what's happening right now? Is this legal? Does this violate some sort of Geneva Convention or something?
Well, let's keep in mind the fact that Chi has been advancing his game plan. So he is, I think, 1 test subject away from having 5 down, and that's going to be
You
this
gonna
one
draw
right
the
here.
Sephi here?
Or is that 4?
But no,
Yeah.
Sephi is so rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
no
that would have
Sephi's
actually
kinda
gotten you the
painful.
5th. And so now you're basically forced to Gilnillies, I think. No? 'Cause, I mean, you're not dead yet, but it's getting pretty
Oh,
close.
he's gonna give it Bane or Drain. Excuse me.
No, Drain, yeah. So
Okay,
it
he's gonna give it Drain.
Drain 5
Drains. You leave up a 4/6 though,
tribulations continue.
which is a little bit concerning, just a little bit.
Yeah, and knowing Puppet Portal.
Unveiling wings.
Jesus.
Condemnation's blade.
Lord, Olivia and Sylvia are gonna just clear everything off.
Bad
And the
path is
Bab
playable
are
now.
still alive.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Last.
If this Bav hits the Lashana,
Seek sucker.
no.
Big. Oh.
Igni. Eat that hat, homie. Eat that hat.
9 damage down to 11. This could
Still no
Wings.
selfie. What?
Condemnation's
What's the
blade.
deal?
Yeah, no selfies, bro.
When you perform like this, definitely no selfie.
The legend will rise again.
Run this into the 6-3, I guess. I
The
mean,
Sephi is in hand now, but it does not get OTK.
you fuse anyway, though. Yeah, fuse
Yeah,
up.
for sure. Get rid of Yuki. He's not doing anything.
Yeah, you're not gonna have the time to put that thing down anyway.
That thing.
He is that guy.
Poor Yuki.
Honestly, though,
I don't know about fusing
yeah,
Gilnillies
Uranus. I kind of
here.
want to hold on to Yuki just in case. There's only 2 turns away.
For the pursuit. of knowledge.
I don't know, man. With how much Ryzen's pushing, I don't know if you're gonna reach the turn the way.
As long as
Yeah, because he has
point,
a
yeah.
second egg. New destruction, I mean. And he's also got Gears Ion.
It's Bluetooth, don't worry.
2023.
He's got the egg.
The tribulations continue.
Really? Why would you trade? Huh? They're gonna have
Oh,
Storm
so
next turn
that's
anyway. Why not just trade one of them in so you have a war that's really healthy up on the board? Hell no.
His
Not
puppet.
the biggest fan of that trade. Yeah, double puppet here.
That's lethal. Puppet.
Oh my god.
Jetpack Gunner, evolve, double hit, face,
you're
egg.
right.
I mean, new destruction.
Yeah, you're right. Right then. He's popping off the victory symbols. The
Oh,
damage to face.
Holy moly! Ryzen Puppet Portal is the most impressive deck this entire tournament. Ryzen undefeated. Day 1, 7-0 in Swiss, unknown name, goes into day 2, goes all the way into finals undefeated this entire 2-day tournament on the first SVO of the year.
Dude,
I'm just saying, 2023, Shadowverse is built different.
What is happening?
we started the day, I was like, yeah, Ryzen just gotta win 3 more times, and the man goes and does it. He has just swept this bracket. Chia hadn't actually dropped the game in the top 8. She was 2-0. Ryzen actually dropped the game in top 4. But even then, he 2-0s Chia Yongchi in the finals and takes it all as the February Cup champion in the SEAO region, getting the dubs and also showing up with the unconventional lineup on top of that.
I mean, everyone was talking about the big 3 going into this. Loot Sword, Last Word Shadow, Sephiroth. Ryzen was like, no. Puppet Portal, Arm Dragon, Sephiroth, that's the lineup. And we were all like, I don't know about that, Chief. And he's like, you will
I didn't go
soon.
7-0 for no reason, buddy. Check this out.
Check
Crazy.
that
I'm
out,
not gonna
boy.
sugarcoat it.
And you know what that means? That means congratulations to Chia Yongchi walking away with 600 USD and Ryzen for walking away first place, $1,000 US plus the 100 from the webcam, $1,100 US going straight into your pocket. Crazy winnings for the first SVO of the year for a name who we never even heard of until now. Insane stuff.
Fellas, I wanna do a little bit of gambling. What team initials are we seeing next to his name next month?
Good one.
I think there's gonna be a lot of teams trying to fight for this, man.
TK. I'm placing my bet now. TK. TK Ryzen has a ring to it. Can you see it?
Yeah, it kind of does. You know,
I can see
you know what's even better though?
What's up?
MS.
MS Ryzen?
I can't say MS. They're gonna call me biased.
MS Ryzen, not too bad. Rolls off the tongue. I like that. I like that.
I like DB Rising too. It almost sounds like an anime title at this point.
Definitely does.
Whoa,
yeah.
whoa. Alliteration. Ryzen / Rev.
Ooh.
That might be the one.
Well, we're gonna have to find out. That's definitely, dude. If you see someone pull up to your game scene and go undefeated throughout like all of day 1 and day 2, just go like, man, I just had to win 10 times and I get $1,000. Sweet. Like, let me do it again.
So it's easy actually. Don't worry about it.
Man, but I mean, top 4, I think he actually did get the pretty close round. Like top 4 match, I was like, ooh, will he actually make it out? Like, will he actually make it out of here? But the finals match, dude, like, not discredit Chia, but that was really good looking. Especially that first game was like over. I feel like the whole finals ended in like 5 minutes. That's how it felt.
Yeah. He went fast, bro. He had to go get lunch. Okay, he's speedrunning out here. That's crazy.
That means he's also going to be walking away with a bunch of those league points. Are going to be super useful at the end of this year at the Contenders Cup, and you want to get as many of those. And what a great way to start the season off by just pocketing like 10, or I think he also gets an extra one because he won the grand finals. What, 11 points at this point? Good lord.
Amazing stuff. for that Contenders Cup at the end of the year, where you can even compete for more prizes. And hey, you know what? This is just the beginning of the competitive year. If you're there sitting at home thinking, how do I get in on this, guys? Check out SVO.gg for all the information on how to sign up for these tournaments and how to compete. They are open to compete in. They are free to enter. You have access to the tournament mode where you have access to all the cards, so you don't even need a good collection. There's literally zero barrier to entry. You can sign up right now, win some money, and prove that you are a Shadowverse master out here on the big stage. So make sure to check that out, svo.gg. We'll be back again in a week or two. Well, sometime I'm pretty sure it's next week, for the SVO West. So make sure to tune into that as we take a look at the other side of the pond and see what they're cooking. Are they going to take some inspiration from here? I don't know. Let's just check out their puppet portal count, okay? That's all I'm saying, all right?
That's true. That's true. I'm watching them Armed Dragons too, man. That was pretty solid today.
Armed Dragon was kind of nice, yeah. Armed Dragon was definitely cooking today for sure.
Absolutely. So make sure you stay followed to us everywhere, SVO_esports on all the platforms. But other than that, that's going to be it for the first SVO of the year. Thank you guys so much for watching. I've been Ignitius.
I've been East.
And myself, Different Fight.
And we will see you guys next time.
Take care.
It's pretty crazy that this guy was just a regular dragon. Then they made him a robot cowboy. He became really good. What happened there?
Shout out to Ryzen.
It's all about.
Oh, he's just flexing now. What is this?
Oh, come on.
We're spinning the Orcus and we're good.
Oh, that's right.
It was so close.
That's right.
Burn almost made a comeback after a horrific position, but Ryzen had such an early lead. Play it out. It's evil points. I bet. Oh no. Okay.
With that, Pabs gonna play out the Thunder God for the
I'm just saying.
Play points to burn potentially. We're in this gospel. Oh,
nice
we're
hit.
actually hitting the Storm Follower and picks up the first cycle and heals back up to 20. Love to see it. Aggressive evil. Might as well just.
That's right, you bet. That's right. Winston dead out here. Let's go.
You saved your Sears Globe today. But I will say the list with Death Scythe Hound in it beat the list that doesn't have Death Scythe Hound in it.
Detestable.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
I'm just.
No! We both win! None of us have to go win!
You had
3. Jetpack Gunner gonna swing 2 more times.
I think
out the set.
you had to kill that Orcus, man. I think you had to run the test subject in, play Uranus to banish, and then run the pig into the Orcus, right? That was the only way to win.
Yes. Pabs
What
sees it.
a game!
Pabs
A
knew.
turn 6 pass into OTK. Ryzen with an incredible line off of the rip, recognizing he has 2 Cephis in the mulligan and playing to this out. Absolutely. Yeah, you know what, this works. I was thinking maybe you want to play Uranus, but it's fine. It's 1 less healing.
Need my call.
But double ward is better because of Barbaros. It's true.
Yeah. I'm a little.
It doesn't even matter. You don't even need
Yeah. Not necessary. Oh, really? This way?
it. This wins either way, right? Now you just
Oh, yeah.
play Lance Lizard.
He popped it, yeah. Popping 7, yeah. Nice and easy.
泣いてなんかいません。
Every single time we
Second,
evil
the Shinna coming down.
This is my.
Dude, if everyone's not playing puppets on ladder after this, I don't know, man.
Is this just double puppet inauspicious?
Oh my god.
Oh my lord.
You can't be serious.
They really do be shooting out here.
You know that could have been Metatron, but it never has been. It's always been the
Puppet portal.
Unveiling wings.
Jesus.
Condemnation's
My
blade.
lord. Olivia and Sylvia are gonna just clear everything off.
Bad
And the
pass.
Pabs are still alive.
Yeah, that's the point.
Last.
If this Bav hits the Lashana,
Seek sucker.
no.
Big. Oh.
Igni. Eat that hat, homie. Eat that hat.
9 damage down to 11. Oh my god.
Jetpack Gunner, Evolve, double hit, face,
you're
egg.
right.
I mean, new destruction. To try.
Yeah, you're right. Right then, he's popping off the victory symbol. The whole damage to face.
Moly! Ryzen Puppet Portal is the most impressive deck this entire tournament.